Island, the one I did last night, of course, at Portimao. Both very, very strong races. As is expected with the MX-5, it's a great little car.
Such a fantastic car. So make sure you stay with us. We'll be switching over YouTube stream. If you're watching us over there, then just keep your wits about you. If YouTube doesn't chuck you over as it should do, then just make sure you get onto part 3 of our stream here on the VCO Esports YouTube channel. If you are elsewhere watching us here this morning, then just sit tight and wait for us to come back in a few moments' time. We'll be back with race 17. It's MX-5s at Monza coming up after this. Welcome back to VCO Infinity. We're into the final third of our third edition here in 2024. Hello everybody, welcome to our coverage of race 17 of this great event. My name is Ewan O'Leary alongside Zach Sweeney for this one. It's MX-5s at Monza. Really looking forward to this one because first of all, Monza racing I think is absolutely fantastic. As long as you find your way through the first couple of corners, you'll be okay and you'll have a great race around this circuit as far as I'm concerned. But second of all, as you spoke about just on the other side of the break, Zach, it's such a fantastic car to go racing with.
It is, of course, really the grassroots entry, one of the first that you take to, well, the first that you take to in iRacing. Of course, you could go the Formula V route as well, but everyone starts with the MX-5. It's that car that you get into that it's so easy to drive, but at this level, very difficult to master as such. It's quite a niche driving style that you need, but it allows itself for such great racing. Low power, low downforce, just a raw, like basic level sports car, of course, that you're going to be racing around in, and with some great drivers to take it around as well at a fantastic venue, with the slipstream keeping everyone nicely in check, with some heavy braking zones as well. We're in for a belter.
We certainly are, and as you were talking about in the previous race, which is at the Algarve quite a long way ago now in the MX-5s, well, last one that you did anyway, you were saying that it's one of the cars that everybody drives, which makes it a little bit different. I mean, even I've driven this car. That's how far and wide it goes. So it's different for the sort of top sim racers to almost go back to school in a sense, and back to when they very first started iRacing.
Pretty much, yeah, because once you sort of get out the MX-5s, it's very rare that you then go back as such, unless it's something that you specialize in and there's a championship that you race in that uses the MX-5s as such. Obviously, they then move on to, say, GT3s or their prototype sort of route or whatever. As I say, very rarely do they ever go back, and it is a bit of a learning curve compared to what they're used to. It's a very interesting car to drive as such. You have to be very balanced with it. Of course, they've all got their fixed setup on, so there's no tweaks that they can do that way to sort of gain an advantage. It is going to be down to whoever the better driver is going to be the one to win, and it is, once again, as is the point of Infinity, the biggest test of adaptation.
Yeah, it's really racecraft that wins and loses you races in this class. This is the points gap. Team Redline racing against themselves here. 9 points separate them for the moment. Coanda a whopping 68 back at this point. Drago Racing now fourth, ahead of the Apex Racing team, who've had problems in that last race. Drago Racing 94 back at the moment. Apex Racing team 114 back. We're very much getting to that stage now where Coanda really needs to start gaining some points if we want to make it a couple of different teams going into those final races. A gap of 70 with 8 races to go. My maths isn't that great, but that's an average of 9 points a race. If Redline are in the top 8 with both of their cars for the remainder, Coanda don't stand a chance of winning no matter what happens, even if they win the remaining 8 races. Meanwhile, I've been slightly stumped by the starting grid, so here we go. Sven Haase will be on the pole ahead of Simone Maria Marceno, be Lucas Prada, and Felix Koenig on the second row. Alex Dunn is back in the MX-5s for the Apex Racing team, back at Monza again. It will be 6th place for Grid and Go, followed by Johnny Vecchio and Damien Woods on the next row. Brabham and Pike from Beach will be on row 5, head of Drago and Altitude to round out row 6. Apex Racing's Academy car, 13th, head of Rainer Tauvar, who will be 14th. Oliver Steinbratten's only 15th for Redline. He'll got some work to do alongside Fraser Williamson. Oscar Pye and Beckham Jasir round out row 9. The top 20 is rounded out by PGZ and BS Competition, with ATRS and Wave Italy next. Fordzilla and Scherer round out row 12. It's STR and Race Klutz next, at a Precision Racing Esports and SMP Racing Esports, who are taking a while to get onto the grid. Blue Rose team on 29th, head of Impulse Racing. Desert Automotive and Williams Esports are next. A lot of work for Alexander Spetz to do in this one. Obsidian and CRZ are on the next row, ahead of Kramer and DLR. Valorous and Absolute Motorsport are on the 19th row, ahead of Rocket and Maniti to round at the top 40. Olympus and Screen to Speed, row 21 for them, ahead of SOP Racing Esports. It's XPD Racing along with West Competition Racing and Coanda, with lots of work to do from 46th. Parno Racing and W2 E Pro GP are 48th. Then Moradus and United Sim Team, those who set times. Visceral, Eclipse and Rincon Racing did not, of the 53 teams who will be taking the start of race 17 in VCO Infinity for this one. Quickly, Zach, let's see what we can get into towards turn number 1 here. It's going to be all about this first chicane.
It really is, of course, the do-or-die moment. Sven Haase on pole, taking his first ever win in Infinity a little bit earlier on. Let's see what he can do, of course, when we head to Monza alongside Altus Esports. It's a very, very spicy front couple of rows.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's go racing again for the 17th time in VCO Infinity for 2024. Out towards the line they go. It's Sven Haase in control of the field, looking to repeat his victory from earlier on in the day. The green flag waves at Monza, and we're underway for 45 minutes of racing. Grid and Go are going to try and help one another maybe in towards turn number 1 as both of their cars get in towards the top 5 positions. Sven Haase holds the lead well. It's 3 wide for second very nearly as Octus are on the outside line. They'll single file themselves out. German Sim Racing slide and a good save, but no, they spin in front of the field. It's going to be chaos. It's carnage. And it's Monza at turn 1.
Exactly that. It's caused a bit of a pile-up and a big shake-up actually throughout the rest of the field. Couple of cars stricken. What are we going? 5, 6 wide going into Curva Grande towards the Roger. This is absolute insanity. And there's another upset. Goodness me. More crashes. And it's so difficult to avoid. There's the BS Plus competition car as well. Olympus involved. CRZ as well. Monza.
It's Monza. Who's caught out in this? Neither Redline is caught out in this, crucially. Now, what about Coanda? They're third in the standings, of course, with the 91 car. Oscar Pye still 9th. So everybody did very well to avoid German Sim Racing there, who, to be fair to them, tried their best to save that car out of turn 2, but just couldn't. And once they're spun in front of the field, I mean, what chance do the rest of them stand?
No, exactly that. There's not that much you can do to avoid, especially when there are so many other cars also trying to avoid. You avoid and then go into another car, cause another incident in doing so. It's so tough. But an important early lead then for Sven Haase, over a second clear at Monza. That is a huge gap. Not, securing that he's going to dominate the race as such, but it's a nice foothold going forwards. A bit further back, of course, Team Fordzilla moving their way past Wave Italy, BS Plus competition as well, rounding off the top 16. Looking very strong, though. Let's see if Sven Haase can go get that second win.
Let's see. It's 1.1 seconds, but surely the others are going to help each other and they're going to get themselves to the lead. Down the inside goes Alex Dunn on the Otis Esports car. That's Simone Maria Marciano, who is being overtaken, and Johnny Vecchio will get through as well by the looks of things. Vecchio to the inside here off of Parabolica, and now he's going to just push Dunn, I think, to a third position and push himself to a 4th if Marciano doesn't crowd them out, and he won't do. So through they'll go on the front straight as they end the first lap. Sven Haase is a sitting duck, really. As much as he's trying to break the slipstream here, there's just not a lot that he can do. On the defensive, though, is Lucas Prada for the WSR team. Now, that's going to make things interesting. Marciano was still... Oh, and Haas has gone on his own! Haas has gone on his own, and Grid and Go have thrown away a golden opportunity to win their second Infinity race today.
Goodness me, how on earth has that happened? Just slamming the power down and the rear end has gone. That is so unfortunate. Brabham Esports side by side with Team Redline, as well as Gianni Vecchio tries to carve his way through the field on the run in towards the Roger. Gustrago Racing in the mix as well with Aaron Vasquez. So it is now Lucas Prada that leads side by side. Vecchio on the inside, but Brabham trying to go the long way round of the chicane. Nicely done to keep 4th.
It is a good battle. Is that Trigo pulling out for a slowdown? Don't think so. I think they're just tucking into line. This is Sven Haase. Just seemed like he bobbled over those curbs at turn 2 there, and he just dropped it. It doesn't really make much sense.
Well, going over the curb, of course, the MX-5, a relatively soft car, so there would have been a lot of compression on the springs. As the car then came back down, it could have bottomed out, maybe. I'm not entirely sure as to what happened, but nonetheless, it was unsettled. Put that with a bit of power, and it's just more instability. The car's just gone round, basically, imbalanced, and unfortunately, it's tumbled him down the field, at the very least outside the top 16, so not looking very strong in that particular, I think down to P19, which is just heartbreaking, really, for them after what was a golden opportunity from pole position. However, it has opened up this race. The top 3 separated by less than 0.4 of a second.
Could call this a top 10 maybe, but Brabham Esports need to be pushed back into line here, and Simone Maria Marciano could help them here if he goes for a move down the inside, and he wants second place. Who's going to go for the lead as well, but Alex Dunn lets him into the group. Lucas Prada leads the field around. Alex Dunn will just push in, I think, here as well, and not try and make any moves. This is what happened further back. Now let's try and unpick a bit more of this. It's the German sim racing car that eventually gets pinballed around and again and again. Martin Kadlacik also gets pinballed around, and he's in front of the field. And then that creates that sort of 4 and 5 wide that you were talking about going into the Curva Grande, which was never going to work.
No, it really wasn't. Change for the lead as well as Altus Esports try and pick their way through. Simone Maria Marceno through on Lucas Prada. Brabham Esports as well up into third place, moving their way past the Apex car, of course, of Alex Dunn, or at least momentarily did try to do so. They're still fighting with Team Redline. So I have to say to Cecilia, fighting Gianni Vecchio very, very nicely, trying to stall the progress that Team Redline have in what is maybe going to be their 24th win, potentially, of Infinity, looking very strong to do so. But this race is so unpredictable down towards the Roger.
It is. Marchena continues to lead. Alex Dunn back to second. Lucas Prada is now third. Then it's the Team Redline car of Gianni Vecchio. Let's have another look at what went on here. I mean, it was just never going to work, was it? 4 wide. I think they all realised that, but they all piled in anyway, because what choice do you have off the start? If somebody slows down, you'll just get rear-ended, I suppose. And so everybody piled in. I'm afraid to say that has caused carnage further down in terms of those who have stopped. We've had 8 in so far. I'm surprised it's only 8, actually, looking at what we've just seen in terms of replays.
Yeah, me too, in fairness. I think the MX-5's got quite a big tolerance with damage, provided the geometry of the car, the wheel alignment, the toe and the camber as such, isn't affected. You should be fine. There's not much aero to lose on the MX-5s. Unfortunately, the carnage was caused by sim racers adopting the mentality of a yellow flag. It's not a caution, it's an opportunity. And try and go in flat out, but you can give them some empathy in the sense that 55 cars at Monza for turn 1. Once one thing goes wrong, it is just a chain reaction. Change for the lead once again, though, potentially Alex Dunn going for it.
Here we go, and it is Dunn. Alex Dunn into the lead. I made that joke already. It's a bad one. It will get to the end of another lap and be at the head of the field. This is the end of lap 3, but it's all getting a lot closer all of a sudden. It's a front group of 10 involving both red lines and the third placed in the standings, anyway, co-anda car. Simone Maria Marciano is getting freight trained a little bit now as they work themselves through here. Gianni Vecchio involved in pushing Prada and Dunn here, but what that will mean is they'll all stack up in the braking zones. They concertina together. They all look for the avenue to get down here in terms of late braking. Here's a Cecilia on the inside here of Lucas Prada. Can't work his way through though as they go into the Curva Grande. It's 3 wide further back for 4th place as well.
Wow, it is all kicking off. Typical MX-5s that we'd expect here at Monza. Altus Esports then trying to pick their way back through. Simone Maria Marceno was leading not too long ago, now down to 5th. That is the ebb and the flow of pack racing in the MX-5 machines. Uncontested for the lead. Lucas Prada, however, having to go defensive from Brabham Esports. Gianni Vecchio once again having to go side by side through the Roger. This time, though, falls victim and drops down to 5th place. So Vecchio not really able to make some good progress. I think someone's off in the background.
What is going on in the background there? I can't work that out. That's a lapped car, I'm going to presume, further back, because it's none of the top 10 who are all still here and in line. The 3 wide resolves itself and they get single file all over again. I wonder at what point now, because it just feel a little bit settled now in this race. It looks like we've got our 10. This is the moment, by the way. Anton Vetradrov in the SMP Racing Esports car, who went around and had to spin himself back around again. So 37 minutes remaining. We've got our 10. The race has settled down somewhat. Now, at what point can we begin to get a little bit excited about who's going to be winning this race and who isn't going to be? Because it's going to be an exchange of positions from here and into the end, you would have thought.
Well, yeah, at this sort of stage, leading the race is a novelty more than anything. Goodness me, getting very close is Cecilia. Lucas Prada then wants to take the lead of the race into the Parabolica. Has to go the long way round. Lucas Prada, of course, going the long way round. Alex Dunn just has to try and hang on to things through the Parabolica. He's actually going to fight the track position for the lead quite well. They are going to settle NASCAR style, actually, into 2 pretty distinct rows going into turn 1.
Well, this... or that anyway, into Parabolica could have really gone badly, but it's 3 wide. Are we 4 wide on the front straight? Looks like we are. We're trying to get 5 wide maybe as well, as there's pushing going on the very inside, the very outside now too. Just look like they're going to take the lead. It's Simone Maria Marceno on the inside line. Contact side to side. Brabham will try and hang on to second. They all go up the curb and they all go out the other side unscathed.
Yeah, well, we talk about getting excited for who's going to win this race. I don't think we're ever really going to piece together a picture until we get to the final corner of the final lap. Alex Dunn, of course, fighting with Lucas Prada, this time for 4th place, albeit 3 corners ago, they were fighting for the lead. That is how crazy and chaotic this racing is going to get. Still 35 minutes of it left to go. Darting to the inside, Alex Dunn trying to pick his way back into 3rd place. Nicely done to the inside of the Roger and back onto the podium place.
Side to side contact again, and that's not good news at all for Redline, who are going backwards again and again. Falcon will get to the inside then, and the outside of Lesmo 1. That'll put both Redline cars towards the back. I wonder whether, I've just noticed here, Zach, the 3 championship contenders of the front 10 are, or at least the top 3 in the championship, not saying Drago aren't a championship contender, but or Apex indeed, but the top 3 anyway in the standings have just hung out at the back now. I wonder whether that's going to be a theme of the next 15 minutes or so as they figure out just how to get on with this race, because, well, clearly that's being proved wrong as Johnny Vecchio gets down the inside immediately into the Ascari chicane up on the curb. He can't work his way through, but I wonder whether it wouldn't be a bad idea to just hang out at the back of the group, to be honest, for 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, but the risky run with that is, say if Vecchio sits 8th and they fight for 4th really hard and lose a lot of time, lose that slipstream, it's then very, very hard, even if he gets to the front of that train, to then reclose the gap and get back into contention for the race lead. When it comes to pack racing, there's always that risk. Fair enough, the slipstream at the moment is keeping everyone really close, but as the race develops, as battles start to form, that gap will spread. So I think if they want to contend for the lead, which of course they do, they need to be fighting at the forefront of this pack.
Is that Alex Dunn's leg there that he's just wiggling around? Just the same thing as me. You know, one of those things where you're just sort of quite anxious about what you're seeing in front of you. Well, Dunn's certainly seeing. Let's see what he does here with his left foot as he gets in the braking down. Yeah, he's using it to brake. So on the straight,
no, really,
on the straight, he's just jiggling his leg because he's anxious about what he's seeing in front of him. And the same thing's going to be true on the way through the Curva Grande. I mean, I can relate to that, so fine. But Aaron Vasquez will lead. Dunn will be in 2nd, and it's nervy times for everybody here. Now there's a split in the group. This is the disadvantage of doing what I was saying earlier on and hanging out at the back. If you get yourself in a battle and you don't keep an eye on what's going on ahead of you, you'll resign yourself to a battle for 7th, and that's what these guys have done now.
Yeah, exactly as I said. Of course, that gap is going to grow. Not helped, of course, by the Apex Racing Academy car putting up a very, very good battle with Gianni Vecchio. Of course, Patrick Thompson just ahead. Ola Steinbraten there sandwiching the Koana car of Oscar Pai with his Redline teammate of Vecchio. So they're just slowly sort of trying to make some progress, but maybe it is too slow. From Thompson to Woods, nearly 2 seconds. In fact, is now 2 seconds to the Falcon Sim Racing car. And here at Monza, with how powerful the slipstream is and how much time you can gain as a pack, that is, I wouldn't say impossible to close, but at the very least incredibly difficult.
Yeah, you've got to get organised now if you're in this 2nd group. Patrick Thompson leading the way, Johnny Vecchio next, Oscar Pai, Ola Steinbraten. Naveed Hussein has caught them as well now for Wave Italy, and the PGZ car of Matheus Oyala is not too far back either. Sven Haas has got a shout here too, with Rafael Runhofer of Scherer in the slipstream very possibly. But they have to absolutely get organised. But if you're in that front 6 and you're seeing some of the big contenders further back, maybe you want to be organised yourselves to try and keep them at bay. Well, they've clearly not fought like that, because here they are, side by side, like absolute lunatics into the final corner.
Yeah, with how dominant Team Redline have been, taking so many victories today, they've got a golden opportunity to get away from them, and yet they all kind of want to be the one other than Redline, I suppose, to go and win, and in doing so, might bring Redline, in fact, back into contention. It's all carnage and chaos here at the front. Of course, Marcheno going to be looking to the inside of Alex Dunn. Of course, if I was him, my leg would absolutely be twitching through the roof. They are going to settle, I think, into 2 rows of 3 into turn 1. Change for the lead, potentially Drago Racing trying to go the long way around to hang on to it. Alex Dunn versus Lucas Prada in that fight for 3rd. They all settle their way back into single file. But interesting point, of course, with the Apex Racing Academy. Are they trying to create the gap? I can't believe they're just trying to settle for 7th. But in doing so, in fact, is allowing these guys to battle, because the advantage is near enough nil. So the gap is just staying the same.
Nervy moments for Falcon as they hang out at the back of the group again. Side by side, Marcheno gets down the inside of, tries to, of Vasquez. There goes Brabham down the inside, flying down the inside of everybody. And Alex Dunn says, well, I'll tell you what I think of that. You can go in the gravel there, sir. And he's back to 5th position, I'm afraid to say. So there's a bit of a split in the group now. Can Drago and Altus maybe get away as a result of this, as there seemingly was a bit of damage to one of the MX-5s? Has Lucas Prada got a bit of damage to the front end of the WSR car? Or is that just the livery that makes it look very crumpled at the front end? Because if you get any sort of aero damage here and you're down a couple of kilometres an hour in straight line speed, I know there's slipstream about, but surely you're not going to be able to win with a crumpled front end.
It depends on the extent. Of course, the crumpled front end will basically just increase the drag as such, as opposed to actually the understeer of the car more than anything. Of course, that front bumper is not doing anything aerodynamically to add downforce, but it is making the car more streamlined, which means if you lose that, then yeah, you are going to be a bit of a sitting duck on the straight. It seems, though, at least for now, he is okay. The slipstream may be at the very least negating that advantage, but the majority, you can see the Drago car actually has a bit of a slanted front end as well. So it's not like he's the only one in this pack that's had a bit of front end damage.
I suppose they are all hitting each other in this group at the moment. Just less than half an hour to go then at this 17th race of VCO Infinity 2024. Well over 2 minutes a lap round here, by the way. 2:11.9 indeed is the best lap of anyone so far, and that puts into perspective the lack of laps that we're going to have here in this race, especially compared to the IndyCars at Road Atlanta, which we've just come off the back of at race 16, that being the final IndyCar race of VCO Infinity for 2024. At the end of it all, Redline still hold the most wins in IndyCar Infinity history. Ariel Pinto and Valentin Mandanak, actually, who's not driven here for obvious reasons in Infinity this year, tied as most race wins in that car this category, or this event, I should say, with 2 each to their name. Diogo Pinto, as I mentioned in the previous race, up to 4 now overall, still trailing Josh Rogers. It's somewhat remarkable that Josh Rogers still holds the most race wins, despite the fact it's now, been 40 Infinity races that he's not competed in, and he's not even been registered on a team that's been competing in Infinity for 40 consecutive races now, and he still holds the all-time overall record.
Yeah, I mean, Diogo Pinto is close, taking his 4th win, of course, last time out with the IndyCar, so let's see. But that is remarkable for Josh Rogers. I suppose there's been a lot of new drivers, particularly Redline, of course, fielding a lot of, newer drivers that took their first win for this event, of course, taking the overall for the teams. But when it comes to drivers, yeah, Josh Rogers, as quick as he is remarkable. Change for the lead. Marcheno back ahead of Vasquez, who momentarily looked to the outside of Ascari. But yeah, remarkable stat for Josh Rogers. 5 wins. To be fair, 5 wins for a single driver. I don't know, with how dominant Redline have been, I thought it would have actually been a bit higher than that, but yeah, only 5.
Yeah, I guess it's one of the things that, you know, a driver actually doesn't actually do very many races in this event, which is the problem, I feel, because Rogers won pretty much all of the races he did in that first edition, although not quite all. He got pretty close. Meanwhile, side by side for the lead here, and for 3rd place as well. Where did Falcon go? That's Damon Woods with not really an idea as to where to go. He's just going to push instead, and Alex Dunn may well receive the lead as a result. Simone Maria Marcheno currently holds it. Instead, Cesar Cecilia just goes to the outside and says, I want no part of this, thank you. Into turn 1 they'll go. Dunn will have the inside for turn 2 and maybe the lead here in a moment. Marcheno's going to be pushed out wide. He's going to kick up the gravel. Damon Woods gets in there as well, and Dunn will lead, but Marcheno won't be pleased about that.
No, not one bit of argy-bargy, but of course still in contention. The good thing about the pack dynamic is that you can always stay in contention. Goodness me, the Apex car's gone. The Apex Racing Academy tagged round by Brabham Esports through Curva Grande, and that firmly out of contention for Patrick Thompson.
Certainly. How on earth did that come to fruition then, as the battle for the lead really transpired? The Apex Racing team getting to the front in one sense, the Academy car going not quite to the back, but certainly out of contention through the Curva Grande as we approach halfway in race 17. It was Thompson up on the grass early on, then the Brabham car get into the side of them. Jesus Cecilia there. That was a bit, I don't really know how to call that, to be honest with you.
just awkward. Of course, the Brabham car drifted wide, made a bit of contact. I think it was with the 70 Redline car of Steinbraten, and then sort of drifted his way back down and just sort of pit maneuvered the Academy car. Yeah, not entirely sure how to call that one. I'm sure Race Control will find the best, but it's understandable with how chaotic when you've got 7 other cars around you all vying for the race lead with not a lot of track, and you're traveling at high speed relative to the MX-5s, things are going to go wrong. On board, of course, looking forwards with Maria Marceno just ahead. You can see a couple of changes for the lead. Drago racing without any slipstream, and that's how important it is. However, a nice little send to the outside of Parabolica.
Here we go to the end of another lap then. Who's going to be leading at the line is the first question to solve. I think it's going to be Alex Dunn, because Vasquez doesn't quite have the help that Dunn has. Lucas Prada pushing the Apex Racing team, and there's the shove from Simone Maria Marceno as Vasquez is going to be vaulted back into the conversation for this race lead. Damon Woods goes to the outside to push those guys. Naveed Hussain is going to join them as well. What a great drive from him for Wave Italy to get up here for a battle for 5th position. It's side by side, free wide in the background. Sven Haase making moves to the inside. Here's Cecilia involved there as well, along with one of the red lines. This is a nervy moment as well if you're a red line and you're involved in the battle for the overall win of this event. Just 9 points, don't forget, separated them at the start of this race.
Yeah, not much at all. So they want to maximize their results. Even a team as sort of secure as Redline still need as many points as they can. They don't want to take any chances. Inside line for Altus Esports in towards the Roger. However, in the MX-5, the outside line is viable. Lucas Prada gets back through. However, a huge snap of oversteer. Big chunk of the curb on the inside. Marceno now going to find his way through into the Lesmos, potentially as well. Hussain might fancy his chances in the Wave Italy car, who have come out of seemingly nowhere right into the contention for the top 5, maybe, of course, a podium or even a win. Who knows what's to come in the second half of this race? Absolutely.
This is fantastic stuff for the top drivers, all involved in one long line. Maybe other than the leading 2, might be trying to get away here, but can't imagine they're going to be very successful. If they are not, then it'll be a top 15 who are in the front group, another couple of seconds back, and it would be a top 20. But there's some position to be made before we get to that point. There's the current points gap, 8 points for now. Coanda really need to start gaining some, 72 as things stand. Either that or they need Redline to have a really bad race at some point in both of their cars. At the moment, that's seeming very, very unlikely, with Redline having such a good race so far. In fact, the championship leading car has finished at worst in 12th place. Speaking of which, that's around the region of the order where we're seeing this battle at the moment. Oscar Pai, the Coanda car, involved in that conversation championship-wide, is involved in this fight too. And it's all going on back here in the second half of the group.
Yeah, it is. They've got to be careful, though, because it's so easy for it to just crack into, like we said. I mean, there is already a bit of a gap between Sven Haase, who has done a remarkable recovery, it must be said. Helped, of course, by the intense battling, but is actually back inside the top 10. So great stuff as they concertina their way into turn 1. Oscar Pai for Coanda, just settling into top 10. But Sven Haase needs to just get that whiff of slipstream from Ola Steinbraten. Who was that? The was it Renhofer maybe? Just for 13th, but they have got to get onto the back. They need to be in the slipstream and need to be in contention. Otherwise, they run the risk of falling further and further back.
Same case here too. Naveed Hussain at the front of a small mini group for 5th place. Here goes Damon Woods down the inside of Gianni Vecchio, who's braking late on the outside. Side to side contact. Here goes Steinbraten. He's going to try and overtake his teammate. Is he? No, he just lifts off. He's going to give his teammate the light of day, but look at that. By supporting his teammate, he's let Sven Haase and Oscar Pai both go through.
Yeah, that is crazy. The momentum is insane for those two. And Steinbraten, trying to do the right thing, has actually lost 2 more places as well, down to 12th. 3.
Oh, look at him, frustrated, shouting at the screen as well. He's losing positions, hand over fist. There goes the altitude car as well. It's a disaster for Ola Steinbraten in the championship leading Redline car. There goes the Fordzilla car as well. Goodness me.
That speaks volumes as to how important momentum is. As soon as you lose it, as soon as you're on the back foot, you are tumbling it down the order. Too wide, too deep through Ascari. Goodness me, this is actually, to be fair, goes all right through to the third apex of it, and I think there is still a couple of people side by side, so nicely done. Steinbraten now is the one with the momentum. Bit of contact just ahead, goodness me, as he now goes to the left to try and make it 3 wide towards Parabolica.
But he's got no help, no slipstream, nobody bumping him, I wouldn't have thought either. Oh, he does have a train of cars actually bumping him here and to the outside, but where does he brake here? Everyone's in front of him, including the precision racing car, and you don't really want the really wide line through the final turn either. High pressure moments for the championship leader in VCO Infinity, with just around 7 races to go after this one, about 7 hours until we reach our conclusion here this afternoon. It's going to be Ole Steinbraten who is needing to make up the places. 3 wide just up ahead of him. If they have a crash, it's pretty much over for him. There's braking in towards turn 1. There's 4 wide moments just up in front of the championship leader right now. This is not where he wants to be in this battle for what is only, of course, 10th position in the field. Precision Racing Esports and Share Esport leading the group. He shakes his head in a sort of muted way there, as if to say, this race has gone away from me.
It really has. One small error, and in doing so has basically thrown away a chance for a top 5 or even maybe a victory. Who knows what could have come for Ole Steinbraten. Down in 15th, but he's got to focus forward, compose himself, get back into it and try and get back after, of course, as many places as he can get. Side by side, Precision Racing, Team PGZ in that fight for 11th. Brabham Esports down to 13th, so good, of course, recovery for them after a little bit of a back footing. Of course, not where they would want to be at all in 14th, but slowly but surely fighting their way through this pack. And as I say, we've split ourselves apart now into 3 very decisive packs for the best part of the top 16.
Yeah, what a remarkable turn of events for Redline, and all of a sudden they're losing more than half of their championship lead as things stand. Jesus Cecilia not pleased with being involved in this second group either, and I imagine a lot of teams feeling the same. But back up front, Alex Dunn is still leading the way ahead of Aaron Vasquez, and the top 9 are together. They've got themselves organised as if to say, well, 9 is not ideal, but it's at least better than 20, and so we are going to be speedy for at least a lap or so before the real madness begins again.
Yeah, hopefully they can just breathe for a second, and then obviously go guns a-blazing for it for the final maybe 15 minutes or so, but who knows what's to come for these guys. Of course, the risky run with every overtake is huge. Aaron Vasquez looks fairly calm and composed, in fairness, sort of just leant back in his chair, chilling with things at the moment. Of course, right up the rear end of Alex Dunn, who does go defensive into turn 1. Goodness me, contact as Lucas Prada forces the initiative. That woke him up a little bit, did Aaron Vasquez. Now Lucas Prada takes the lead of the race.
Look at the change in expression on his face. It's say, who's this coming through? Lucas Prada wants the lead for WSR Esports butt kicker, and Alex Dunn doesn't want to let him have it, and I don't think he is going to let him have it. I think from it's difficult to tell from that onboard, but Prada might have just barged his way in, actually. While he was boxed in, he might have just said, hang on a second, I'll just squeeze in here, thank you. And he nearly took the lead there. Well, second place for the WSR car then, as Vasquez tries to work his way back through. What that does for Prada is it means that he's sort of built up a bit of animosity in the group now, as Sven Haase very nearly makes it 3 wide. He gets past Prada at least, and he's up to 3rd place as Marcheno goes around.
Out of the Roger, up over the gravel trap and into the barrier. Of course, everyone else gets promoted a position. He tumbles outside of the top 16. Where does he rejoin? 19th place for Altus Esports. That is how quickly it can change. That is the margin of error that we're talking about. Done so well up until this point, the last nearly 30 minutes of racing, and it just comes undone like that. A blink of an eye, and all of that hard work is done.
Well, this is the replay of Simone Maria Marcheno's incident. Who did he even hit there? Was that Prada or Hussein? I can't tell, actually, from that angle. But he's into the wall and as good as out of this race, I'm afraid to say, as far as race-winning contention goes. That's a shame for the Altus team, again, who have been in the top 10 consistently throughout today. Were 8th going into this race in terms of points. Side by side for the lead, as Sven Haase wants to get back in the lead again. If he recovered from a spin and gets back to the front again at a circuit like this where draft is so important, then that will be a remarkable achievement.
I was about to say, what a lad to sort of just carve his way back through. Of course, keeping himself nice and calm and composed, of course, in his sim rig, and now carving his way back into the lead of the race. That is sensational stuff. What a drive. Just sort of collected himself after the spin, fought his way back through with all the battling that was happening. He was able to ride the wave of chaos and now get himself back into the lead of the race. However, that was only half of the battle. He's now got to keep the lead of the race. There's still 15 minutes of it left to go, but nonetheless, a remarkable effort from Sven Haase.
Battle for life, looking very tasty back there. Oliver Steinbratton looking for positions again. Sven Haase still hasn't cleaned his camera, for goodness sake. He's reacted as almost if I said that to him live. I don't know what he's arguing about there. Yeah, he's clearly not happy with something, but he is leading, so I don't know what they're talking about there at Grid and Go. Is it a penalty that they've been awarded? I'm going to go and have a scan through the penalty sheet, because I can imagine that race control have been a bit busy in race 17.
Yes, probably. It depends, obviously, to the extent that people were reporting. Of course, a little bit further back, Williams Esports Academy trying to move their way into 14th, 3 wide into the Lesbo momentarily as Brabham get pinched in the middle, side by side, as the BS Plus competition car go the outside. Rainer Talva at the moment at the wheel, Beckham Yassir at the wheel of the Williams Esports Academy, side by side with Cecilia and the Brabham back into 15th place. So the battle continues all the way down here, because each position, every point that you get for positions matters so much in a very tight midfield championship.
No penalties, by the way. Only Obsidian have garnered one so far in this race anyway. And so far, we go into the Ascari chicane. Back up to the leaders. Sven Haase leads. 14 minutes to go, and that means 6 laps to go. There we go. Figured it out live on air. There goes Lucas Prada down the inside into 3rd place ahead of Drygo Racing, and Aaron Vasquez is just going further backwards and backwards again. Damon Wood's going to look to seal the deal there for Falcon Sim Racing as he pushes through. Aaron Vasquez is going to be 5th in no time. Alex Dunn has got no intentions of passing Sven Haase, so there's a bit of calmness in the group now as things stand. There goes Damon Woods past Vasquez, and that's going to be pretty easy in towards turn number 1. The top 8 all still very much in contention, just as if they're taking a bit of a breather here before the final few laps and the run to the line.
Yeah, maybe just sort of preparing themselves for the worst. Ollie Steinbratton trying to pick his way back into the top 10, make that 9th place, as well as he moves his way past Raphael Renhofer and in, fermenting himself inside the top 10. Not where he'd wanted to be at all. On board with the Precision Racing Esports car as well, tucked up nicely to Arella for Team PGZ. Altitude Esports on the inside as well through Curva Grande, just trying to pick his way through, because we've seen both lines into the Roger work, so which one do you choose? But in the end, it's Altitude that ferment themselves ahead. However, tucking back into the Slipstream, PGZ looking to the outside, but in the end, not enough. They all go single file. So once again, keeping it nice and calm, because realistically, after all of this, for those that are in their respective battles, it's the final 10 minutes that matter the most.
It really is. René Talva involved in this group for BS competition, former race winner in this VCO Infinity event, of course, not this edition, but in previous ones he has taken wins. First time we're seeing the Mazda MX-5, by the way, in VCO Infinity this year. We've already had 3 of the races. Josh Thompson was able to win the first for Team Redline. We've seen Alex Dunn already take a win for Apex, and Paolo Ospes for Waverley Racing Team have taken a win also. Waverley have got Navid Hussain driving for them this time round. He's 6th, but Alex Dunn is in the race. Josh Thompson is not driving for Redline in this one, though. Johnny Vecchio and Oliver Steinbratton are doing so in this edition of the Mazda MX-5s. This is going to be our car that takes us to our finale, though, Zach, and that's going to be interesting, especially at Daytona, where draft is important in any car. Even more so in this car, surely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the draft fest that is the last two MX5 races is insane. I mean, we're proving it here at Monza. Can't wait to see what it's going to be like at Daytona. Lucas Prada taking a very brave decision to pull out to the left-hand side. Of course, there's no car ahead of him, but maybe a little bit of side draft to propel him to the outside of T1. Going to be interesting to see how he fares. Of course, every lap that they take that run to the line, they're collecting data, particularly in, of course, to turn one for that last lap run, the all-important one. Lucas Prada to the outside, but still Sven Haase that leads.
Oh, Alex Dunn stays on the outside crucially of Lucas Prada. I'll give him the inside for Curva Grande, and that will give him second place back again. Now, this is going to be key, I think. Sven Haase is going to lead the field, I reckon, for the vast majority of the remainder. Whether he wins or not is another issue, but getting past him, I think, is going to be a pretty difficult task.
I think so, yeah. Of course, he's not going to be overly eager to throw away a win twice in one race. So he wants to, of course, cement himself, take that second win of Infinity, and, of course, take Grid and Go to another victory as well. So 10 minutes, 37 seconds left to go. We've got, what, about 4 laps at the line to go in this race. So not long left when it comes to opportunities as such. So they're going to have to maximize each and every single one of them. Sven Haase, though, I would say probably is favourite. I think his motivation to win this race is probably, while all of them are very high, I think after that spin through T2, he has got the motivation to go and make sure he redeems himself.
He might well have the most motivation of everyone, to be honest. We'll see on that. As into the braking zone they go. The leaders through Ascari now, up over the curb, hopping through and down onto the straight that leads them into the final corner. 4 laps to go when we get to the line here. I mean, it's you might as well pick at random if you were to make a prediction here, because it's all a guess, really. Alex Dunn defends from Lucas Prada, who looks to push him to the front, but Dunn breaks quite heavily in front. I don't think Prada's particularly pleased about that, and Sven Haase able to keep his lead as a result again.
Yeah, he's getting not necessarily lucky, but of course just fortunate, I suppose. Well, that's the same thing. But he's getting he's dealing with it well. Of course, those behind are battling. That's allowing him to sort of just stay in front for the time being, driving that car phenomenally well. Alex Dunn in second place on that run towards T1. Is he going to go for the move? I don't think so. You've got WSI Esports, Butt Kicker, Coanda, Falcon, all battling into turn one, jostling for position. Alex Dunn this time under pressure as Aaron Vasquez tries to find his way through for second. All this is doing is helping Sven Haase.
It is. He's pulling out front further. Damon Woods is going to get freight trained here if he's not careful. Needs to pull in just in behind Prada there, as Oscar Pye gets involved for the first time. With Ola Steinbretten at best going to be 9th, I think this is a great chance for Coanda to try and gain some points in a situation where it's going to be otherwise very difficult for them to do so.
Pretty much, yeah. 8 minutes 34 on the clock. So what we get about 4. I think this is the 4th last lap, 3 at the line. Oscar Pye there, still looking again. They all seem fairly composed in their sim rigs, of course, despite the fact this is a very high adrenaline, high intensity race, and in doing so really, really nicely. Oscar Pye, though, have to sort of give kudos to him. He was down with that sort of back train at the back end of the top 10, top 11-ish. Now he's worked his way into 4th place, and that is how sort of fluctuating this race has been, that you can be at the back end of one train 1 minute and then right at the front end of another the next. Of course, it's slow progress, but Oscar Pye, he might well have a chance at a victory. They all do. It all depends who's going to execute on that final lap.
Oscar Pye flexing on us there with a trophy next to him in his background. They all like to do that, don't they?
Yeah.
Have you got any trophies in your background?
I do. I've got a couple. I made sure to sort of put them up there. They're for club level karting, so I don't know how much they can take with that, and it's fine, but they're there.
I don't know what Oscar Pye's are for, and you've got more trophies than me, so there you go. Sven Haase is going to be overtaken by everybody if he's not careful here. He's on the outside of the final turn, and Alex Dunn will have the lead at the line here. He's being pushed by Vasquez, who's being pushed by Pye, and they've got to be careful they don't push each other into the wall, but they're not going to. Sven Haase tries to crowd them into the pit wall. They're all using all of the space here at Monza as Damon Woods and Gianni Vecchio and Navid Hussein decide to use entirely the other part of the road. In fact, Hussein is not really with these guys anymore. Dunn is taking the lead. Vasquez pulls in front of Haase, who's not pleased at losing the lead. He knows that it's go time now, with 3 laps to go, including the one that we've just begun. It's time to be at the front.
It really is. You need to be up there because, yes, you're in contention if you're sort of 4th, 5th, 6th as such in this train, but it's going to be so difficult to make those positions up with 2 laps left to go. Ideally, you want to be inside the top 4, top 3 at best. That really gives you the best foothold into those final couple laps. So Alex Dunn doing the best thing possible there, taking the lead of the race. Oscar Pai, what can he do into the Roger? No point battling Sven Haase into this corner because all they're going to do is lose too much time, run the risk of throwing all of it away with just a handful of laps left to go. Again, it's nail-biting stuff because, like I said earlier, any one of these drivers inside this train could win. It all depends as to what they do from this moment right now.
This is a crucial moment in the race. 2 laps to go at the line. And it's time to get to the front. Navita Hussain is clinging on to the slipstream. Not sure if he's really involved here, to be honest. But it's going to be difficult for him to win from there. But for the others at 7, it's very possible indeed. How far can Gianni Vecchio do? Because if he wins here, he can't quite take the championship lead, but he can make it mighty close between the 2 Redline teams. The one in the lead is in the second group, which is very interesting to note as we watch the top 3 and what they're doing. Just in their webcams at the moment. Just over 5 minutes to go. And unlike the previous laps, it's single file towards the final turn.
Yeah, well, at least for a moment, there's a look from Lucas Prada, I think, to the inside of the Parabolica on Oscar Pai. Doesn't quite convert in the end, though. It just puts Oscar Pai off a little bit onto the penultimate lap of this race, then. In fact, is it? Have we got 3 more to go?
Whoa, close. Very close. It's going to be one of those moments where... Yeah. It's going to be one of those moments where we see... you might be right, actually. I reckon it could be 3 laps as well. You might be right. Maths not our strong point. Never trust the commentator's maths, as Junior always says. Top 4 will stay single file then, and Damon Woods will stay ahead of Lucas Prada maybe. But they're going to have to sort themselves out pretty quickly, and Vecchio wants them to because he wants to get involved now. He might take a free position over Woods as well. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're going to see 3 laps to go, including the one that we're on at the moment as well. So maybe a bit more time than I thought for these guys, but even so, that doesn't change the fact we are near to the end of this race, and it is time to be at the front. Vecchio knows that. He's up to 6th.
Yeah, he's getting a move on, basically. Ticked off 1 position, and now over the course of this one, if he can get ahead of Prada, maybe Oscar Pai. I don't think that's going to be possible on this lap, but that's what he needs going into the final 2, is to be at the very least in the discussion for the top 4, because at sort of on that last lap, those that are in sort of 4th, 5th, 6th, they're going to realize that their opportunity for the win is sort of gone as such. They might start sort of defending for 4th place, settling for that position rather than sort of being ambitious ahead. So all depends on what they decide to do on that last lap. Gianni Vecchio wants to be in the discussion, wants to be in that 3rd place, wants to be in control of his race, not at the mercy of anyone else. Bit of a fight further back as well. I think for P14, Marcheno settled back into 14th, done a nice recovery considering the off that he had. He's fighting with Rainer Talbot and Fraser Williamson for 14th place.
Yeah, he has made a nice recovery actually from that spin at the Della Roggia, but that's probably all he's going to get from this race. 14th at best for Simone Maria Marcheno. He will have been hoping for a lot more, and maybe his VCO Infinity win in 2024. That's not going to come in race 17. Out through the final corner again, as we do indeed hit 2 laps to go. Just less than 3 minutes remaining in the race, and it's time for the leaders to hold on to the lead and get Alex Dunn off that point, if you are not him, of course. There goes the pushing. Vasquez and Haase. I just wonder whether those 2 feel they're in the ideal position here. Well, maybe not anymore. Haase blocks Pai almost more than anything else, and he gets down the inside of Vasquez. Not quite. And he blocks Prada as well. I wonder whether Haase thinks this is the place to be. And Oscar Pai in the background has had problems in the first chicane. He drops back to 8th.
Yeah, what has happened there? I think it just got a little bit messy. He lost a bit of momentum, sort of pinballed off a couple of cars and went wide at T2. Now he is firmly out of the discussion for the lead. It comes down to just 6 cars at the front end of the field. Vecchio at the rear end of that train. Dunn, of course, right at the front. Aaron Vasquez keeping him honest. Who is going to be the one to come out on top of this race? A lap and a half left to go. And ideally, I think anyone inside the top 4 have got a chance.
I think it may even extend further than that, but top 4 certainly you're in with a very good chance of winning here in VCO Infinity. Alex Dunn has already done so here today in 2 different cars. In fact, this would be his second MX-5 win if he can make it. This is Oscar Pye's incident. It seemed that he just had a slide, was hit by Damon Woods, who had nowhere to go really, and he drops back. No wins for Drago Racing as of yet. Aaron Vasquez up there in second. Sven Haase has won earlier on at Road Atlanta, of course. And then you've got Redline, who are looking for yet another win to make it 4 in a row for the first time here in VCO Infinity history. Doesn't look like that's going to happen at the moment, but stranger things have happened. 1 minute to go and the final lap's coming up here.
Bring it on. Let's see. It's all boiled down to this. The last 44 minutes of racing action, well, have led to this moment, but the fight for the win comes down to 1 more lap. Lucas Prada on the inside of Sven Haase, trying to demote him down to 4th place, puts Haase on the back foot to start this last lap, and that is the last thing that third downwards wants. They need to be right up close to Drago Racing and Aaron Vasquez, otherwise it's going to turn itself into a 2-horse fight at the front. 1 more lap left to go here in Monza.
And that's exactly what Vasquez wants, because he knows from second position he can maybe take Dunn at the line. Here goes Sven Haase being pushed by Damon Woods, and Lucas Prada's going backwards. It's going to have to be late on the brakes for him if he wants to get up there, but no, he decides to hang back. Speaking of hanging back, Johnny Vecchio's doing that. Ollie Steinbratton is free wide, meanwhile, with the others in the battle for 9th place. He's being dived there by Team PDZ, Sarah Esports involved there as well. This is Simona Maria Marcheno trying to get up to 14th place with What's Kicking Racing Adventures alongside them. They'll get into single file. Another group further back battling. It's all going on here at Monza, but not so much at the front group. It's all going to come down to these final moments, is it? As Vasquez protects his second place.
Yeah, I think maybe a half look as well to go for the move. This run out of the Roger, of course, just keeping them all in check. The best opportunity is probably going to be into the Parabolica, maybe a Scari if you're brave, but you're going to need a good run in order to maximize that run through the final corner. It is going to come down to that. They're all waiting, I think, for that final opportunity on the final lap.
Aaron Vasquez and Drago Racing have never won a VCO Infinity race in any of the 3 editions. They're making such a good impression here in 2024. 4th in the point standings at the moment, and now they're going for the lead. Alex Dunn helpless almost, even despite 2 drivers pushing him on the way towards Ascari. Now that will catch up with Vasquez as they go into the famous chicane. He's on the outside. Alex Dunn gets into the lead of this one. Now what can they do? Because the gap will grow into the final corner. Dunn weaves around. He may feel he has this one.
Maybe so. Final braking zone then. Let's see what Aaron Vasquez can do. They're all going to be on top. From Sven Haase as well in 3rd, trying to keep Damon Woods at bay. That's the fight for the podium. Here comes Aaron Vasquez onto the grass.
Damon Woods going onto the grass to try and take a win. Aaron Vasquez on the outside line has got it at the moment. Here goes Damon Woods for Falcon on the inside. Surely not from all 4 wheels on the grass with 3 wide to the line. It's race 17. It's going to be a photo finish. It's a crash over the line. Oh, who's taken it? Sven Haase has got it. It's his second VCO Infinity win. Johnny Vecchio gets to 2nd. Alex Dunn is furious. I'm sure everybody is. Aaron Vasquez too. That was a dramatic finish.
It was gloves off for Alex Dunn. He's getting off of his sim rig. That is insanity. Into the Parabolica. Another crash to end this race. Sven Haase, 33 thousandths of a second between himself and Gianni Vecchio. Lucas Prada there in 3rd place. That is so good and exactly what we expected, and a little bit more for the MX-5s. What a race.
Dear oh dear. A 1/3 of a 10th of a second for Sven Haase, who wins ahead of Gianni Vecchio, then Lucas Prada, then Alex Dunn, then Damon Woods, and the rest of them. Goodness me, what a dramatic moment. By the way, in the championship, the gap's come down to a point. Vecchio did such a good job to pick his way through that carnage. This is what happened. Try and make any sense of this. Damon Woods was on the inside off the circuit. Surely that's not going to be allowed. Aaron Vasquez probably broke a bit too deep in hindsight into that one, but Woods has got the ideal line here. He's up on the inside. It's 3 wide ahead of Sven Haase, who makes it outside 4 wide, and then they're all just squeezing each other a little bit too much.
Yeah, exactly that. It just is that merge, that pinch point on the line, and then that was the gap. Nothing in it whatsoever. Literally to the naked eye, there was minuscule amounts, millimeters, centimeters between each of the cars. That was insane. What a win for Sven Haase.
It is his second in VCO Infinity history, and Grilling goes second as well in a second different car. He takes it by 1/3 of a 10th of a second, and Gianni Vecchio and Lucas Prada. Alex Dunn also within a second, but he was furious towards the line. Damon Woods would be, I'd imagine, as well from 5th. Naveed Hussain finished 6th, just ahead of Oscar Pye by 0.06 of a second. Emil Bernstorff won the second group battle, if you like, and of James Burmey and Ole Steinbraten to round out the top 10. In 11th position, it was Scherer Esports and Rafael Renhofer, who was involved in that group at some point, but dropped a couple of seconds back. Matthias Euler was 2. That's 12th for him. Simone Maria Marchena recovered to 13th quite admirably in that one after a spin at the Della Roggia. He was ahead of Fraser Williamson, Bickham Jasir and Rainer Talvart. The next group was Sander Reed for Coanda Esports, and that's more points lost for them, I'm afraid. Impulse Racing were next ahead of Apex Racing Academy and Visceral Esports. Those 3, by the way, from 17th to 19th were in one group. From 20th on back is another. XBD Racing were involved in it, along with Impulse Esports, Parnell Racing, W2E Pro GP. Then a bit of a gap back to Valorous and Blue Rose team. Joshua Anderson only 27th for BS Plus competition, ahead of STR Esports, Maniti Racing and Screen to Speed Dream Team, accelerated by Marla. Then we get to those who were just inside of a minute. Absolute Motorsport, Race Cuts, Trigo and ATRS, as Aaron Vasquez is given a penalty. He's down to 33rd for Drago Racing. Penalty there looks like to me for ATRS as well. We'll get confirmation of that in a few moments' time. Dallas Automotive were over a minute back with Kramer Racing Esports and DLR coming over the line absolutely together. Team Fordzilla, Pike from Beach Racing and Rincon Racing round up the top 40. Then the final drivers on the lead lap, SOP Esports Racing and Morinus M Squad. German Sim Racing and United Sim Team were 1 down despite their opening lap problems. SMP Racing Esports were 45th ahead of Eclipse Sim Sports. Brabham Esports, Quest Competition Racing, Williams Esports and Obsidian Racing were both 7 down. Then it was Rocket Simsport, GridandGo.com Esports and CRZ Simsport to round up the 53 that started. Well, Zach, that was a special race and a great ending to that one. Sven Haase the winner in the end, but that one is going to be talked about for many hours to come.
I think so. What a race. MX-5s at Monza. It's exactly what we expected. It's what we were looking forward to. I know you and me, of course, were speaking about how much we were looking forward to the MX-5s, and they are an elite car. And it just goes to show that grassroots doesn't necessarily have to be the end. You don't have to stop there. Even at the top level, the MX-5 can deliver. Monza, of course, a great venue. VCO Infinity, once again, proving why it is so fantastic. I mean, hour 17 of a 24-hour race. Would you have action like that? Probably not. And Infinity, of course, keeping it alive.
Exactly. That's the 4th different driver to win and a 4th different team as well to win in the MX-5s. There's still one more to come. It's the final race at Daytona, so make sure you stay with us here wherever you're tuning in from here this morning across Europe. It's great to have you along for this event. 17 races down. Race 18 is to come shortly. However, for that, me and Zach are going to bid our farewells. Lewis McGlade and Justin Prince will be back with you on the other side of this break as we bring you race 18 of VCO Infinity 2024.
Just 7 races left to go then in VCO Infinity 2024 as things are starting to get exciting towards the top. Not much separates the top 2, but they are both Team Redline. A plenty dramatic race in the previous one, which saw a big old crash coming up towards the line. I'll update you on some penalties from that one. Of course, we're now talking about NASCAR Xfinity cars taking to the circuit of Portimao. Qualifying presently underway, and you'll never guess who's first and second. Yeah. Team Redline, they have done the work already in this qualifying session. Enzo Benito will be in second position behind Cooper Webster. The number 70 car is the one that finds itself in P1. Commanders up there as well. There is the Apex Racing team, who have received a 5-second time penalty from the previous race for the run towards the line. Obviously there was contact between themselves, between Drago Racing and the Falcon Sim Racing team car, and the penalty has been, it says it was a close situation, mainly contact was initialized by the 99, which is Alex Dunn. Fair enough, race control have said their piece in that one, so it'll be a time penalty for them, which drops them even further back points-wise from the top of the standings. I'll get you updated points as soon as I can. But right now is that there is just a single point separating first and second in the team's championship. This is the 70 ahead of the 69. So realistically, it's probably going to be settled that it's going to be a Team Redline car winning this championship before like the final round, the final race. But as to which one it's going to be, I think that one's a little bit more up in the air. Not much separating the pair of those. Commander, of course, the team that find themselves in third spot, having basically just kind of survived their way through. I'm not 100% sure if that is Apex's points updated. I don't believe so. So that I don't think is taking into account the 5-second penalty that they received at the end of the previous race. I don't remember how far back that would have dropped them anyway. Let's take a look at the starting order then. It is a Redline front row lockout. It is Cooper Webster in the number 70 ahead of Enzo Benito in the 69. So would be gaining an extra point in the championship on him. Commander find themselves in third position with Lado. Parker White expected to go quite strong in this car. Qualifies in fourth spot. Bobby Zelensky, another one to do so in fifth. Sindre Setsos in sixth position for the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car. David Toth for Bradford Esports finds himself in seventh. They had a great pace in the previous race, so what they can do in this one. Dom Hoffman in eighth position with Luca Alp. Yaltan will be a little bit disappointed with 10th. We know how quick he can be in the race in this car in the big red BS competition machine. Pablo Espes and Dylan Bursa rounding out the top 12 in the front 6 rows of the grid. Norbert Leitner finds himself in 13, something we're normally used to seeing in open wheelers, but we know how good he can be in basically anything. Jonas Wanner in the Falcon Sim Racing team car, 14th spot for him. Bernier, Gar, Valero, Daniel Alcerenzo, and of course Jared Sikovic finishing in 18th position. Xavi Ross, Elliot White, then Alex Ott, and of course the WSR Esports bucket car of Rodriguez, Jarno Koch in 23rd, and then Philip Schiff in 24th position for the Maniti Racing team, represent number 78. Team Itoika in 25th with Lettinen in Race Clutch in 26th position. Grid and Go, the second car for them, and then the Rinken Racing car, Movano and Kramer Racing Esports, XPD, Visceral Team, Fordzilla, SMP Racing Esports, and then Project Valoris, Olympus Esports in 36th position with the United Sim team, and then Screen to Speed Dream team. Of course, Williams Esports Academy and the Apex Racing Academy rounding out the top 40. We'll let the rest of them roll their way through because we are rolling our way around on the formation lap. Any big dramas of those back here? Not so much. I mean, there's always going to be a couple of people that are well out of position, but realistically speaking, it's kind of fair enough between that grouping. As we'll head our way around into the final complex and down into that final corner. We'll see who's going to take the victory between the top two. Normally, again, the expectation is that we are expecting a pit stop during this race, but realistically speaking, I'm sure someone might risk it. It's something that you can do quite a bit of fuel saving, mostly courtesy to the undulation around here. But the big problem with this is this circuit is very heavy on tyres, and so realistically speaking, yeah, we'll see. I'm going to drag back in Ewan O'Leary. He's not going to go to sleep just yet. He wants to stay in the comments booth, right?
Yes, I wasn't going to go to bed anyway, to be honest. I can't really sleep before football.
Because you're so excited about the Man United game a bit later on.
I don't care about Man United. I'm a bit more nervous to anyway. Let's not talk about football. To be honest with you. But yeah, I'm here, and what you just said, absolutely correct. Without strategy intervention, it's going to be pretty difficult to overtake, but a pretty big challenge and a good race, hopefully, to come.
What are we expecting at T1? Crash?
Maybe a little bit, but it's not the worst T1. There's only been a couple of incidents so far in the races we've seen, so I'm hoping it's going to be all right.
Well, Redline locking out the front row. You've got two commanders on the right-hand side, but it's a better start from Parker White, who will jump his way up into third position now. An excellent start from the top two to lead 1 and 2 straight down into the first corner. Watch out for the commander grouping on the inside for that first turn. You've got the Cooking Racing Adventures car. Sindre Sitsol's going straight around the outside, though, of Leda. That's a fantastic move. Working their way through. You've got the Maniti in the middle of the pack. Couple of cars going out wide, but no major dramas, it seems, at least within the top sort of 30 or 40. There is a spinner. It's the Williams Esports Academy car, and there's Maniti round.
Yeah, the 78, I'm afraid, around 77 as well. Community spin, I'm afraid, through turns 1 and 2 for the Williams Esports Academy car, who were in the top 10 at the start of this race in terms of points. But glad to say for the leaders, it was a good start.
Yeah, indeed. There's a couple of looks. Oh, big lock up there from PGZ. There's a couple of spinners back here as well, but that was a big old lock up on the rears coming down to the hairpin from PGZ. I mean, to be fair, it's one of the places where it's fairly likely to have that sort of rear locking, especially if you're bamming down the gears. It's so easy to get that rear lock. Thankfully, in a car like this, if you do get rear locking, it's not super bad. Someone's gone out wide here, though.
Yeah, they have. Not sure which car that is just for the moment, but one of the Supras re-emerging onto the racetrack down there at the right-hander through the bowl of the hill. I guess they go an uphill again. It's so steep up and downhill through here. Is that going to play a role in terms of fuel saving? We'll wait and see. I can't see the tyres lasting, to be honest, but we'll wait and see on that too. And when these pit stop games really begin.
Yeah, indeed. It was Dylan Bursa, by the way, who was the one that went straight on in the Eclipse Sim Sports car. That's why they've dropped down. A couple of switches positions. Norbert Leitner getting past Pablo Espes. There is a spinner a little bit further down. I'm not sure who that was, to be honest, but there's even more drama. I believe the Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage car is the one that we're looking at here that has dropped down going into the penultimate corner. Now into the final turn. It is going to be a red line 1-2, and look at the lead they've got.
Yeah, it's a great lead for those at the front of the field. Cooper Webster having already won a race at Daytona, of course, in the Xfinity cars. He'll be high on confidence, and Redline will be as well, because Enzo Benito was the other race winner in the, or one of the other race winners at least, as well. Parker White has won a race too, so Team Redline very much with the advantage. But it's getting serious now. Just 1 point between the two going into this race. Cooper Webster, though, would extend that, double it, in fact, to 2 if it was to race right now.
I'm surprised Parker White's not able to quite keep up. Same with even Bobby Zelensky or even Jarl Tyne. I said before that Jarl Tyne's qualifying wasn't great. But again, do you remember that Jarl Tyne did spend a few seasons doing the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series? So he's got plenty of prospects up there. Alters down the inside of PGZ. He's going to open the door for the Apex Racing team car that find themselves quite a fair way down. Carl Valero behind the wheel of that one. Here comes the side-by-side behind all of them with the Delatraz car as well. As I believe, I was going to say it was Eclipse, but I think it was actually WSR Esports butt kicker.
It may well have been. There's so many new teams and new liveries to get used to, and that we're not even 18 hours in to the new edition of VCO Infinity. Through over the top of the hill for the WSR car. As we go back to the leaders here, and well, maybe back to the Precision car. I think this is Precision Racing Esports in the 111, who have found themselves going around at a strange place, actually, and around again.
It's actually it's the altitude car that's not doing well at altitude, apparently, the higher end of the circuit, going for another spin. Dennis Grabowski behind the wheel of that one, down through the final corner. The only thing I'll say is, Parker White, this group behind with the speed that Redline have had over them, is that pure speed, or is there maybe a little bit of saving going on in this group? I mean, let's be real here. The eNASCAR iRacing Series drivers, this is not the same car as to what they race. They race the Cup Series cars, the Xfinity car, which isn't typically used on we don't usually see it raced on road course racing on iRacing. It's very kind of rare that it appears, because it's not really in any major championship where it does so. Yeah,
it is different, but there's sort of that similar feeling, if you like, to be able to sort of draw on, if you like, if you're one of those eNASCAR drivers. This is what happened to the Apex Racing Academy.
Both the Academy cars.
The other Academy car. That's odd.
So that's a community stream right there. There's the spin for the number 2 grid and go car right at the top of the hill. Oh, some big old whacks in there as well. What? That's how they eliminated Maniti, I think.
Oh, it's Thomas Cope who's glad it's not real life, because that was a smack.
He's not coping very well with it, is he?
Good.
Nice.
So
it wasn't.
The outside. As a result of Steam Ledger trying to re-emerge, unfortunately.
I did say Maniti. I did actually mean XBD. I just saw green and immediately assumed. Let's see what happened to Grabovski. Yeah, I just got driven into by the 100 Symphony Pistons car. And that's where they went for the spin at the top of the hill. There's some more drama. Whoa! That's what happened to Eclipse.
Yeah, and they've seemingly disappeared briefly, but they're hopefully back and running again at least, but not great for them to find themselves in the gravel to the outside. Plenty going on early on, but as you were saying with Parker White, yeah, I think there is a case of him just backing off a little bit here, as if to take charge and take control of his tyres maybe, and just make sure he doesn't chew through them too readily here. He's got lots of car behind him and 2 red lines in front, and to be honest, I think he's very much capable of chasing down those red line cars when he wants to unleash the speed, but for now he just wants to take care of those tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a big part of the game to look after, to conserve the tyres, to even conserve the fuel. The thing is that I don't think you'll need to conserve fuel unless you're trying to no stop, because again, when you come to take your pit stop, if you're changing tyres, if that's your main reason to change to go into the pit lane, fuel is not the limiting factor. It is the tyres. The Apex Racing Academy car going for another spin. They were looking good for various parts of the MX-5 race, weren't they? Getting right involved. Patrick Thompson behind the wheel, and then got spun off at Curva Grande. So, yeah, not having a great race in this one.
No, unfortunately not. It's a very different car, of course, but similar result, unfortunately, in terms of them finding themselves in the gravel. Although it feels a bit like an MX-5 race at the front, I've got to say, with a couple of groups forming, top 2, then from 3rd to 8th place, although it's a very different kind of racing here in the Xfinity series. Now we get to the stage in the race where we're sort of settled in. Where are the overtakes going to come from at this circuit? Because that's always a problem at the Algarve.
Yeah, indeed. Finding your way past is not easy. Obviously, you've got the longest straight around here is obviously the start-finish straight, but it goes into a fairly, I would say medium speed, but it's fairly quick, but it's really sharp, turn 1. And then going into that sort of the double apex rhino where you're kind of slowing things down to 2 and 3. We did see drama between the 2 red line cars into there earlier on. There was a whopping netcode that assisted that one, but that was in the Indy cars round here where we saw some drama between those 2 red line cars. When you're making a move right here, you have to be a little bit more risky. You've got to kind of be a bit more committed to it than normal, I guess.
Yeah, it's 2 things you said about turn 1 there sort of explain why it's not a great overtaking opportunity, to be honest. It's a fast corner, which means it'll be a shorter braking zone than you might otherwise get, even in these cars where braking zones are quite long. And it's a sharp corner, as you said. Fast and sharp means that there's a sort of narrow racing line, and when you battle, first of all, you'll lose a lot of time if you're fighting with someone else. That's not ideal, but also it makes it just a little bit more tricky to battle with another driver as well. The advantage with these cars being, of course, you can really get up over the curbs, and that's what was especially apparent at Monza when the cars were regularly up onto 2 wheels.
Yeah, indeed. Any potential, by the way, do you reckon that Team Redline have maybe attacked the circuit a little harder in the opening portion of the race to build out a 2-second gap, and now they're starting to control things? Because pace-wise, the first 2 laps, they were rapid compared to the rest of the field, and from now on, they've settled and they're running basically the same pace.
I think that might be the strategy. Parker White will try to slowly reel them in, I think, until we get to the pit stop. But I'm very interested to see what they'll do with the stops, because Cooper Webster has sort of revolutionised the way that these races are being run here in this sort of event, because at Daytona, he came in a little bit early and it really benefited him. Those 3 laps he got on newer tyres got him the track position, and he was able to hang on for the win in the end. It was the pit call that really won in that race, along with his defensive driving, of course. So what will everybody do from this point? As I said at the time, if everybody starts to do this, then it sort of means that it's worth nothing, an undercut. So what will everybody decide to do? Will we still have people splitting it in half? Will there be lots of undercuts? Will there be overcuts like we saw from Urano Koch in the Monza race? It's all to be waiting and see in about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing with undercuts. Yeah, I've always, when if you do NASCAR racing, whether it is ovals or even road course racing, undercuts are very, very powerful. The problem is there is such a thing as going too early on the undercut, because then you'll be left with terrible tyres for the end of the race, and you won't be able to hang on as much as you can gain some track position in doing so. To be fair, around here, I'd say the undercut's very powerful because overtaking is really tricky. You can see the live standings in the top right. Team Redline finishing in this order. They go to a 2-point gap between the pair of them. If they switch round, there will be nil points between the two of them heading into the final quarter of the 2024 edition of VCO Infinity, which as much as it's kind of like, it's a bit like, oh, it's Redline versus Redline, it's, I don't know, it's still interesting to see them going toe to toe this close at the top, and I just don't see anyone else being able to quite fight them right now.
Yeah, it's looking very difficult that anybody's going to be able to get involved as things stand, to be honest, because they've just been so dominant. The race leading car, anyway, championship leading car, has not finished lower than 12th all day long, and that came at the second race of the day. So they've been in the top 10 ever since in this edition of VCO Infinity. It's just remarkable consistency. My prediction that everyone will be outside the top 40 once is looking terrible at this stage, but there is still 6 races after this one to go.
Yeah, I mean, top 40 is probably a little bit, bit bold. But I mean, top 20 surely. But then, yeah, well, it is what it is. It's just because, like, to be outside of the top 40, you basically have to retire from the race. And you've got a fast repair, and a lot of these drivers that are pretty decent, they can have a fair bit of drama, drop down to the rear, and then still kind of work their way back into it. I mean, look at the first wet race we had around here in the Super Formula Light, where Lullen went for a spin, still got back through, still took the race victory. You had the previous race with Sven Haas having a spin, still taking the victory. You can still come back into it in these kind of races. That's the kind of beauty of these races. They're absolutely crazy.
Yeah, they are. And the difference with a usual 24-hour race as well is that normally by this point we'd have about 30 cars left, but because we reset and restack every time for the races, that we get the full complement of teams almost to each race. Down the inside there for 4th place was Ricardo Castro-Ledo as he tries to get through on Sindre Setsas. Not successful into turn 3. Maybe he's got the run for turn 5 instead.
Well, yeah, you say almost. Yeah, we're missing 5 teams. 6 teams, sorry. We're down to 49 in this.
Oh, in this... oh yeah, we are. That's very down from 53 in the last race.
Anyone can work out who those 6 teams are, let me know. The thing is, like, I can look at the entry list all day long, and I could probably take the entirety of the 32 minutes left to go in this race. I still might not be able to confirm for sure as to which of the 6 teams we are missing. Riding on board with Coanda at the moment, running in 5th position. Of course, the lead of the 2 Coandas. Got Sindre Setsas ahead. The gap growing ahead of them, though, now to nearly 1.5 seconds up to the Williams Esports car of Parker White.
Yeah, and they've got to make sure that gap doesn't grow too large, although I think the damage probably already done in that respect. It's going to be about the front 3, maybe even only the front 2 of Team Redline. I don't know about you, but I've been really impressed with the sort of non-specialist drivers able to pick up the Xfinity car and drive it so well in what realistically is actually quite a short space of time since they've learned they were using this car on these circuits. They've not had a lot of time to practice, but the non-specialists have picked it up really well and are taking it to the likes of Parker White and Bobby Zelensky.
Yeah, no, exactly. Obviously, by specialist drivers, you're alluding to the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, or at least those that have done higher level iRacing races in this style of car, and that includes doing road course racing. If you had someone like Casey Kerwin, like say Parker White, Bobby Zelensky, Jarl Tyne, that have raced this car on road course or this style of car road course races, then fair enough. The thing is, if I would say quite a lot of the grid have a fair amount of experience in things like a V8 supercar. Right, and that for me is this and a V8 supercar aren't that different. They are different, but they aren't that different. If you can drive one, you can generally drive the other just because of how they slide and how they drive. And I think that's the kind of experience that a few drivers are probably bringing to the table. And hey, do you know what? I'd say even to a certain degree, if you can drive like the Cup car, like the Porsche Cup car, like those that do PESC. I know it's not the same kind of car, but there are overlaps. There's more overlaps than you would think in a car like this.
Yeah, to be fair, the Jordan Johnson, one of the Apex drivers, was saying that Libby Kuhn won the PESC race at Daytona when we were doing that race. And I said, well, why does that really matter? Well, maybe it does bear some resemblance in that respect. Personally, I think they sort of come from the same... They're sort of the same type of car, if you like, for me. The Xfinity V8 supercar, maybe Porsche Cup car to a degree as well, in that you get, by practicing a lot with the car and getting a lot of familiarity with it, you can get a lot of speed over someone who on paper is better than you overall.
Yeah.
But if they have less experience in that car, then they'll be worse than you, which is sort of an odd thing to think about. And it's why you see when international drivers go over to V8 supercars, for example, or NASCAR, generally they don't do so well, despite being on paper a better driver maybe. They're not going to be quite so strong because they don't have that residual knowledge of the car. And I feel like, for me, it's not quite as transferable between the different cars, but they're all sort of the same type of car in that you need that practice to really be strong, and you'll be stronger than those that don't.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Like, so this car will teach you an awful lot. If you're new to sim racing, you want to learn throttle control. BS competition, by the way, coming into the pit lane before the halfway point of this race. That's an interesting one to note. Yeah, if you want to learn throttle control, or even if you're struggling with brake locking and stuff, and you want to get better at it, picking up a car like this, or the Cup car, or the V8 supercar, will definitely teach you how to be a little bit more careful on the throttle, careful on the tyres, both front and rear, because these tyres are garbaggio. They don't last very well. Jarl Tyne then into the pit lane in the big red machine, going for a big old undercut.
Very big undercut. Although we are 2 seconds away from optimal speed here, so it may not be entirely bad idea, although you've got to wonder about his tyre state at the end of the race. The thing that I noted though about Cooper Webster's tyres at the end of the day, Daytona race, as Coanda try and set things off here with Walls Cooking Racing Adventures again. Not able to make their way through there for Ricardo Castrolero. Cooper Webster's tyres didn't seem to get any worse to a point. They seemed to get bad, but then they just reached a point where they wouldn't get any worse. And so if you have track position, it might not be the worst thing in the world round here.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see that with the tyres, whether it's on road course racing or on oval racing, they tend to drop off very quickly. Yeah, that first sort of bout, and then they kind of they stabilise for a little bit, and then when they drop off again, it's pretty lethal. But that's, you can kind of settle onto the same kind of lap time. Right, I will say, by the way, the surface is hot around here. It is 50 degrees Celsius. I would not want to do half an hour, which is what Jarl Tyne's going to have to do. I would not want to do like half an hour on these tyres. No, thank you.
He's not doing 2 stops, is he?
No, definitely not. That would be... Look, he's an idiot, but he's not that... No, he's not. I'm still salty that he took me out on a practice session once. I'm fuming. That was honestly, it was 10 years ago in GPVWC. I'm still fuming about it.
10 years ago.
I still remember. It was turn 9 at Catalunya. I still remember.
Turn 9? Hey, mate.
Yeah. He just flat out took me out.
Okay. Well, I mean, fair play to him. Anyway, that's in the past. Hopefully we can leave it in the past, but there we go. We'll see where he gets to. I mean, he'll be gaining a couple of seconds a lap on, especially these guys who are fighting and make it even worse for themselves. Down the inside for David Toft now on Luca Alpert, and he'll be through, but he will gain some places out of this, and I think with the strength of track position around here, it really isn't the worst idea.
Can I ask you a question? Really important.
Go on.
What's your favourite livery? Oh, don't giggle at that. What's your favourite livery on the grid?
I know when you say that, it could literally be anything.
It could be anything at all.
Favourite livery? Difficult one. Very tricky. Leave it with me for 27 minutes.
Yeah, fair play. I know. See, this is the thing, is that I know Cam Roger could take a look at this grid and he knows exactly which livery I would say. Which, to be fair, I might challenge him with that a little bit later on. Because of the Sherry Esports car, I think that car looks great.
Really?
Mostly because it's this dark sort of like almost like more of a blue. I don't know how to describe it. It looks great. A little bit of a gradient on there, but it's the lime green. Or that day glowy, yellowy, limey, greeny type bit. That just looks like, look at that. Woo!
Yeah. That's yellow, by the way, but yeah.
It is, yeah, it is. Yeah, well, it's hard to tell on compression. It's fine. It's day glow yellow. It's Valentino Rossi yellow.
Yes, it is. Exactly.
That's the yellow the Williams Esports Academy car should be.
Yes. Well, it certainly shouldn't be. It certainly just shouldn't look like that anyway. But there we go. They're out, I think, actually. I saw Chivo Provo on pit lane earlier, and yes, they are indeed out of the race, unfortunately, so no more of them. But Coanda look like they're going to swap positions here into turn 1, do they? No, not quite. Seemingly gone back a little bit to their roots almost with this livery. Speaking of which, the purple and orange and white on their Xfinity cars, looking for a way past Andre Setsas and still struggling to do so.
Oh, a bit of a look though up the hill, and this could be it for Ricardo Castro-Ledo rather. Out wide, Sindre Setsaurs is going to be hung out to dry a little bit coming down the hill. Still has the advantage though in that Camaro. The Supra though of the Commander car does get to the inside, overcommits a little bit for the hairpin, maybe opens the door for his teammate Bobby Zelensky to come through. Still they're going to drag race up the hill. This is not conducive to good lap times, I can tell you that.
Yeah, Young Titan's going to be third, or fourth, excuse me, if he's not careful here. If these guys are not careful anyway. Sits us down the inside. That's wide for Castro-Ledo, but he won't mind. He wants this position. Outside line again through the right-hander of turn 8, and he can't do it. Now his teammate's going to be crawling all over the back of him. Bobby Zelensky, who'll be thinking how much quicker he can go than these two up in front. Maybe he'll go down the inside of his teammate here.
Meanwhile, David Toth looking as interested as ever at the fight ahead of him. He could not care less, could he? Out wide once again, it goes the 92 Commander car, and now it should be Bobby Zelensky straight to the outside. Big slide there from Ledo, and it will be Sindre Setsaurs hanging on to fourth position up towards the hairpin. The Shera Esport car going to send it down the inside as well, side by side for 2 rows back here. And finally, I do believe Bobby Zelensky has completed the move. David Toth might look a little bit more... No, he's not. No, it's fine. He was going for a move, though.
Yeah, he was. He had a very small window of opportunity to go through there, and he couldn't quite take it on that occasion. So it's up to Bobby Zelensky now to give it a go and see if they can get past Sindre Setsaurs, or are they going to bite the bullet and come in? The answer to that is a resounding no. That surprises me somewhat, because that means that Young Titan's pretty much the only one inside the top 15 to go for an undercut.
Which is, I think that's wild. I think that's wild that no one's gone for an undercut. Like, I want to go for at least a little bit of an undercut. At least a lap.
The only risk is that when you're in the middle of the group like this, you do have a real risk of being rear-ended when you're getting in the pit entry here in these cars, because you're quite on the limit through the final corner anyway.
Yeah, and also, to be fair, there is the other problem, which we kind of escaping a little bit here. If you do come into the pit lane, then you have your fresh tyres and all that stuff, you can get dumped out into quite a bit of traffic. That could be a bit of a problem, as there is a look to the inside. So there's a move from David Toth, who now gets a bit of a hip check from Ricardo Castro-Ledo, who I think is struggling a fair amount in that number 92. I think those tyres are certainly going. Look at the gap that the What's Cooking Racing Adventures car and the 91 Commander car have pulled out on the 92. It's almost contact with David Toth. Here comes Luca Rabbit straight to the inside, makes contact with the Brabham car.
And then sends him catapulting into the Commander car as well. Ricardo Castro-Ledo goes backwards. Drago Racing are going to benefit from this. It's Dominic Hoffman back in that car, and he's up to 7th place now, past David Toth. A disaster for Ricardo Castro-Ledo. Side by side between Waverley and Falcon, in protest almost, around the outside for Falcon. And they're going to be squeezed out a little bit, although it will remain side by side. We can have some good racing around here in these cars.
Indeed, look at that. Great move from the Wave Italy car, I think, or rather on the outside of the Falcon Sim Racing team car. It will indeed be the 16, Pablo Espes, trying to get past Jonas Wanner at the moment, 4th, 10th, 11th position. Also side by side up ahead, Bobby Zelensky making a move on Sindre Setsaurs, coming down through the final corner now. Any biters? Surely there's got to be 1 or 2 coming down the pit road this time by.
They're both fit. No. Wow. They were going so slow through the middle of the corner, I thought they've got to be in here.
Can they no-stop it? Surely not.
I mean, Young Titan, by the way, was 4 seconds quicker than these guys on the last lap, mainly because they were battling, but still, that's an unbelievable amount of time. What was it last time around? Maybe 3 seconds at worst. So he's gaining loads of time, but if they don't stop, I guess he's never going to catch them.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's going to find himself up in 4th position at this point, if they all do indeed come down onto pit road. But then, because the thing is, like I said before, as much as you'll look at them and think they're going to take less fuel because of blah 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 blah, they're going longer, blah 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 blah, but they're still going to have to take the entire point of them coming down pit lane would be to take 4 tyres. That said, again, if the majority, because of how hard it is to pass them, if the majority of them don't stop, maybe all is okay. Side by side between Ricardo Castro-Ledo and Dominic Hoffman, who's trying to get to the inside now of this double right-hander.
Yeah, Ricardo Castro-Ledo is going to be furious with the way that these last few laps have gone, isn't he, really? And even more furious with that big slide, and he was saved almost by grabbing onto the side of Pablo Espes, almost. Now down the inside goes Norbert Leitner in the black Impulse car, on board with Daniel Alves Lorenzo, who's looking up ahead of him. Jonas Vanner to the inside, Lorenzo to the inside, and they just about fit. Goodness me.
Yeah, I'm assuming what we're seeing now, by the way, as we'll see the Impulse car in not a very impulse livery. But yeah, whatever, each their own. At least got a logo on it, making a bit of side-by-side here. I'm going to say it now. I don't think they're stopping. I think they're able to save enough fuel. I don't think they're stopping.
Well,
they would have stopped by now.
Yeah, but how?
It's just fuel saving. What was the there was a circuit where they no stopped, wasn't it? Because Will Chadwick was talking about it. I can't remember which one he said it was. I don't really listen to Will Chadwick, so it's fine.
Who does? It may well have been this one. We've already had Phillip Island, of course. We're on Atlantis.
Oh, it was Phillip Island.
Phillip Island, okay.
Yeah, Phillip Island was I think quite a lot of no stop. So I'm assuming they're just doing a no stop here as well.
I guess so. I guess Monza and Daytona are the ones where they can't do it because of the amount of fuel they will need. But I mean, the drop-off has already been quite severe. 3 seconds now, we're nearly dropping off compared to previous times. But as I said previously, your tire's never going to catch them if they don't stop. He'll be up to 25th at the line here, but and with a few cars directly ahead of him as well. But that's a long way off these guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is it'll make some solid progress as we look back to the German Sim Racing car. There is another one into pit lane, another couple coming down into the lane. So at least there is that. I believe that's the XPD Racing car that's made a little move down onto pit lane. I don't know. It is a very interesting one. Very, very interesting. But I'm just not sure what the right strategy is. The thing is, those that have stopped, yes, as you can see behind this, Jarl Tyne will have a superior grip comparatively, and he'll just spin around the German Sim Racing car. That's fine, whatever, each their own. Passing people is the difficult bit because you're risking overtaking at an instant, and you're also risking penalties, which I'm pretty sure that might be.
Yeah, exactly. That was steaming into turn 5, and I'm afraid may well be a penalty. Now, this is interesting. Parker White is closing on Enzo Benito, or is Enzo Benito losing speed? That's the question here.
Well, it's like both the same thing.
Did I say the same thing twice? Okay.
Kind of. Is Parker White closing down, or is Enzo Benito losing speed?
No, I mean, is Parker White going quicker, or is Benito going slower? There is a difference. But anyway, let's not get caught up in technicalities.
I was going to say that is a serious technicality because they're all going slower than their previous laps. It's just whether they're like pushing harder than normal. Like, we don't know that information. I'm so sorry, but at the moment they are going slower lap on lap than their previous impulse make a move on BS. You're right though. Fair enough. I'll back off. I'll back off.
It's not quite the same as their lever lose. Their lever. What is it? The gap will get smaller, bigger, or stay the same?
Stay the same, exactly. Which is 100% factual. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is true as well. Yeah, so that's valuable insight too. Meanwhile, side by side for 12th place between BS Competition and Impulse. Norbert Leitner will be on the inside down here and should hang on, you would have thought, as Luca Appert just in the bottom of that shot there got up into 5th place.
There we go, straight around the outside though. Daniel Alves Lorenzo going to try and hang on from the Impulse car and should have the better drive off the corner. Carl Valera will be knocking at the door for this one. Apex still, in the hunt to at least, maybe even finish 3rd in it. So surely that's their goal now, is finishing 3rd in VCO Infinity. They've got to beat out the Coanders, who are both ahead of them right now.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for them, I suppose, but they will try. David Toff trying to get down the inside of Sindre Setsas now for 6th position. Setsas has started to struggle now, really, in these latter moments. And here goes Toff around the outside. It will be outside again for the next left-hander. And finally, the inside for the penultimate turn, which should give him the place.
That's a great move from David Toth. Got the inside for Sindre Setsas. That's surely got to put a smile on his face. Surely it has to put a smile on his face. It's probably not, is it? He's probably just completely disinterested still.
The thing about him is that, a lot of people...
Look at him. Thrilled.
Open their mouth and sort of stick their tongue out when they're concentrating. He's his mouth.
Yeah.
He's concentrating, which I've never seen before. And he's very unbothered by anything that's going on around him, which is probably a good thing.
Sebastian Job, bless him, love the guy. Looks like a dog on a hot day sometimes, going around corners, tongue sticking out, trying to find the apex. Obviously, I'm going to be the fastest driver in sim racing right now, so I won't take the mick too much. But honestly, I've seen some people who aren't like full of emotion behind the wheel, but that is another level from David Toth. Side by side, by the way, for 2nd position, Enzo Benito is feeling the pressure from Parker White, who I believe is about to try and find his way past, but I'm not sure he's on the right line to do so, Ewan.
No, it'll be outside for the next couple of corners at 7 and 8. He's been given the room by Enzo here. And if he wants to win, he will need to get this move done quickly. Oh, and Enzo goes around. Big drama in the championship as the Redline car goes around. He'll have to rejoin in a clear space, and he does so in 3rd.
I have to take a look at that again, but I do get the feeling that Parker White was there. At least alongside enough where you're kind of alongside that rear quarter panel. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe you might say that's not enough. But realistically speaking, kind of was there on the exit. Enzo Benito crowding out a little bit on the exit. And I always say, I'm like, if you're going to crowd people out, that's fine. But accept there is a price to it if it goes wrong. And I think Enzo Benito might well have found it. To be fair, coming out of there, once you get on the throttle, it can kick the rear out quite a bit, which is what might well have happened. Here we go. So onto the apex.
He just
moves over.
Yeah, he doesn't give the room, does he, really? I mean, Parker White has more room to the left, but he's not expected to go there because that's up the curb and sort of off the racing surface almost when you get to that green painted bit on the outside there. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything to do there for the stewards. And now there's a lot to do for Enzo Benito. He has got a lot of drivers queuing up to take his place.
Yeah, indeed. And the fear for Redline, for Enzo Benito. Let's see it once again from up above. So you can see there, like, you're absolutely right. The Williams car, Parker White, could have been a little bit further over to the left, which will probably affect things from a steward's point of view. And maybe you could say that he didn't have that really wasn't classified as enough of an overlap to demand track position. Although I think that's absolute rubbish. You know my opinion on that. Any overlap's an overlap. If you're there, you're there. Enzo Benito is the one that pays the price. I'm not saying that Enzo Benito is going to get a penalty for it or anything like that, because, like, for me, right, especially with how that worked out, that's a racing incident.
I would say so. Yep.
Enzo Benito's done, has crowded out and has paid the price from doing so.
Yeah, exactly.
The punishment fits the crime.
Yeah, I'd leave them to it, to be honest. In that case, I agree. So, yeah, nothing for the stewards to do, I wouldn't have thought, although Redline may protest. As you say, any overlap's an overlap in my book as well. And if a few more drivers learnt that, then that'd be a good thing. But anyway, that's another day's conversation, maybe. He's got a really important few laps going up here, though, Enzo, because he's currently losing 3 points to his teammates. That would obviously put the championship margin at 4 to the team currently winning this race, but there's scope for him to lose another 10 places if he's not careful, so he needs to start defending pretty quickly.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, the problem is, like I say, if he's used all of his tyres and from the spin, they will have overheated a little bit. But maybe he can still actually close back up to Commander once he's got the tyres under wraps. Battle here for a little bit further down. Of course, you've got the What's Cooking Racing Adventures car. You've got Drago Racing involved in all of this, and then trying to find their way past piecing their way through is the Wave Italy Racing car, the one at the rear of this train, all in the battle for 7th position, side by side through the final turn. That's a big move around the outside.
And it should be the position as well for Hoffman here. Sets just slides a little bit as he breaks traction through the final corner. And Dominic Hoffman straight through. Paulo Espes, who's already won a race in VCO Infinity 2024 and in the past as well, is looking for his way through, but can't quite follow through in towards turn 1 because it's just not a very ideal place to make moves.
No, certainly not. This is where you might get that dive, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Pablo Espes trying to work his way down the inside of Sindri Setzels, who might well have burnt out his tyres in the What's Cooking Racing Adventures, and might be overcooking in the kitchen there. Will be Sindri Setzels. Side down towards the hairpin, though. If you can hang it around the outside of the hairpin, all the way around the outside, you do actually have, for one, a better line, and for two, better drive off the corner, especially in these kind of cars. A little bit leaning between the pair of them. And once again, on the outside, it should be the position switch that we'll see Wave Italy now up into 8th spot. There it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, Setzels has not really had a very good race after a strong qualifying. He has just only lost positions in the field since. And now down to 9th position. Ricardo Castroletta is going to have a second go at overtaking him very shortly.
Yeah, potentially so. So for Commander, I mean, their goals, their aspirations are still, keeping themselves inside the old top 5 of the standings. I'll update you again on the at the moment. Obviously, it's sort of still changing and stuff coming into this race, though. It was which the Commanders was it? It was the 91 Commander that's inside the top 5, and that is the one that's currently running in third position with Bobby Zelensky. There's an update on your points. 4 points, exactly as you were saying, between the top two. But I think really we should start really focusing on who's going to be inside the top 5. Apex Racing Team, Drago Racing completely kind of ruled them out about getting inside the top 5, but they've snuck their way in at the moment over the number 92. Don't count out BS competition either, that are also in tow.
Yeah, and there's that sort of group from 8th on backwards as well, with Ultras currently holding that position. That's a retention of a place ahead of those behind. And the team that you don't see there on the 10th position is Williams Esports Academy. They're almost last, and so Falcon Sim Racing Team, well, they are last in the race. So Falcon Sim Racing Team will get up to 10th.
Yeah, indeed. Which, considering we saw the Falcon Sim Racing Team battling much higher up in the points after the first couple of races. In fact, in the first 2 races, I think they might have actually been leading after the first 2 races. Oh no, they were second after the first 2 races, because it was Team Redline 69 that was leading. After those 2 races. It's not quite been the day for the Falcon Sim Racing Team, but that's just sometimes how these things go. Whether you've got the drivers to keep up, or even just a couple of bad, awkward, disastrous races here and there can really put the cat amongst the pigeons. That's sometimes just how it goes. Sherrett Esports here, focus our attention. 5th place in the race. Brabham Esports, David Toth, most excited man in the race, currently running in that 6th position and eyeing up some more. Maybe even a cheeky podium's on offer, although I'd have to say Bobby Zelensky's probably a little bit too far down the road.
Yeah, I think Zelensky is going to hang on to that one pretty easily now, and we'll get 3 different teams on the podium again here for this race. But it is going to be a similar story in terms of who is going to win this race. It looks like Cooper Webster is going to take his 2nd Infinity win, 2nd Xfinity win, if you want to put it that way as well, because he won at Daytona in a reasonable time over in Australia. Now it's over in the evening. It is still Cooper Webster winning. Doesn't matter what time of day. He is used to driving, of course, under the night time when nobody else is awake. He's normally out here driving in European competitions, and we'll be same again later, very possibly, as he's leading at the moment.
Yeah, obviously did the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup a little earlier on in the year. And so, yeah, we've seen him racing in pretty much, well, basically everything. Can't wait to see him do the Euro Cup 3, which second race got cancelled this weekend, which I was very disappointed on. Even though the first race probably should have been cancelled as well. That's fine, we're not going to talk about that. But very curious to see how Cooper will get. Obviously, he did well in the GB4 Championship, represent last year. And clearly he's quite good at sim race as well. He's all right all round, isn't he?
Yeah, it's funny that how it interchanges, if you like, in that respect. It's almost like they're the same thing, or imitating one another. There you go.
This is good. We are talking about things. This is yapping right now. Whilst there's some great battling happening on. Brabham, Sherrett, Drago, Wave Italy involved in the train as well. Whoa! That's a big bit of curb taken by the Sherrett Esports car. Door open, and I think it might be Dom Hoffman getting past on Luca Alpert.
Oh no, Alpert's got a good run around the outside of turn 8, but when I said he can use these curves because the cars can take it, I don't quite mean like that. That was really high up on 2 wheels for Luca Alpert. If that was real life, you'd really smash the car to pieces doing that too many times. Thankfully, Alpert hasn't got that to worry about especially, but he has got Dominic Hoffman to worry about. And if he's not too careful, there'll be others queuing up behind as well. Here goes Hoffman again, down the inside at the 3rd last turn.
Yeah, indeed. Trying to make that move. There's also moves a little bit further down as well. Team PGZ, best team in sim racing. I know you agree with that. Up to 16th position, as well as I think there was a position switch between Ricardo Castro-Ledo and Jonas Wanner towards the back end of the top 10. A bit of an interesting different line happening through the final turn. The Sherrett Esports car going for slightly later apex for a better drive out towards the first corner. Now WSR Esports Buckingham comes in to take over 16th position. So there's clearly some fights happening back there as we can see the behind the scenes of the Sherrett Esports team.
There he is. Looks like he's in an office, does Luca Alpert. Maybe he's in his own, to be fair. But anyway, could do with a bit of a time.
Is it an office?
Don't really know. Is that desk behind him? Oh,
there you go.
He's just waving at us. Oh, he's put Dominic Hoffman off as well. So there you go.
If he made a move whilst waving at the camera, that would have been 10 out of 10 best moment of VCO Infinity 2020, like 100%. He must have been told by his teammate.
Yeah, well, he's not going to just know himself. He's not listening to us. Espers gets down the inside. Oh!
Whoa!
Way too deep and somehow pulls it up in time. Luca Output has to go for the cutback.
That's a brilliant cutback, though. Look at the struggle for grip, though, coming up the hill towards the kink. That is how little grip they've got in this car. You could really see it. The wheel was wiggling over left and right, trying to find the where the grip was on those rear tyres. See it once again out of here as we go over the crest.
Oh, it's so close.
There we go.
Got to be careful he doesn't get into the back of Espers doing that, though. If he's going to get the traction, he could have tapped round the Wave Italy car if he wasn't careful. Now, this is going to be his focus. To be honest, I think he'll forget about Hoffman.
It's one of those things, right? It looks really, really difficult to find because you're always like, oh man, they slide around so much. That's so incredibly difficult. I can't explain it. But when you actually, this is why I say you should try and learn it in this car. I distinctly remember, I think it was Atlanta years ago in the previous generation Cup Series car, and I remember coming out of every lap coming out of turn 4, the car would get like, especially even going over the dogleg. Or the triangle, like you'd have quite a lot of oversteer. Like you'd have a lot of on throttle oversteer. It was really horrible to drive. But I always remember like looking at it, being like, you're basically sideways, and you can do it whilst having a casual conversation because it's the car. It drives all right when you slide these cars around a little, but you don't want to do it too much because you overheat the rear tires. But the fastest way to drive this car isn't by pushing it around the corner a little bit with the rear tires.
Yeah, it's not snappy oversteer, is it? That's the difference. It's not going to catch you off guard almost at any point. It sort of gently eases you into the slide and you can gently correct it. And as long as you do all the right things, then it'll be okay. But it's very different to some of the other cars that we've seen. Maybe not necessarily in Infinity, to be honest, but lots of the others that you can get in iRacing that really will snap on you very quickly, like the Audi GT3 springs to mind. That will not slide through a casual conversation. That's a conversation ender, let's say.
Indeed, more snaps over there. Watch this up towards the kick again. There's another slide. There's another slide. You got to be. This is the whole thing of like, this is the kind of car where you've got to be wide awake. I mean, I know it's 11:40 here in the UK, obviously 12:40 in Europe. Normally, we're at the point where this is like approaching the end of the race. Whereas if you think about it in normal endurance racing terms, this is sun's rising territory, right? This is where like people are getting ready for the final little bell. So people are probably quite tired at this point.
This is my thought process when I woke up and saw there were 10 races left. Thought, how on earth? How long is this race? But it's just how it is, I suppose. It's the later start time over in Europe. I can imagine the drivers here over in America and the Western Hemisphere are enjoying this format a little bit more, though, rather than waking up. So, or maybe not, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I guess you get into the rhythm of it. I seriously don't know. All I do know is that I woke up at 7 o'clock this morning. I saw sun was out, everything outside. I leapt out of bed. Leapt out thinking, oh my God, I'm late for my stint, blah, 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 blah. I got up here, realised I wasn't on for 4 hours.
That will not let you go back to sleep either. If you,
no, I couldn't. Could not.
You're late for something important and you've leapt up. You're not getting back to sleep after that. No, God, I just had a bacon sandwich and watched the Formula 1. That nearly put me to sleep, I'll say that, that's fine. Either way, here comes a couple of moves back outside of the top grouping. Obviously, I think it's for 17th position. Side by side, and Esteban I didn't do it again. Just keep saying Esteban Gutierrez.
Esteban Gutierrez. Well, Formula 1, ex-Formula 1 driver in the race.
Oh dear. Esteban Rodriguez hangs on to the place there ahead of the 110. That is the Precision Racing Esports car, not the 111, which I said it was earlier. So there we go. But it'll be a look down the inside here, maybe at turn 5. No, single file as we go towards the last lap.
Quite a bit of damage on the rear right there of the WSR Esports bucket car. I'm sure it's probably not the only car that's got a fair amount of damage. Again, update live standings in the top right at the moment. The Team Redline 70, our race leader, will be pulling out a 4-point gap over their sister car. Here comes the up and under, though, coming in from the Precision Racing Esports car. Elliott White trying to make that move. But again, the outside line, it works fine around here, even with the struggle of grip they've got right now.
Yeah, that's the great thing about racing in this car. It means that you can really get good access off the corners and have some great battles. We've seen that time and time again here, and we're seeing it again here for the 7th position, actually. It's Espes at the front of the group, and all sorts going on behind in a big mashup of teams who will be going on to the last lap right now.
Indeed, no pit stops required. Going to give you an update as to where Jarl Tyne has ended up. Not far behind that battle that we were just looking at between WSR Esports, Buckingham and Precision Racing Esports. Jarl Tyne has found himself now in 19th position. On to the final lap of proceedings here at Portimao, and it will be Cooper Webster running away. It's nearly 15 seconds clear. I'm sure he's like the most dominant race we've seen so far today.
I think so. Don't quote me on that, because I have not been writing down winning margins. So
why not?
I haven't writing down stuff. Can I do?
You are supposed to be the stats man.
Oh no, it's gone wrong. But there we go. I mean, dominant performance from him, and that much is true, and he fully deserves another win. That will give Redline a slightly more comfortable advantage at the front.
Certainly so. Bit of a lock-up here coming down into the hairpin. More kicks of oversteer. Grid and go sticking it to the outside of Coanda. Again, more dramas. So are we going to get any late incidents between this group? Are they going to be desperate to make up those moves? Surely someone's got to give it a go. There was Parker White in second position, dealing with some lap traffic, but 15 seconds ahead of him. Cooper Webster through the final corner, absolutely dominant. Pole position and now a race victory. Look at him, he looks pretty tired, to be fair. And to be fair, I can understand it. Driving this car, resting it around for 45 minutes is hard enough. Resting it around at the speed that Cooper Webster's been doing. It's his second win of the Xfinity cars here in VCO Infinity. And look at him, over the moon.
Just a nod of the head, as if to say, yes, I did win. And that's about it. Not much celebration, because I guess they know there's so much work to do still, Team Redline. This VCO Infinity is not over by any means. It's still such a small margin of advantage with 6 races to go.
Also, let's be real here. Cooper Webster probably knew he was winning that race for about 35 of the 45 minutes.
True. Yeah.
It's not an egotistical thing as well. It's just like, once you've got out there, you know you're not going to make a mistake. Here's a drag race up towards the line, What's Cooking Racing Adventures and Share at Esports, very, very tight. Once you're in that position, you know you're probably not going to make a mistake. Yeah, it's just self-belief. I wouldn't classify it as ego. He's like, yeah, no, I've already won.
Yeah,
cool.
And I think as well, it's sort of easier. I know I found it anyway. It's a little bit easier in some ways to actually not make mistakes when you're in the lead. I found it quite comfortable when there's no pressure behind you and you're just driving in the lead, because you know there's not any more that you need to do. You're just doing the same, and that's still enough. And so that really puts you at ease, I think. And so you're probably right. Cooper Webster will have realised for quite some time that he was going to win that race. But equally, a race win is not that significant, depending on where your rivals are.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only gained 3 points after all.
Indeed, more battles to come across the line. This is back at the back end of the, well, it's basically for 30th, as there's a big slide coming through the final turn for the altitude car and then up towards the line. GemandSimRacing.de, there's another big slide for them. It might even be close to having a puncture of some description on that car, because it's not looking particularly nice across the line. They are going to get beaten out by Grid and Go. In that second of their 2 cars. I mean, to be fair, I'll back a point up in a sense, but I actually find that quite a lot of drivers do drive a little bit better with a little bit of pressure on, because it keeps them focused on the race rather than getting complacent. Cooper Webster did not get complacent at any point, really, because the car's really tricky to drive. It keeps your eye very much on the prize to take another win in VCO Infinity. Redline dominating at the moment when it comes to the overall standings, but right now is a 4-point lead coming in from Cooper Webster over their teammate courtesy of that race victory. 16 seconds clear of Parker White in second spot. Bobby Zelensky onto the podium for the Commander Esports team. No stops from anyone on this page. Enzo Benito in 4th position. David Toth in 5th. I'm sure he'll be elated. Dom Hoffman in 6th position with Pablo Espes, Luca Alpert, Sindro Setsos, and of course Urano Koch rounding out the top 10 positions. Fastest lap coming in from the Share at Esports team. Onto the second page, and it's Ricardo Castro Ledo in 11th spot. Norbert Leitner for Impulse. Gal Valera for the Apex Racing team. Solid work to move his way up the order into 13th position with Jonas Wanner for the Falcon Sim Racing team in 14th. Team PGZ 15th. Precision Racing Esports in 16th. Jarl Tyne with a pit stop in in the number 90 up to 17th position. Daniel Alves Lorenzo in 18th spot for the second of the BS competition cars. W Supersports Butt-Kicker and Delatrans Automotive by Majors Garage in 20th position. Movano Corsa, Pike from Beach Racing. Saw some great pace in them earlier on with that victory. Would like to see them do it again, but I'm not sure if we are going to. The Docklands Dutch League Racing car, 23rd position. Altus Esports, Race Clutch, Project Valoris, STR, Maniti, Kramer Racing, and ATRS in 30th position. Did see someone saying Maniti are the best livery to racing. Fair enough, I understand. There's a bit of bias in there. Grid and Go, their second car. Steam Ledger, 31st position. Saw that drag race towards the line. German Sim Racing, Altitude dropping back a couple of positions on that last lap. United Sim Team, then Eclipse, SMP, Obsidian, the Apex Racing Academy car, drama for them early on. Absolute Motorsport Athlete, and of course Team Fordzilla inside the top 40, all a lap down after early drama. Rigged Racing, Symphony of Pistons, CRZ, Olympus, Visceral, Screen to Speed, Dream Team, 46th position. Before we get to some retirements, West Competition Racing, XBD, Williams Esports Academy out of the race, 49 cars of the 55. Ewan, you said to give you however many minutes it was. What's the best livery? You don't know, do you?
Falcon Sim Racing Team.
Oh, okay.
Is my pick. I like the green at the front. I think it mixes well, and I like the fact it's relevant in real motorsport as well, or is in the real motorsport as well. So that'll be my pick.
Now, obviously, we're going to let you go off this one properly. What are you expecting to see over the next final few races?
I think it's going to be about Redline staying very close to one another. It was 1 point going into this race we've just seen, 4 points on the way out, and throughout my 4 hours here, it's been very sort of minute, the changes between the two teams. So I can't see there being very much in the way of a swing, I don't think, in the remaining races. There could be a bit of drama ahead where one team gains loads over the other, but I can't see it, to be honest. It's going to be about those two.
Indeed. Well, next up will be GT3s at one of my favourite circuits as we head to Phillip Island. We'll be back in just a few moments' time to see how things are going to go for the final quarter of the 2024 VCO Infinity. Final quarter then for VCO Infinity as we start to look as to who's going to become our champions. Justin Prince joining me, Lewis McGlade, for this race as we head to Phillip Island. This one's going to be a lot of fun, Justin.
Yeah, this should be an intriguing one. The last time we've seen Phillip Island, or at least in terms of some of the World Action Pack comparisons, was with the Xfinity Series cars, and that was a bit of a challenge for a lot of the drivers. Now with the GTs being on the racetrack, it should be a bit more familiarity, but also a lot more strategy. It's going to be difficult to be able to make your way through the field at Phillip Island in general here, but tonight, it's going to be critical to be able to try and get any points you can to be able to close up the gap on Redline, because they've been in cruise control for a bit.
For sure they have. Let's take a look at the point standings to understand exactly how strong Team Redline's position is. As the number 70 leading by 4 points over the number 69. Team Redline running first and second. At this point, if they have this advantage going into the penultimate race, or coming out of the penultimate race of the season, they will already have confirmed it will be a Team Redline car winning the championship before that point. Commander are looking pretty strong ahead of the Apex Racing team to hold on to third, but any drama, any poor qualifying, it's the number 91 there. The Apex Racing team with a 5-point lead over Drago Racing. Commander there with the number 92 in 6th position. The BS competition, that one is the 89. That's the lead one of their 2 cars. They've got 2 cars inside the top 10. Altus in there as well, the 90 BS competition car, and then Falcon Sim Racing team just about hanging on at the back end of the top 10. Qualifying is about to wrap up though at Phillip Island. This is a segment which definitely you need track position around here, right?
Yeah, to say the very least, because we've already seen throughout the days so far, just the challenge to be able to get through the traffic is paramount. Southern Loop is going to be a traffic jam early on. Miller Corner is going to be a potential stack-up area. The run all the way through Lukey Heights was very chaotic in a stock car, to say the very least. There's really only one main passing straight, and that's the Gardner Straight. In other words, if you're amongst your top half of the field, I'd argue top 10, you're in comfortable spots to battle potentially towards the lead early on. If you're further than that, it gets harder each spot you qualify back in the grid.
Certainly so. Let's take a look at the starting grid as we'll see Jack Sedgwick on pole position, who did take a victory in VCO Infinity before. It was in the very first running, and of course, it was in race 19. We are in race 19 now, so Jack Sedgwick back up there as well. Elvis Rankin will join him on the front row. Vlad Kimichev in 3rd position with Gianni Vecchio and Alexei Nestov, the 2 Team Redline cars battling for the championship in 4th and 5th. Jesus Cecilia in 6th position that we've seen some great pace from today. Luke McEwen finds himself in 7th spot. Leo Gariboli alongside his teammate on that 4th row of the grid. Elias Riker directly ahead of their teammate in 9th position with Balash Pala, then Oskari Rene and Matti Kaidasoa in 12th position. Sven Haase in 13th, the Falcon Sim Racing team of Damon Woods, then Lucas Prada, Sam Ward, Antal Sabo, and then Simone Miriam Marcheno finishing in 18th position, half a second off of the pole, still keeping within half a second for the final positions inside the top 20. Nicholas Last in 19th spot, Victor Nikolai in the Romanian West competition racing team, Nicholas Rublar, Parker White down in 22nd, doing back-to-back races once again in VCO Infinity as we'll roll our way through. 23rd position with Delatraz, then Pike from Beach Racing. Eclipse, you can see up there, Maradness, M Squad, Wave Italy, STR, Coanda, Fazandri, that's a bit of a shame for them. ATRS in 30th position. Precision Racing Esports with the Absolute Motorsport Asliff team, XPD Racing, Parnell Racing, Obsidian, and the Williams Esports Academy that had some drama in the previous race at Portimao. Symphony of Pistons, then Team Ford Zilla for Juan Gomez just outside of the second. Olympus Esports, Rinken Racing, United Sim team that we've seen some great pace from earlier, in Shera Esports. Yeesh, that is not great for them, who we know definitely have the pace to battle towards the front end. Movano Corsa, SMP Racing Esports, and then CRZ Simsport, the final drivers that have finished inside top 45. Race Clutch, DLR SimLab, and then the German SimRacing.de finishing outside of a second. These drivers, though, without times onto the board. W2E Pro GP, then Visceral, Project Valorous, Kramer Racing Esports, and the Screen to Speed Dream Team accelerated by Marla, all down the rear of the field without a lap time in the qualifying session. They worked their way on the formation lap, obviously down over Lukey Heights, down into MG to get the race started. What are we expecting in this one, Justin? Surely no stop race. No need to take a pit stop in this. Just track position.
Yeah, that you basically said it right there. You just need the track position. Still want to save a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if the Redline cars go line astern on the strategy yet again, but more so see some aggressiveness from Coanda. They, prior to this race, just put Elvis Rankin into the Joker for the finale to try and close things up if necessary for that final race.
See if the Wascombe Racing Adventures can repeat their 2022 effort in the VCO Infinity, where they did manage to sneak themselves a victory in the hands of Jack Sedgwick as we go racing here at Phillip Island. Great start from Sedgwick on the race down into that first turn. So Sedgwick will lead comfortably from Elvis Rankin, from Vlad Kimichev, who's got himself alongside it down the inside of Gianni Vecchio to the outside. He'll go, bit of contact there with the Team Redline car. He's almost getting squeezed off, and that is an almighty moment for WSR Esports butt kicker.
And what can I say? Chaos, lap 1, through Duhan Corner, through the southern loop, seems to be a trend here when it comes to this circuit, but a lot more calmer compared to the Xfinity Series car, where they were going 3 and 4 wide by this point. A little bit of 2x2 isn't going to hurt as many cars.
No, certainly not. You got Luke McEwen in the Apex Racing Team car there, trying to find his way past Gianni Vecchio and Jesus Cecilia. There's a couple of slides in here, including Williams Esports, Parker White out towards the barrier and losing his rear wing. Huge drama there for Williams Esports after the solid performance in the previous race. 2nd position. There is the move, by the way. Luke McEwen has worked his way where he's side by side with Jesus Cecilia, working their way up Lukey Heights. Will have the outside run through MG, and if he can't complete the move at Lukey Heights, but I think he has already made his way past.
And all this is with Sedgwick still holding on very well up the front, but don't be surprised to see things change quickly, because of what you mentioned, Coanda needing to put on some pressure in the point standings. They seem to be primed in terms of tightness up at the very front here in this grouping, and already the draft effect coming into full play with it being, well, good on fuel. Rankin, don't be surprised if the window opens, he dives through it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Elvis Rankin will definitely be searching for a victory in all of this. Definitely wants to sneak one, does Elvis Rankin. I believe yet to take a victory in VCO Infinity. Certainly is indeed so. Obviously, we know that Jack Sedgwick has done. Vlad Kimichev certainly hasn't. Alexei Nesov has. So, yeah, at least there is that. At least I believe Nesov has. Didn't he win one today? He did win one today. He's got 2 wins. It's fine. My brain, all good. Top 3 yet to take victories, though, in all of this one. And at the moment, Jack Sedgwick at the head. Jack Sedgwick has taken a victory. The 2 behind him haven't. I will get my words out eventually. It is 12 o'clock in the middle of the day. You're the one that's dealing early in the morning. I'm the one that can't speak.
For reference, I'm around hour 26, 20. Well, this driver is around our time to come into pit lane because there's no more rear wing.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one it is. Hard to tell with the sunlight. It looks a little bit yellow on the front end. It is the 77. I was going to say, is it the Williams Esports Academy car? I believe it certainly is.
Not again. They have had some horrific luck with Classic behind the wheel. Just about every single time they're in the midst of traffic, the car's managed to destroy itself.
Yeah, they've had both Williams Esports cars and have had problems. The Academy car there, and of course the Parker White-driven Williams Esports car having the rear wing ripped off of it a little earlier on at that corner as well, going down into the hairpin. Race lead looking a little bit less comfortable. Jack Sedgwick feeling the pressure from Elvis Rankin. He had a little cheeky look down the inside. They do have that is the Screen to Speed Dream Team accelerated by Marla car going around the outside. So just dropping back, trying to stay out of the way. That's that's a decent back mark, to be fair.
Yeah, some of the traffic's been chaotic, but at Phillip Island it's been cordial because there's not really a need per se of hold up the leaders here and then hope for position. Not even close. At this point, you just let them go. But look at this choo-choo train effect. Was Cooking's extremely backing it up. Something's happened mid-pack, but everybody else is getting coiled together here, almost like a spring, because remember, 5th was a half a second back to start the lap compared to what they are.
Yeah, sorry, Leo Gariboli was the one that dropped back, the one that you were alluding to there, dropping back on the timesheets. That's the Apex Racing Academy car dropping back late on the brakes here, going down into MG, the number 70. At the moment, Alexei Nesov in that 70. Between the 2 Redline cars, we're pulling an extra point clear. Let's find out what happened a little bit further down the order. There is the spin for the 98. Oh, that's a very scary place. Oh, managed to get a flick round nicely.
Good awareness from the air drivers in the field, though, to give them some space. Well, up until about 33rd, because that's where the awareness went to 0.
That was not great from Gariboli. That bit there. It's fine. Well, that eats the rate. We'll move on. That wasn't a great rejoin. Again, it's a big grid. You've got to kind of be a bit more aware when you're rejoining. We know what we say about bad rejoins. They should never really happen. That said, I have done my odd fair share of blasé rejoins onto the racing service. 2 Redline cars very close, separated by 4 points in the standings. I would expect if Gianni Vecchio gets the chance to move his way past Alexei Nesov, he will certainly try and take it.
And that's why I'm already seeing here, and we've just seen the poke there. Rankin wants to go. Quite simple. Others, they went full send into the back of Valentin Gompert into the heart of the field yet again.
SGR spun around and all that for Dilla as well. There's even more contact from those coming through on replay coming out of MG. So expecting more of that style where it can just be a little bit tricky. It's so easy to trip over yourself, especially coming out of MG when you start coming up the hill here towards the penultimate turn and they work their way through the last couple of corners. It can get a little bit claustrophobic, especially when you're coming down the brakes, coming out of Lukey Heights, down that hill into MG. It's so easy, less so to snag a brake, more so to miss your brake marker.
Exactly, and we've seen that happen a fair amount throughout all the car classes today. Take Boris Avando. He's a solid driver for this car. Just had to check up a bit, and nobody wants to check up for him. Look at this for Rankin. He's on the curbing trying to make the move on Sedgwick.
Elvis Rankin was getting pretty aggressive there. Obviously fancies to try and make a move on Jack Sedgwick, who we've only seen win once in VCO Infinity, desperate for that second one, but it's a little bit risky, kind of like leaving it halfway down the inside at T1. It's very possible to do so. I mean, ideally speaking, what would happen when you make a look down the inside at the first corner is you can get people to generally run out a little bit wider. It's such a high commitment turn doing in the first corner that if you do overcommit to it and you clip that grass, if you clip that grass even slightly, you're going straight on. There's nothing you can do about it.
But here's the thing. Why Rankin, I think, is just applying so much pressure on himself to get a move like this done. I feel like almost like he's the core car, if they want a shot at all, that he needs to beat the Redline cars. How do you do that? Get around Sedgwick like this, get aggressive, then run. Just don't miss the corner. Here comes Redline instead.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be Redline. It's actually Vlad Kimachev sneaking his way around the outside in that Drago racing car. Elbows out between the pair of them heading through the final corner. That grey sort of very... It is more of a red in this. It's normally more of a pink, but that's definitely more of a red. That's fine. As Drago racing, Vlad Kimachev trying to sneak his way through, holding on to third position at the moment. Elvis Rankin is able to hang on to second spot, and now comes Alexei Nesov in Team Redline. A little bit of bump draft in between the pair of them heading down to the first corner.
That's what I meant about here comes Team Redline, because the second they open it up, that opens the door more for Nesov than it does for Kimachev because of the side-by-side and the checkup coming to the corner here. Now it's Nesov with a great chance to be able to leapfrog here, and all of a sudden, this is where you can almost tell the urgency is picking up. Look at the middle cam. That's Rankin believe there. The urgency is, you can tell visually there.
Yeah, indeed. Left-hand side, that is Jack Sedgwick. I'm assuming the right side then will be Alexei Nesov flexing in his. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we know you're a big boy real racer. It's fine. Alexei Nesov in that third position. Vlad Kimachev sat back in fourth. Gianni Vecchio, Luke McEwen as well. Again, I said before about his accolades in the world of sim racing. Luke McEwen certainly not one to necessarily count out of this fight. Seen some great pace and some great speed from the Apex Racing boys over this one. I think they'll be a bit disappointed with how they're going at the moment. One of their ex-drivers going out a little bit wide at Lukey Heights. A little bit of a kerfuffle happening between Commander and Team Redline as Elvis Rankin just running a little bit wide and opening up the opportunity for Team Redline to at least have a look. Gap's now 3/4 of a second. It's growing quite quickly.
Yeah, this is becoming quite fierce here, and Rankin's just falling apart all of a sudden here. You go from making a clean pass attempt, overcommitting to the next corner, and then boom, you end up providing a lot of pressure for yourself. I almost wonder if he wants Drago Racing to get the pass back before he gets the gas back on. Problem is, Nesov isn't going to wait too long if that's the case.
It's kind of one of those ones, if Alexei Nesov is I wouldn't say if he's wise in this one, because maybe he doesn't really care. But if they want to win this race, the worst thing that they can do now is fight Elvis Rankin. What they need to do is just let Elvis Rankin have a couple of laps to try and close back into the World Cooking Racing Adventures car of Jack Sedgwick and just let things unfold naturally, because if you start going on the attack, that gap will never ever close down. And so right now I think it's just leave Elvis Rankin to do his thing at the front, Once he's close back up, then go back on the attack. The gap was 0.8 of a second. It's come down to 6. There's the live standings at the moment. It would be a 6-point lead for the number 70 Team Redline. They are building that advantage once more after they've both had their fair share of dramas, to be fair. But it is going to be a lead that's growing. I mean, it was 1 point only a couple of races ago. To be fair, 6 points. That's 6 positions between the pair of them in one of the races. And to be fair, there might still be drama in this one.
I mean, can you call a run for Team Redline for other cars when you have 1, if not 2 races at most combined with 20+ points? This car's going to have drama. This is not a good spot for Samuel Ward. Get your parallel parking out. Nicely done by everyone else to keep him heads up to make sure that there wasn't any contact with the crossback. But to get back to the point what's being made here, I think it's gone towards that keep it calm and then battle point again, because now it looks like Rankin's finally gotten the advice. Keep it calm, close the gap, try again. That seems like what Nezov now waiting for the next, looks like a couple laps for it to recoil.
See what happened to PGZ Sam Ward. Whoa, right in front of everyone. And thankfully, he spun all the way around, so he's kind of a narrow target there and didn't really get clipped. That's not really the driving that I would expect from the greatest team in sim racing, but that's fine. Team PGZ dropping back down the order, courtesy of that spin from Sam Ward. Just clip the curb a little bit, MG. Easily done. And once you hit it with that rear right, it can just so easily pitch you round, and away you go.
I'm just going to ask this quick question because Arjuna asked me.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm asking, right?
Maybe.
He asked me when I gave praise to PGZ earlier today, how many dollars?
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I've already been asked by Gianni Vecchio. I'm keeping silent. Mostly because it's under negotiation. It's under negotiation.
Wait, there are negotiations?
I'm going to force them after this event, big time.
That's not negotiation. What? I don't even know what to say other than race cars are on the track.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, look, trust me. You're seeing someone making a deal in sim racing here. I'm buttering them up a little bit. It's fine. Leo Gariboli on his return up the order after the spins and dramas going down at the hairpin at turn 4. Now trying to get his way to the outside, going down to the first turn. That's kind of a bit bold and aggressive from Gariboli, and I think he might well. Well, he's not quite going to make it stick completely.
Still has that preferred groove right now, and for a lot of drivers, we've seen some solid recoveries. In particular, one that comes to mind, the Super Formula race at Monza a few hours ago, where it was pure carnage for a portion of it, where you had drivers recover to the top 10 despite getting themselves to the pit lane for fast repairs. Not so likely here in this one, unless the whole track somehow gets blocked. But we've seen crazier things happen. We already have drivers like Parker White a lap down from trouble, to put it politely.
Indeed, and plenty of retirements from this race. Absolute Parnell Racing, Movano, Williams Esports Academy, and the Blue Rose team, all retirements from this race already. I mean, I'd say a track blockage around here is probably quite hard. If you're racing at Bathurst, then 110%. But around here, I don't see a track blockage. But again, you never really know. Don't count your chickens before they've hatched. A 7-car train here at the moment. Was Cooking Racing Adventures, Coandra in the 91, Team Redline in the 70, Drago Racing, Team Redline in the 69, the Apex Racing team of Luke McKieran and Brabham Esports, Jesus Cecilia, all separated by 2 seconds. And then there is a 2-second gap. You could basically fit this train in again between Jesus Cecilia and Elias Riker, who's running in 8th position, courtesy of the gap between the pair of them.
Yeah, right to the calm method. Once again, keep it calm, keep it close. I like what I've seen from Brabham in this race, though, because they've had a lot of ups and downs throughout this series so far, but they're still in a good spot at the choo-choo train end for the lead pack here, and this has been a bit of a change of pace with Cecilia helping this pace. They needed that, I think, for Brabham for the confidence boost to close out the rounds up.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, if you're wondering, hey, this race is a lot calmer than normal VCO Infinity race. It's like, yeah, no. I think sometimes you need to have a little bit of a calm one before the storm, because next race we're doing Super Formula Lights at Daytona, which is probably about as chaotic as it's going to get. That's going to have a lot of slipstream, a lot of moving around, and a lot of craziness. So sometimes it's good to get the calmness out of the way early. I do remember when we did Formula Ford. I think that might have been the race that Josh Poulain won, if I remember correctly, for Team Fordzilla back in the first VCO Infinity, where it was at Daytona in the Formula Fords. It might have been in ProSIM Infinity, but I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was that race. Basically, light-powered open wheelers at Daytona is always absolutely crazy.
Yeah, especially when you consider the Super Formulas have a lot of speed, and at Monza it was a lot of carnage, a lot of everywhere. You touch somebody, you may as well say, go to the pit lane car, you're down 50 miles an hour. You can't have that at Daytona, obviously. Daytona is obviously a track where I wouldn't be surprised if half the field gets fast repairs at one point.
Oh, well, we'll have to wait and see. There is Luke McEwen. Normally at this point in the race, I'd be saying, oh, it's amazing that he's sat there in the Apex Racing facility at whatever time in the morning, but it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon, so he's probably not alone in the facility anymore. I'm pretty sure he's been there at least most of the way through the night. You could see tongue sticking out there a little bit going through. There you go. It's not quite as bad as Sebastian Jobe with the, again, what was it that I said? It was a dog on a hot day. You know, tongue sticking out kind of thing. That's Sebastian Jobe's trademark. But Luke McKee, he's not far away from it, is he?
I mean, it's better than some who nod along or follow the banking of a corner. In a non-bank sim racing rig, you have to take the thought process somewhere.
You can't help but like lean into the corner a little bit. You know, going the full Valentino Rossi, Marc Marquez, 60-degree lean angle going into T1 here. You know, just like getting involved in the sim. Again, I've said one of the people that I guess not too many people here might know, a guy called Rob Wiesenmüller, who's been behind the scenes of things like Rensport, as well as Racing back in the day. I've known him for 10, 11 years. I saw him on a motion rig in person in 2018. I have never ever seen anyone so involved behind the wheel of a car in sim racing, to the point where I was a little bit terrified for my own life. Other people like David Toth, he could be doing anything. He was so calm and casual in the previous race. He almost didn't care about what he was doing. Didn't lean, didn't smile, didn't smirk, didn't do anything with his tongue, just nothing.
It's an interesting topic when you're talking about the intensity levels and the immersion levels. I don't know about you, but when I used to run the VR side for a few years, whenever I talk to somebody or they watch me, first of all, it was at a time where I was racing staring at a blank wall, so it looks very weird from the outside. But second, apparently, the first question anyone would ask whenever I say anything on the voice chat is, why do you sound absolutely terrified right now?
Because you are. I guess.
What? Apparently, 200 out of 10 intensity sounds like being terrified.
Yeah, no, maybe. But are you saying that you don't, because obviously you're making a thing about like the whole like leaning and stuff thing. Do you not lean behind when you're driving a track? Or do you not know what you look like when you drive? Because most people, I think, don't know what they look like when they drive.
I think most people don't know what they look like when they're on a city bus, let alone running the rig. Look at this send.
Elvis Rankin with a big one down the inside of Jack Sedgwick. Bit of a hip check coming through T4 and the hairpin up towards Siberia. They're going to go. The Was Cooking Racing Adventures car, though, is going to have the inside line here. Might open the door for Alexei Nesov to potentially sneak something coming straight across the nose of Elvis Rankin was Jack Sedgwick. Well, this fight is about to be turned up to 11. 19 minutes into this race, so not even halfway yet. And suddenly we're starting to see the elbows out contact that we expect from this group.
What did I say before? 4 or 5 laps for the intensity level to pick up again. Just close it up and coil. Well, the coil's been shredded. Oh no!
That's huge drama. That is absolutely huge for the championship. That was Alexei Nesov sent off down the road. Now dropping down the order. There is going to be a swing in this championship. It's going to allow the 69 to take over the points lead at the moment. That's if there is no damage on the number 11, the car that's the number 70 car that's dropped now down to 11th position. Huge drama and all that. Would have to see that one from up above.
Yeah, need to see the look myself here. That is not great. Let's put it that way. That is what's worse than suboptimal for a championship run. That is iceberg not optimal, to say the very least. It's going to be a major hamper. There's at least a buffer, but it's going to change the leader of those Redline cars.
I don't know. I'm looking at that. So I'm going to say I do actually reckon that Vlad Kimachev gave enough room. Like plenty of room to the inside, to the point where I think there might have been a bit of net code in there. A bit of the old contact model.
Yeah. I can't tell. I honestly looks like more so a come up the track on the exit more than a pinch down. But in the circumstance itself, all you can do is just take a breath, lean into your wheel, and push.
One thing that's for sure, though, is I do not believe Alexei Nestor will have any damage on that car.
No.
So it should be absolutely fine.
Looked like a clean turnaround. No contact, no major door contact at least. And looking at the time delta right now, I think it's pretty clear the car's okay. It's going to change the standings itself. Look. There is a touch angle squeeze from there, but you see right there, I think they just went quicker onto the throttle and the glue.
I've got to say there was a little bit of glue there, but I've got to say from that angle from Gianni Vecchio, that was a little bit more pinchy than I thought from Vlad Kimachev. It wasn't. I wouldn't necessarily count that as a proper pinch, but I mean he was expecting that Redline car to basically be all the way over, almost two wheels on the grass, like all the way over on the curb. Which, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's going to be a discussion. Then some, possibly. I'm just going to say this right now.
Say something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's on their distinction. It's going to be close. I wouldn't be surprised if it's close on the racing because of how close you can measure the percentages. But Elvis Rank on the bright side has breathing room now to be able to try and work on Cedric. Cedric is cooking up the best run for what's cooking today.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, looking for his second victory in VCO Infinity, first one of 2024. I'll just very quickly going to run through some of the penalties from the race. Blue Rose team got disqualified, by the way. That's why they're out of the race for an incident on lap 1. Screen Speed Dream team, they got a 10-second time penalty. Team Fordzilla got a 5-second time penalty. Obsidian got a 10-second time penalty. Shera Esports got a 10-second time penalty. Those will all be dished out post-race. Nothing coming in at the moment about that incident, but I'm sure it will be reported of some degree to race control. And I'll tell you as soon as it comes up on my little sheet here. I'll tell you as soon as race control are looking into it, and as soon as it comes through, whether there is a penalty or not. At the moment for the Drago Racing team, Vlad Kimachev at the moment running in that 6th spot. Alexei Nestor has settled the damage though, could still work his way back up to 8th.
Yeah, I think right now still it's not the end of the world, but it's just going to make the road between the two Redline cars a little bit closer and near identical. Honestly, Team Redline is probably going to be happy in terms of the point tallies regardless. As again, it goes to what the mindset I had mentioned earlier. The arrow must always go up. Have one of your cars at least do well. You know, there's so many races. It's still going to be tight. If anything, it's going to be extremely tight the rest of the way between the two cars instead of a double-digit buffer between the two cars.
Yeah, indeed. The points, there is a switch on the sound. I know it says Redline first and second, but it is now the 69 taking over first place. Nice from the 70 in the points standings. So it is a switch of position at the top as things stand. To be perfectly honest, I wouldn't put it past one Mr. Alexei Nestor to work through a few more positions and close the gap down to even a couple of points. Again, we're in the final quarter now of VCO Infinity. And unfortunately, you've got to deal with my voice for most of the end of this. Sorry. I'm only missing one race. It's not the next one, it's the one after. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing to me?
No, just to people watching. Don't worry. Well, are you going straight to bed after this?
I've been up near outside falling asleep off and on for about 20 minutes. 27 hours. I think a lot of people are going to sleep as soon as their stints are done.
I am going to sit back, watch the football, watch IndyCar, watch the golf, have a great evening, and then go to bed like a normal human being.
Wait,
But then, whatever, it is what it is.
I'm gonna take an interesting question. The football. I'm guessing you mean,
Actual football.
I was gonna try and make the pun of watching the one and only football in all the world.
Yeah, I am most certainly going to be watching real football as Coventry are going to beat Manchester United and Nottingham Forest are going to get knocked out of the Premier League or something. I don't know. I don't know what's at stake.
I'm sorry, did you just say Coventry would win?
No, they're not going to actually. They're not going to win.
I even know Coventry is not going to win that.
No, but they're doing really well, so who knows? It's to get into the final of the FA Cup. But no, to be fair, look, Ewan O'Leary really supports Manchester United, and that's why he wants Manchester United to win. He did say up the Reds earlier on, and that can only mean Manchester United. Anyway, focusing on the race at hand, because the BS competition number 90 car, that's the big red machine on the rear end of the second. This is the thing, it's Grid and Go 2, but it's the one that's ahead of the first one, but it's their number 2 car. So it's the second one of them.
Oh, this is interesting. Look at how much dirt builder-up is. We haven't talked about this too much because with all this, we've seen a fair amount of dusty races. It's to the point where the windshield wiper's not only good to be able to help in wet conditions, it's now for the dry conditions at this point too in the sim, because it gets very difficult to see the longer you go. Normally, if you had a pit stop, there's windshield tear-offs, or you can get it wiped down in some circumstances by the pit crew in the box. Can't kind of do that when you don't need a pit.
Yeah, exactly. And as we, if you've raced on iRacing and stuff, it's one of the things that I actually really like about iRacing is how dirty the cars get. Because a race car shouldn't be clean. It's clean at the start of the race, fair enough, but it should be dirty towards the end. It's been raced, it's been brutalized around the circuit, and that includes the windscreen, which gets disgusting because of all the tire rubber that gets flicked up onto it. They get absolutely vile. Dust gets thrown onto it, bits of grass, bits of this, bits of that, all just gets thrown straight up onto it. I'm pretty sure the odd bug or two might be involved in all that. And when you come into the pit and have that tear off taken off, oh my God, the next lap afterwards, I'm like, I could be on the same tyres, I don't really care. The fact that I can actually see things is excellent. Obviously in this, use your windscreen wiper, off you go.
My counterpoint is, when it's off, it's noticeable. When it stays on, I've not had the easiest time to notice it at times.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I'm just used to it. Ascari Rene nearly making himself used to bumpers. Oh, that's why, because someone decided to go lungy lunge.
Indeed, Simona Maria Marciano making the move to the inside for Alters Esports. The up and under going to come from Alexei Nesov to try and sneak past Alters. That'll close up a point in the championship, moving it to just a 3-point margin between the 70 and the 69 at the top end of things as they work their way past Hayshed up towards Lukey Heights. Will be the move complete for Alexei Nesov.
Yeah, Rene at this point, I think, is just trying to settle in, try and focus. Don't forget about the dishwasher. He left wide open before his stint. Yes, we can see that. Yep. But also, just there's a lot of pressure building around him and behind, especially Simona Maria Marciano in particular is amongst those, I think, that is faster than where they qualified, but also is boxed into a draft lock train where the only way to break it is to find a way to leapfrog cars, and it's hard to do that when everyone's got the same effect.
Yeah, indeed. They're all receiving the same level of switching from everyone else. By the way, I will say race control. I've not seen any note come through of that incident between Nesov and Vlad Kimachev come through onto race control. So maybe it's been settled between the two teams. Maybe they just don't really care at the moment. But I don't know. But either way, nothing has come through to race control as of yet. Just 5 races to go after this, but 15 or 16 and a bit minutes left to go in this one. Closing up there is the Falcon sim racing team car. I did ask Ewan O'Leary what his best livery was on the grid. He said the Falcon sim racing team car. What's yours?
Well, I want to pick that because I've almost mixed it up sometimes with some of the paint packs, no offense to them, in terms of the paint schemes, but I've always liked the look of the BS competition machines with the blue liveries. No offense to the zebra stripes, but I'm not used to the red yet. But in terms of what we're seeing on the racetrack right now, even the car in front of them from Impulse has been able to get nicely done. They haven't used the livery Impulse has on every car they've ran.
Yeah.
It's been matte black for their Xfinity entry, for example, but that entry you see up the road pops.
Yeah, the Impulse livery is always pretty good. I think it looks really good on TCLs. We obviously don't have TCLs on this. It looks really good in TCLs. I'm disappointed they don't have one in the Xfinity car, but, you know, it is what it is. I've said before, the Team Redline car looks really good, but they lose points because there's no differentiator between the two cars, so that's instantly points lost on that one. The Apex Racing Team car's really grown on me. I now really do like that livery. Mostly because it's got the yellow highlights, so that wins me over. Still, I think Shera Esports for me the best livery on the grid. That's fine. Some great liveries on here. That is for sure. Some great selections. I will say, big respect to the teams that have rolled out liveries on all of them that have rolled out liveries on every single car, especially when they're consistent. That is top effort. I know Arjuna doesn't like the Drago racing cars because the mid-tier effort on the IndyCar and Super Formula likes, because it is based on iRacing livery where they've just slapped their kind of colours on it and then a couple of logos and it's kind of called it a day. It doesn't have the texture that we normally see. I think they look fine. You can look at it and be like, that's a Drago racing car. You can spot them from a mile away, so, you know, fair enough on that one. Some really, really good liveries out there. I just want them to be like consistent across the board, as Damon Woods really trying to get involved in the rear end of that Impulse car that you were talking about.
I agree that it's important to get the branding right, because as an organization, you have to arguably get your name out there and have it on each and every car that you plan to run. But that's the key point, is plan to run as a team. For some of these drivers and some of these groups, they haven't really gotten the chance to race with, say, the Xfinity car or some of the other machines yet, let alone in a regular basis, or on a regular basis, I should say. So it's kind of understandable in some circumstances, but it's to where it's almost when there's the mix of the two, which pees off a little bit. For example, the Xfinity Series car, I don't think Team Redline noticed, but their back lines did not line up on any of their bumpers, and it made me sad.
That would make me sad, actually. Yeah, no, fair enough. They'll probably throw it together very, very quickly as Impulse and Falcon almost switch positions, with Ballas Palo is able to keep Damon Woods at bay at present, working into Siberia. Yeah, that would make me sad. But then again, yeah, I'd say they're throwing together liveries pretty quickly. And to be fair, yeah, you kind of got to say with like the Xfinity car, for example, how much effort are you really going to put into it? It's not like the 296 or, you know, kind of that way. It's like you're expecting to kind of race this at some point, so it's good livery to save. That's the livery that you'll use this time and throw it in the bin. Ascari Reno, though, doesn't really want to go around there. He wanted the hairpin to be a little bit later.
Yeah, just missed the breaking point. Just wanted to make the pass. Thought, I'm going to stick it. Just going to stick it with even the ABS thought process maybe in that race car. And now just has to redo it all over again. But the one minor point I will say on the Redline side is, technically Max Verstappen does race the stock cars, sometimes the C fixed. Why not whip him up a car for B fixed and get him to learn outside of Dega?
Yeah, I mean, I always used to like doing the Xfinity. In fact, to be fair, if I'm to do over racing in like any of the NASCAR stuff, it generally is in Xfinity cars, which sounds like sacrilege. I know a lot of people are like, why don't you race the trucks? Because trucks are great. But I just never really vibed with trucks. Just never really got. I think I'm too British to go near it.
There's a lot more I can say to that, but Sven is saying, I want to go. Please give me room. This is Alexei Nezov not happy and Sven doing Sven things.
That was not good from Sven Haase. That was poor. Like, I understand like a bit of hard racing, but that was a really terrible bit of defense from Sven Haase.
I'm not surprised, because we've seen Sven squeeze out like that and someone launched him to the moon.
Yeah, that's Grid and Go, and Team Redline are also off. That is the 70 car of Team Redline. This could make a really, really, really big swing. Alexei Nesov down the road. I think he's able to drag it back on in 14th position after all the hard work of working his way back up the order bit by bit. Both the Grid and Go cars getting involved with Team Redline. They are not going to be pleased with Grid and Go after this race. One lap, and it's all kind of fallen apart. This is after Alexei Nesov has been sent down the road. So Nicholas Rubelar will try and make a move going down into Lukey Heights. Commit to the inside, but it's such a half commitment into there.
Yeah, that was not on. That is not a passing spot. Wait to the next corner to the passing spot. Just, that was sloppy.
I know, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Oh well, Team Redline dropped down the order. It's going to mean that there's a big swing in the points. The 69 Team Redline car will take over the lead of the points, and now it'll be by even more of a margin. But who's going to win this race? 10 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. Jack Sedgwick for the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car looking for his second victory in VCO Infinity, his first of the year. Elvis Ranking looking for his first ever victory in VCO Infinity, of course, for that Commander Esports team.
Yeah. It's kind of surprising when you mention that last part first with Coenda, because for Rankin, remember, he's gone up to the rankings, rear world. He's still making his way. After all, he's won a Skip Barber Championship in the United States, but also built himself up with Orion, put that team on the map with the development he put in, then went over to ART, did okay there, and Coenda was the surprise move to me because it's still an interesting combo to see Rankin the color scheme of the Coenda colors. It's something you have to get used to. But for Rankin, I think absolutely he's got the pace to get a win. He's got the pace to get a win, if not here, maybe at Daytona in the MX-5s. But it's still going to require a smart move here. He's, with everyone else catching on fire, essentially, made it a two-horse race.
Obviously, he's not the only driver to have moved from the Apex Racing team over to the purple and orange. Obviously, Zach Campbell did do it not that long before Elvis Rankin, and Elvis Rankin seems to have settled in at Coad. Obviously, that move happened at the end of last year. But it's also very interesting to see Elvis Rankin in that team. I think he's still settling in a little bit, still making himself comfortable. Maybe there's also questions as to where Commander really are in the world of esports. Again, we said before, a couple of years ago, you'd say VRS Commander, Porsche Commander, however you want to put it. The Commander team were definitely the second best team in, or at least, sorry, they were. It was either the best team in sim racing or the second best team in sim racing. There was no doubt. It was between them and Team Redline that were first and second. Now it's like Team Redline are top, and then who else is second, right? And Commander are kind of in there, but I wouldn't even say Commander are that second team. Sometimes I chuck Williams in there, even Apex in there, R8G, depending on what somebody's looking at, and of course Team PGZ, obviously.
You can argue at that top of the field. I think he just listed 9 different teams, and that's why the battle just to be able to be second best is so tight. Speaking of those looking to try and join the second tier, Lau, oh wow, too much send, and is he going to find a corner? No, don't. Wow.
I think
that
I'm not sure if he could put the car down because like grass grip, blah 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 blah. The fact he was going straight back for the circuit there, that was a little bit scary. I'm sure he might have been a bit like no, stop. Thankfully, it didn't collect anyone, but that would have been very, very scary. Imagine just going through the corner and hearing car left. I'm thinking, what? Where? Oh, right.
Oh.
There.
Car left. Car in your door. That's exactly what I thought the second I see him say, instead of cooking it towards the right, just committing to the track corner cut. But with 7 minutes to go, if Rankin's going to do something, he needs to get it prepared on the platter to be able to get into the frying pan and be able to sizzle a move here. I'm trying the cooking puns, but what's cooking's not making it easy for Rankin to get within the distance he needs to get a send. He can't get any closer than this, it seems.
No, indeed. I'm not going to try with the cooking puns, so you can keep that one to yourself. I've dropped a few really bad ones. I even had an oh wow from Hugo Luis a little bit earlier on the broadcast. He had to jump in just to drop one in my ear to say basically stop. He said Jesus. Sorry, he said Jesus Christ. It's fine. But yeah, it was really bad. It was really bad. I can't even remember what it was. I just know that it was pretty awful. I'm not going to jump in on the Was Cooking Racing Adventures puns. Don't worry about it.
I don't know how it's going to go though for Coenda here, because you have to find a way to sizzle the move, but also try and find a way to saute it. Be sure to get it evenly cooked right. And I know that pun may sound weird, but think about it. You have to get it to where you can go to the commit fully to the side-by-side, but also without launching it and missing the corner like Rankin did earlier. That's basically overcooking it. If you undercook it, the move's not happening. So you have to get it just right. You got to get the timings and the beats down just right. Rankin just can't seem to get the beat where it needs to be, which is he needs half a tenth. As small as that may be, half a tenth might be a small enough difference to at least to get some type of pull for a dive.
Someone that I wouldn't expect to overcook or undercook anything in this race is Jack Sedgwick at the moment. Clearly, in this race, he'd be a trained chef because he's dealing with the pressure behind very, very nicely indeed. The gap only 0.2 of a second between first and second spot. Elvis Rankin not with the opportunity to pass, but I am absolutely sure that as soon as Elvis Rankin sees an opportunity, he is absolutely going to go for it. And Jack Sedgwick will be well aware of that. So I'm expecting Sedgwick to maybe take defensive lines, going down into the hairpin at turn 4, you know, basically forcing the outside line to come in. There was a bit of a look from Elvis Rankin, no way to get down the inside into that hairpin at 4. There is not long left to go in this race. Once we cross the line, it's only going to be, what, 2-3 laps left? So 3 laps once they cross the line this time by.
The one positive is that might be what he talked about a little bit earlier on after some of the initial sends is you're in a good points position. Don't risk it. We've talked about that a lot with the Redline cars, and we've seen some of the risks. Why? We've seen the risk when they try to pass in the grass at Monza on the last lap before. If you can make the move, make it. If you can't make the move, don't throw away 50+ points to make a point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, I don't know who. Do you think Luke McEwen's going to take a lot of risk to try and get past Gianni Vecchio? I mean, McEwen, I think the Apex Racing team probably settled on the fact that they're probably not going to be taking a victory at this event, but they will be desperate to try and close up as much as possible on Commander, even though the gap's going to be growing out even slightly. Maybe they have to settle for 4th.
Honestly, McEwen's in the same situation as what Rankin's in. Not close enough for a lunge if that's wanted. And better yet, if there's a pass attempt, they throw away any chance to close up to the top 2. And that's kind of the frustrating part. If you're going for the move, it means you're throwing away the chance for the race lead. If you remain patient, you might not have the chance to make a move. And better yet, if McEwen doesn't get the move done, Cecilia and Kivichev are right there to pick up the pieces. We've seen what happened last time someone tried to make a lunge, and immediately, once it failed, side by side to defend the spot instead.
Yeah, indeed. And I say around here, sometimes when you go for a move, it leaves you open for someone to make a move on you. So you got to be very, very careful with how, when, and how aggressively you do so. Penultimate lap of the race about to begin as they work their way through this final sector. Jack Sedgwick continues to lead. Maybe now is the chance that Elvis Rankin will go for a move. There won't be much waiting in this. It's not like what we're going to see in the next race at Daytona, where there's going to be a little bit of waiting, a little bit of a tactical game. Around here, it's standard racing. Simone Maria Martino for the Altus Esports team has had some big drama. Is dropping right the way down the order.
Yeah, that was in the heart for the edge of the top 10 right there. Remember, we seen Martino was pretty aggressive before. He didn't have anything to be aggressive for, just, yeah, self-mistake, just a little bit too much rotation, just a touch bit too quick with the gear and with the grip. Not bad on the rejoin, at least.
Yeah, just saw the gap, lit it up, drove it through the gap. And then got back going again, dropped down to 15th position, giving an extra position to Alexi Nessa, who I think is struggling for the tyres. Luke McEwen's going for a move, though, for 3rd position. He's trying to get past Gianni Vecchio to the outside. He'll go down into T4. Luke McEwen right around the outside of Gianni Vecchio, and the door not open enough for him to sneak one down the inside at Siberia.
That got a little bit dory, though, at this point, and not shocked with how aggressive the defensive move is. Look at that, though. That was what traffic has to cause. Lap traffic, I know, is sticking where it is, but that was a decision to commit to the outside with the lap car there.
Yeah, that was pretty sketchy indeed. Very, very scary. But either way, lap traffic will cause this problem. Whoa, look at that for a move. Brabham Esports straight down the inside, trying to work their way past Luke McEwen. Jesus Cecilia is trying to force his way past. As the top 2 are off the road. What's happened? Elvis Rankin has sent one down the inside. Jack Sedgwick, and the pair of them were off the road.
Oh, I think Coanda made the move. I think Rankin said, I've got to go. Sedgwick's not going to be happy if they think what happened through Luke Heights and company. Sedgwick needs to go. It's the white flag lap.
Indeed, onto the final lap of the race. Another update from race control. Share Esports have received a stop and hold for 10 seconds. No word as to what's happened with grid and go or any of the other incidents in the race. And obviously, we didn't quite see the move there. We'll get it straight on replay. Here's Elvis Rankin then on the replay to the outside of Jack Sedgwick going down into MG. He was all the way around the outside. That is absolutely excellent from Elvis Rankin. And off the corner, the pair of them still side by side. Elvis Rankin just moves over the nose a little bit there.
Just slammed the door. Speaking of the nose, Sedgwick using the bumper here. Sedgwick's got one true chance to make the pass back here out through Lukey Heights. We've seen already how much aggressiveness there's been on the brakes. Can Sedgwick do what Rankin did before and make it stick this time?
Yeah, indeed. This is, again, the huge amounts of drama between this group and, again, what's making it really, really exciting. Could we see a 39th different winner in VCO Infinity? It would be if it was Elvis Rankin. It could be Jack Sedgwick taking his second victory. He took victory in race 19 back in the very first VCO Infinity. The opportunity's not going to be there. Elvis Rankin surely is going to hang on now, works his way through the final corner and will come through. You can see you can see the fist bump. Elvis Rankin will take victory here at Phillip Island to give VRS Commander another victory, to give himself a first victory and to become the 39th winner in VCO Infinity. Jack Sedgwick denied there with that move on the penultimate lap.
What a move by Rankin to get the pass done, and what a rapid pace to be able to pull away at the very end defensively. What a race, you can really say here, but this will have some ramifications for some of the standings positions, to say the least, because of all that shuffling we've seen, especially with the red line cards with Nezov. On the bright side, Nezov got to about 13th at the stripe.
Yeah, indeed. More drag racing coming across the line, but again, it's all pretty chill in all of that. But for Coanda, again, that's excellent. I think that is then it's their first victory in this form of VCO Infinity. Obviously, they've had plenty of wins before, most notably having the driver that has the most wins in Josh Rogers. But that's a big moment for Coanda to have taken that victory. Again, mega drive, and take a look at this move once more.
Yeah, and it took just inches. If Rankin is a few inches back, Sedgwick sends him into the sand trap. Sedgwick gave him a decent amount of breaks there to not just send him off there, but he also knew he was just at the razor's edge of clear. You're not going to get into a major fight at that point in terms of, is it going to be that there? What a run.
Yeah, again, really, really nice move. Once again, Coanda taking the will be their totality as a team in VCO Infinity. Elvis Rankin taking the victory by half a second over Jack Sedgwick. We'll keep an eye and see if there's anything from race control about that move, but to be fair, I think it was very good. Jack Sedgwick in second spot, Gianni Vecchio, Jesus Cecilia, Luke McEwen dropping down to fifth after all that. Vlad Kimachev after contact with themselves in the other Team Redline car, sixth spot. Elias Riker, Balazs Pala, Sven Haase and Damon Woods inside the top 10. Question marks though about Sven Haase in that position in the race, to whether the race controller going to step in and maybe drop them a little bit down the order. Onto the second page, 11th position in that race. BS competition, Ascari Rene in 11th spot. Martin Kadlachik, who took a victory earlier on in this car. Alexei Nesov up to 13th position after being sent down the road. Spenny Maria Marceno late in the race. Obviously, we saw that spin going down into MG. Leo Gariboli, to be fair, did a great job to recover the 15th. Victor Nicolai and Nicholas last. Nicholas Rubelar. Then, of course, the Wave Italy racing team. And then the other Commander Esports car down in 20th position for Xander Reed. That's not ideal. Either way, Obsidian, Eclipse, ATRS and Team PGZ. We saw the spin for Sam Ward, another one to have spun round at MG. Delatraz with the CRZ Simsport car. Then WS Esports Bucket, who went straight off on the very first lap down at T1. Rocket Simsports SMP and the W2E Pro GP car down in 30th position. Still within a minute with the DLR SimLab car, Project Valoris, Race Clutch and Kramer Racing. Then outside of a minute sees STR, Visceral, Symphony of Pistons, Maradness, and then Williams Esports Parker White, 39th position with the Rinken Racing car, the next one in 40th spot. Still on the lead lap with Olympus Esports, but then we go a lap down. Juan Manuel Gomez and Team Fordilla, United Sim Team, Shera Esports, who've got a couple of big penalties in that race as well, Precision Racing Esports, retirements from the race, XBD, German Sim Racing, Screen to Speed, Dream Team, and then of course Absolute and Parnell retiring very, very earlier on in the race, with other retirements from Ivana, of course, Williams Esports Academy and Blue Rose Team. Excellent victory though for Elvis Rankin there. Justin, what did you make of that race?
What I made of that is it's going to have some ramifications, ripple effects, a lot of reviews going on. We will note in terms of race control, but better yet, the fight for the race lead was one of thrillingness. It took precision. I mentioned that he needed to get the timing just right. Rankin got the timing down to the millimeter. All it takes is one less second, one less foot back. He's probably in the sand trap or doesn't get the race win here. What a good job from Rankin. It took all the power needed to be able to make that move to get the W.
Indeed. Not long left to go in VCO Infinity. Just 5 races more before we crown our champions. Justin, we're going to be hoofing you out of the comedy booth. When we come back, it will be myself and Dareth Thacker to take you through probably what's going to be one of the craziest races in VCO Infinity so far as we take the Super Formula Lights to Daytona. Five races left to go in VCO Infinity as we return to the World Centre of Racing Super Formula Lights out in action. Dara, this is going to be absolutely crazy. Obviously, we had that wet race in the Super Formula Lights earlier on, that crazy battle between Silly Lully and Alex Dunn. I wonder what we're going to get in this one. I'm seeing that there's no rain in the air at the moment, but you never really know.
No, you don't. I mean, we've had some great races in the Super Formula Lights so far. And we had the race at Road America, or Road Atlanta, sorry, where the track's tight. The cars are very much going to be bouncing around on each other. And we saw quite a few incidents. And I was pleased to see a couple of those stills on Twitter this morning. But yeah, some great racing I think we're going to look forward to, because Daytona can really throw up some thrills. And these Super Formula Lights, you never really know where to look.
Yeah, especially these cars. They're quite small. It's 3-cylinder engine. I can't remember how much brake horsepower, but it's not really got that much power. Plenty of downforce, and what we're going to see is probably 3 wide, maybe 4. Chances of 5. There's a hint in there.
You can't really be too sure. I mean, turn 1, I mean, the run that we're going to get with some of these cars, I think we're going to have quite a long slingshot out of that Le Mans chicane all the way down towards turn 1. We've seen overtakes in all of the races, and even some 3-4 wide moments in some of those races at turn 1 that we've had at Daytona. And these Super Formula Lights, I mean, they're small little cars. I mean, this could be quite exciting.
Did see, by the way, Race Control still investigating various bits from the previous race. Drago Racing did get a 10-second post-race time penalty for their incident with Team Redline. I did notice that at least Team Redline reported one of the grid and go cars, and it was at turn 6. So I'm pretty sure that'll be Rubelar. That was classified as no further action. The one that sent Alexei Nesov late out into the weeds late in the race. Of course, it is between those 2 Team Redline cars, those Redline teams at the top, between the 70 and the 69. It's very, very tight. I think it's going to come down to the wire between the pair of them.
Yeah, there is very much between the top. I mean, 5 races left. I mean, there's still room for something to go wrong, but I mean, the consistency has been incredible so far over the course of this VCO Infinity event, and I don't really see it dropping. Of course, there can always be that one race where something goes awry, but you know, time is running out for that mistake to happen, and really gonna have to do it on track now.
Indeed. Points are still unofficial. That's why we're not showing them to you as this moment. But I will tell you the 69 is 6 points clear of the 70 in the point standings. And they are both 55 points clear of the number 91 Commander Esports team, which means if they hold the gap all the way to the end, they will win the race, win VCO Infinity, or at least one of them will win VCO Infinity around early. There is, again, provisional points. I'm pretty sure it's still not official. Team Redline first place and second place, but it is the 69 ahead of the 70. The 91 Commander Esports car in third, obviously fresh after that off that victory back in the previous round at Phillip Island. The Apex Racing team find themselves in 4th. Alex Dunn jumping into the car for his last race in VCO Infinity this year. Drago Racing, BS Competition, that is the 89 car. The 92 Commander, then Altus, the 90 BS Competition car, and then Falcon Sim Racing rounding out the top 10 positions. It's the second Grid and Go Esports 2 car that's outside of the top 10 at the moment. They are a few points behind. At the moment, it's going to be Team Redline winning, but you never really know how things are going to unfold, especially in a crazy race like this. Let's take a look at the starting grid then for the Super Formula Lights. Is the number 90 Nicholas Boy starting from the pole position for BS Competition. Andre Wolf for the Sherritt Esports car starting from second. BS Competition, Phil Denez. Then Martau has been so impressive at various points, including a couple of races earlier on in the day where he grabbed himself a podium for the Women's Esports Academy car Altitude. And, of course, the Commander 91 in 6th position. Then we get German Sim Racing, United Sim Team, the first of 2 Team Redline cars of Sam Koitet. They're in 9th. The Blue Rose team. Then, of course, Rincon Racing and Diogo Pinto for the second of the 2 Team Redline cars. Emil Bernsdorf in 13th position. Alexander Spets, then Oscar Bitsrud and Alex Dunn all the way down in 60th spot. Won't be too happy with that one. Elliot Veyron and Timu Milikangas in 18th position on the grid. Further down, you've got the Impulse Racing car. That doesn't look like an Impulse, but fair enough. Absolute Racing Aslith, then the Falcon Racing Team, Visceral, Team PGZ, and Drago Racing in 24th position. Behind that is Wave Italy and Project Valora. The 2 Grid and Go cars there on the same row of the grid, 27th and 28th position of row 14. Jack Savage and, of course, the Eclipse Sim Sports car there, rounding out the top 30. Eddie Bestwick behind the wheel. Brad Me Sports down in 31st first position after a couple of decent races for them, struggling a little bit more in this one. Delatraz finishing or qualifying in 32nd position. ATRS and Alters, the Apex Racing Academy car, and the Kramer Racing Team 36th position as we get to Team Fordzilla, who've won in a car very similar to this around the circuit. STR Esports, and then the Pipe from Beach Racing car, who won here in the GT3s earlier on. West Competition Racing car, and then the Screen to Speed Dream Team. WSR Esports in 42nd position. Almost back to a full contingent here, though, in VCO Infinity. So we keep ourselves going. SMP Racing Esports, Symphony of Pistons, XPD Racing, Rocket Sim Sport, and W2 ePro GP, with Maniti Racing down there in 48th position. DLR SimLab, and then CRZ round out the top 50. One final time that's set a lap time in the Maradness car, but Obsidian, Mavana Corsa, and Olympus Esports didn't set times within that qualifying session, getting track limit excursions going through the bus stop. 54 cars to take to the Daytona International Speedway, and again, some big dramas in that qualifying session. Most notably probably would be Alex Dunn's 16th spot. That's not ideal.
No, we've got a little bit of recovery work to do, but again, some of the cars in front of him are not going to be very easy to push over. I mean, we've got, like you said, the likes of Marteau up in P4, Denez. He came P4 at Road Atlanta in these cars. Nicholas Bowe, I think, was up there as well. San Coita, of course, picking up P3. So a lot of these drivers in front of him aren't going to be you know, the slowest of drivers. They have been racing these cars almost all day, and I'm sure that they're going to try and maintain their good form in these machines. But as it is, I mean, we've got what, 50, as you said, 54 cars coming round the banking. It's going to be absolutely manic. If one thing goes wrong at the front, then we might see a relatively large pile-up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still maintaining that something's going to go slightly awry coming down into the... I still maintain West Horseshoe. I think Nicholas Boyd, by the way, did have a pole position. I can't remember. In IMSA Esports, I'm pretty sure he had a pole position, if not qualified pretty well. I'm pretty sure it was a pole position at Red Atlanta, but I don't fully remember. Again, I'm an idiot, and I don't really remember what happened even in the previous race. As we see the pace car come down, there's a crash before the race has even started. Oh my God. Valorous has been sent round right in the middle of the field. Oh my goodness. We didn't even get the race under green flag before there was drama in the mid-pack. 55 cars and huge drama. Great start from Nicholas Boyd. It's going to be a 1-2 for BS competition heading through that first corner, and there's even more drama back here.
Yeah, it was a good start to get off the line. It wasn't the best start for Marteau, but I think he's just trying to pick up some of the positions he did lose. I mean, lucky for the drivers who did get caught up in the incident very early on that they can get onto the pit lane, and that's going to be Boyme going around, and that is not the ideal start for him, as he will lose position after position, and they're all spinning in sympathy.
0 out of 10 this race thus far from those positions back there. Like you say, the altitude car was the one that went round in all of that. A couple of looks getting high. This is where, like, when you're in Team Redline, those kind of teams up in the higher end of the point standings, grid and go down the order. This is where these races are a little bit sketchy, a little bit scary, a little bit more uncomfortable. Around here, as we can see some side by side. You've got Team Redline, you've got Williams Esports towards the back end of the top 10, I believe. Alexander Spett's keeping it above the double yellow at the moment in this race. He's rejoining the back end of the slipstream, closing back up to the rear end of the Team Redline car, dragging Alex Dunn with him. Watch the side-by-side coming down to the bus stop.
This could be even 4 wide as they come towards the bus stop. This is not looking too safe, actually, as they make their way through. I think they end up becoming 2 by 2 through there. And you can see Alex Dunn making up a couple of spots.
Whoa.
On a Spets. There was contact there. There's contact there. And there's a car airborne again.
Cool. We're seeing quite a lot of that at the moment, and there you go, more crashing. We'll try and keep our positives up towards the group in the higher end. There is the Sherritt Esports car trying to make a move in the background, side by side between the two BS competition cars for the race team, who have a healthy 1 second gap over the Williams Esports Academy car. Super wide going into turn 1 because you can take that really tight line on the exit. Williams Esports Academy running out wide, and Givengarala going out wide and taking over 3rd position from Martau, from Andre Wolf, who goes side by side down into the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, Marteau trying to retake that position on the inside of Andre Wolf. Yeah, trying to pick up P4 once again. And I think he might just about have it, but the dog leg will help Wolf to try and claim that inside line. But you can run all the way around the outside at the International, into the second of the 2 horseshoes here at Daytona. But they're still 2 by 2. I don't think we're going to see any lack of overtaking. Was that Sam Goiter going deep into the gravel? Yes, it was. He's now dropped 4 spots in Redline. This hasn't been the best start for them.
Looks like the kind of race I could fit in quality-wise at the moment, i.e. we're lacking it a little bit at the moment here with the Daytona International Speedway. I'm expecting things to calm down somewhat sort of, but not really. Maybe get cleaner is probably the way I'd put it, as we've seen a fair few struggles. You've got Sam Coyder here with Emil Bernsdorf. Look at that, though, from the I think it's the German sim racing team car that's trying to get to the outside and squeeze their way past. You've got one of the commander cars closing in and all of that. It'll be Elliot Veyron trying to squeeze their way as they go through the Le Mans chicane. Alex Dunn's worked his way up into the 9th position as he's worked his way past the Blue Rose team car as well. Oh, and there's a big crash. Whoa, that was Williams. Alexander Spetz.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened. Maybe there was contact on the exit of the bus stop, but yeah, he's going to drop position after position. All of that momentum loss just going to send him further and further down the order, losing a couple more. There's one or two more drivers who'll be lining him up down towards turn 1, but that's not really the ideal run for him. I mean, we're still only 3.5 minutes into this race. Would you believe they're still fighting at the front for P3? Marteau just about retaking that, but Coanda, Scherer, United Sim Racing and Rincon Racing, they're all in there fighting over it as well.
I'm honestly, if I'm like I say, one of Team Redline, something like that, I'm very concerned about this race. And do you know what? I would do exactly what I'm seeing from the 69 car of Diogo Pinto. Backing out of it. Just not getting involved in the racing. I want to just drive around this race by myself, not get involved in the chaos. You'll probably pick up a couple of positions. And you might well find yourself on the podium, fair enough. Maybe you can get involved a little bit later on in the race. But right now, there is no need to do so. I say that, Diogo Pinto just lost his front wing. Diogo Pinto has just lost his front wing after contact coming out of the International West Horseshoe, rather.
Yeah, and that's not, I mean, anybody in the comments, do not talk about the commentator's curse, because Lewis will not be pleased about you. But Diogo Pinto, it really is not going well for Team Redline. What, 11th and 14th, lost a front wing as well. This is looking like possibly a bit of a blip. I mean, we're also seeing a couple of improvements. I noticed that Alex Dunn has dropped down the order. He was running in the top 10, but now he's outside of that top 16. So there has been drama, and Coanda really are going to be the team that gain in this scenario.
Pinto's got to come down pit lane to have that front wing replaced, because that will be very, very slow indeed, especially running through the Le Mans chicane. It was the two cars ahead. They had contact and a stonking netcode, we're not going to do that, fine, directly ahead of him, and there was nothing he could do about it. So Diogo Pinto will have to return to pit lane. They did have a couple of problems with netcodes at the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring as well. So a fair shout. There is someone being Ayan-Chan learning a little bit from what others have done, shall we say, and dipping below the double yellow there on the start-finish straight as he tries to take over third position, and certainly will do so in the battle with Jose Soria and Quitiago Martau, and with the inside line being taken from the Commander Esports team. They now find themselves 2.5 seconds clear of what will almost certainly now be a 1-2 for BS competition.
Yeah, I've noticed as well that Marteau keeps taking that wide line through turn 1 as we see Pinto. Yeah, he didn't really have anywhere to go, did he? Just get tried to brake and avoid it, but couldn't stop in time. But no, Marteau's taking a very wide line through turn 1. I don't know whether it's intentional or whether he's just ending up braking a little bit later, but it's really not working out for him. I wonder if he'll try to change that up in the near future. He's right on the back of Jose Soria, but they've got to be careful because the likes of Andre Wolf, Elliot Veyron, they will be very keen to attach themselves to this train for P3. But if these guys can work together, it's the only real chance they have at getting up to the top 2.
Yeah, this is some of the drama that we were seeing a little bit earlier on. Venditti going straight over, more crash in the background, more crash in the background. I'm sure if we scale our way through, there's a car without a rear wing, classic stuff. I love seeing that. The car that came through when we were riding on board with Diogo Pinto, that last car to come through, was Alex Dunn, and broke the front left wheel basically straight off the car, so had to return to pit lane to have that one. Again, fast repair being used from these drivers. It's one of those ones. They find themselves down now in, I think, like out basically in about 40th spot, the pair of those, Alex Dunn and Diogo Pinto. But because of how crazy this race is, I wouldn't be surprised if they found themselves inside like the top 20 or so late on in the race. There's a switch between the race leaders. Nicholas Boy and Phil Denez switching over spots. I'm pretty sure they'll just be orchestrating, running away from everyone and not playing too much drama here.
Yeah, I mean, all the talk about these guys need to work together to try and pull the gap closer to the top 2. The top 2 are just going to do the same to try and pull the gap away because they are teammates. They're much more likely to be working cohesively to try and build that gap, and it is just extending and extending as we work our way through. But there's another spin somewhere. That's Giesbers for Manatee Racing at turn 1. That's very deep down there. But for these two cars, the BS competition cars, there really is no panic, is there? I mean, if they can just work together, of course, bump drafting, you wouldn't really want to be doing that in these Super Formula Lights cars, but, you know, just working together, pulling that gap, it would take quite a lot, I think, for them not to win this race.
That's what happens to Maniti. just going for a little bit of a cheeky spin, probably on the transition there, going down to T1. I don't know if there was any contact involved in any of that, but certainly went for a cheeky spin. Oscar Bixrud in the Volkswagen Racing Adventures car finds himself in 8th position, just ahead of the Blue Rose team car, which I do think is quite a nice livery. I used to have, my Indy car used to look like that, I'm not going to lie. It used to have like the white, light blue, dark blue, but obviously it was green highlights rather than red. Did look in that kind of vein. But Blue Rose team will work their way past the Volkswagen Racing Adventures car, up now into 8th position.
Yeah, and going well at the moment for Blue Rose. Of course, they've not had the smoothest of 19 races up to this point, but a good result here would be a nice little boost for the team. Team Redline in the form of Sam Koiter trying to recover currently in P11. You can see the live soundings on the right-hand side. I was going to mention that that gap is closing, but clearly not closing to too much, because it's still going to be 30 points as we make our way into turn 1 again.
Trying to see, the Blue Rose team had a top 10. I think they've had one, which was in race 16, which would have been the IR18s at Road Atlanta. Apparently they finished, they got 48 points, whatever position that is finished. Was it 8th? 7th?
I think so, something around there. Either way, I mean, it's a good result regardless.
Yeah.
Picking up quite a nice group of points. It's difficult, of course, when you've got just the 1 point per position to really kind of, you know, look at one particular result and go, that's where we gained loads of points, because there is no winner's bonus. You know, you gain as many points by finishing 3 places ahead back in P50 compared to P53 as you do compared to finishing first or fourth. So it's really just about where you're finishing compared to the teams you are racing against. Blue Rose team, they're going to be pleased, I think, with how this is going so far, because, you know, even though they've got Team Redline just up behind them, you know, it's always a nice feeling to be just in front of the leaders.
Yeah, certainly so. Team Redline switching position, getting past the Blue Rose team a little bit further down the order. Of course, in 9th position at the moment. That'll be the that would be the 70 Team Redline car that had the bigger drama. Sam Koiter behind the wheel of that one. Obviously, drama in the previous race, Alexei Nesov behind the wheel. You can see on the right hand side, they'll be now retaking over the points lead, but because of how much it's switching and changing, it seems as though they're having bad luck in opposite races, right? Which, to be fair, if you're Team Redline, probably what you want in a sense, because it means that you're actually remaining at the front of the point standings, right? So you're doing the important bit. Does mean that Coanda are closing in bit by bit. So they are going to try and keep this thing alive all the way to the end of the, at least until the final race, because you never know what's going to happen. Final race in an MX-5's here.
Yeah, we talked about it all the way through, really, that you really want to have won the championship by the time we get to the MX-5s here, because, yeah, it's not necessarily the race that you would put any kind of bet on, because it'll surely be. If this was hectic, it's going to be absolutely manic, chaotic, every superlative you can think of for the MX-5s, especially if there's a championship on the line. So Redline will hope to have it wrapped up by then. But you never do know. I mean, still, as of right now, if we were going to go into the final race with the live points, there would still technically be a championship to be won between Redline and Coanda, albeit Redline basically just need to finish the race. They still effectively need to make sure they don't get caught up in any trouble. So, yeah, there's always a risk. In these 24-hour events, we've seen it in the previous VCO Infinities. Really, you've got to just keep the consistency up, and that's how you're going to win. You don't necessarily need to be winning every race, but if you're not winning, you need to be in the top 5, top 10.
Yeah, exactly. Again, we'll be talking about it going into the, or rather out of the penultimate race. It'll be about a 55-point lead required, or 56-point lead really, required for one of the Team Redline cars over Coanda for it to be confirmed that it will be a Team Redline championship, and then we'll discuss as to which one it's going to be past that point. But until we get there, we'll leave this one wide open. Like I say, Coanda have been closing in the last few races courtesy of some of the drama that's been going the way of Team Redline, and let's be honest, considering some of that drama, it's not completely out of it that Sam Koiter might get involved in some drama. I think there might be a slow down, just a slow run there from Wolf. Elliot Veyron also working their way past now into 6th position on the road for Coanda.
Yeah, and these two are kind of gaining up to the back of the train, aren't they? Behind Marteau, Guven and Soria for P3. So might see an increased battle in that regard. Don't count out the likes of Sam Koiter. Of course, he's shown some great pace in the Super Formula Lights so far in this VCO Infinity. He might be able to try and attach himself to the back of this train, and we might just start to see a nice battle forming for P3. P1 and 2, it feels like BS Competition are away. They're gone. Goodbye. Have a nice evening. But with mistakes like that, the door's open for P3.
Yeah, the Coanda team and well, I don't know. I'm assuming that was probably the Williams Esports Academy car with Martel making a bit of a mess of the West Horseshoe. But when we kind of cut to it, Chan was out wide, so Antoine Juven was out a little bit wide, and now has just slapped the double yellow quite hard. There's Elliot Veyron in the background, and now might get passed once more by Andre Wolf going down into the Le Mans chicane. It's still the bus stop. I'm sorry. I'm really trying for the Le Mans chicane. I've been trying for over a year now, or a year and a bit, however long it's been. I've been really trying, but it's still the bus stop. It's not as bad as the Parabolica, which is still the Parabolica. I refuse to call it the Alvaretto curve.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I was doing a commentary, and someone started calling it Alvaretto. Completely forgot about it, and then questioned why they were saying it, and then of course they were right. But it's just not. It's not the Alvaretto. It's the Parabolica corner. It's the same with there in the bus stop. You can't really call it the Mans curve. It's been so ingrained in your memory. You couldn't change. Blanchimont at Spa, could you? Anyway, down into towards turn 1, we see these cars still fighting. But I think the interesting thing here is, if you are Coanda, if you are Williams Esports Academy United Sim team, do you just accept the fact that BS have gone because, of course, they have really just pulled up the road? Or do you try and work together? I think at this point, you really just have to fight over P3 because the top two, 4 seconds nearly, race lead's gone.
They're not catching BS competition because when they're two teammates and stuff, they're working together, and yeah, that's not being caught. That gap, it will be a BS competition win unless there is drama in traffic, but you can't predict that, so it's whatever. And they probably will get a little bit of traffic. I'm trying to think now of like successful corner name changes in motorsport, because Spa is an example of a circuit which can't do it because they've tried changing the corners and still, even like, for example, No Name, which has 3 names, right? It has No Name, it has Speaker's Corner, it's obviously called the X Curve now, even though whatever. People still know it as No Name. You've got Fania, which has got 3 different names. Puon has been called 2 different things. Obviously, Puon was double gosh. Malmedy's been called Malmedy and then not called Malmedy, and then it's Rivage, Bruxelles. It's all like there's a lot of that. So like Spa has been ruled out. Like they've tried changing names all the time, and it doesn't really work. The only one that I can really think of would be a corner that actually had a name that's changed name, because the Speed Schmitz curve does not count because that corner didn't actually have a name. It was just part of the Hudson sequence. But would be turn 2 at Snetterton, because that was, of course, the Montreal hairpin that then got changed to the Wilson hairpin because of obviously the late Justin Wilson.
Well, I don't think, saying as someone who is a Snetterton local, I don't think people care that much enough about Snetterton to really be bothered about keeping the old names on the corners. But you're right, up at the Wilson Hairpin, I seem to remember you getting very excited a couple of years ago at someone going straight on and finding a barrier that no one knew was there on the X.
Is that Nicholas Taylor? Yeah, it was Dick Taylor.
Yes, it was GB4.
Yeah, good man. That was 2022, and we was battling for a championship contract between himself and Tom Mills. Nick Taylor not in this race though. Disappointing. He does do quite a bit of iRacing, doesn't Nick Taylor? Wimp. It's fine.
I mean, you've had Cooper Webster winning, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, obviously he's won in this, and he won 5 times, I think, in GB4 in last year. Finished second of the championship to Tom Mills. It's got very dark over here very quickly, isn't it?
It has. It feels very much like a British April shower, but beginning to bubble up. Of course, I mean,
I've just checked.
Sorry?
I've just checked. No shower.
Oh, okay. So also, Florida, you can get, quite sharp afternoon showers in Florida. But yeah, it's just cloud cover. Nothing that we're going to be worried about in terms of seeing precipitation on the racetrack. And these guys may be a little bit pleased about that, although we have already seen the carnage off the start. I don't think we could deal with too much more carnage if the rain did start to fall.
I'd be up for it.
I'd be up for it, but I don't know if the drivers would be up for it.
I want there to be a rain button. There's a thing, I don't know if you can do it in iRacing, but there is in other simulators. I'm not going to name names just in case people don't like it, do like it, or whatever. There was a way that you could set up the server where there was you'd effectively have a rain button where you could just tell it to start raining. It's like, yeah. Basically slash start rain as the battle between Altus just towards the back here. Altus Esports battling with the likes of Wave Italy, Fordzilla as well, all a little bit sketchy, but no major dramas. Nice and tidy was that move. This is down in 21st position, or 20th position now, sorry.
Yeah, and it just shows that even down here, we've still got some fights going on. You do get these echelons that form in these Super Formula Lights races, groups of 4, groups of 5, maybe groups of 6. I mean, we've seen it on Friday Night Primetime in the iRacing official series for the cars. Even though they're only 20 minutes long, you do start to see some groups forming, a lot of exciting hard racing throughout a lot of the races, just because, of course, these cars, the slipstream does work. They're small, they're relatively nippy in the corners. They do lend themselves to some nice close racing. We've kind of seen that ever since it's calmed down a bit on the aggression front. But again, you can see just how close these cars can run, and I think as we run further into this race, with still 26 minutes to go, we might see some exciting moments in the closing minutes.
Do you enjoy these kind of cars on this kind of circuit? Have you driven a car like this around a circuit like this? Yeah, like a low-powered Formula car on a big Grand Prix style circuit?
I have not, but from a spectator point of view, I think they work nicely when you've got, smaller racetracks. I mean, even something like Monza, where you've got your overtaking spot. I think tracks that are more suited to single-seater racing. Daytona here, it's all right with these Super Formula Lights, but there aren't enough hard braking zones, I think, really, for these to really come into their own, because of course with the medium speed corners that we see a lot around the dogleg, even these horseshoes aren't particularly low speed in these cars. It's difficult, isn't it, to really send the car, make a move, but they are quite fun to control around some of the tighter tracks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, as a driver, I actually don't. Whenever I see, because I used to race the Formula 4 quite a lot. Whenever I see it somewhere like Spa or here or something like that, I avoid it. I absolutely avoid it, because the circuit's too big for the kind of car for me. And what ends up happening, you have a pack race like this where, because of when you're working as a group, let's take, for example, Commander in 6th position. Right, there's almost no way, because they're all a group ahead of them, and even when they're battling, they're actually going faster. There's actually no way really that commander car can close in unless there's drama, which I always found really frustrating, because you just get locked into your position regardless of your speed, even if you're throwing it around like this. Oh my goodness me, that's a big lean. As the Williams Esports car has a touch of contact. Blue Rose involved in there, precision involved, and all that. That was wild.
Yeah, Spet's not having the nicest time, is he? Through the Le Mans chicane, just generally the bus stop. I'm going to call them both at this point now. I'm thinking about it, but he's kind of retake the positions ahead of Bernstoff and Visserman on the run down towards Town 1. But with such a long straight in these cars, and because they're not going that fast in the grand scheme of things, you do just have to sit and wait and position your car for quite a while before we get in towards Turn 1. Just try and play the games with the slipstream, and of course trying to get the run off of the banking as well. All of that combined to try and make the move down in towards Turn 1. But you've got a lot of time to think about it, because you're looking at least 30 seconds of full throttle down towards Turn 1 through the banking, and Alexander Spets played it perfectly up 2 positions.
Yeah, no, exactly. Spets there, like you say, trying to now desperately hang on. I will say, I did say it was the Blue Rose team car. That's actually a little bit ahead of this grouping, although I will say, Blue Rose car, 5K rated. Alexander Spets, 10.9. And there's no assistance for Blue Rose. I can see Ivanainen is going to be closed by this group. Surely is going to be closed by this group. There is this battle will swallow up that fight for 10th spot, even though Emil Bernstorff is trying to squeeze one straight around the outside going into the Le Mans chicane once more. There's also a little bit of a switch. Milikangas working his way past in the race clutch team, just trying to squeeze their way past, I think it was the precision car. No, it wasn't. It was, I don't know who they were. It was Kramer.
Very high. Yeah, Spets has gone high again, though, on the exit of the chicane. Lost a couple of spots to race clutch there, but we do see these 3 up at the front. Now, I was going to mention this, actually. Look at the gap now between 2nd and 3rd. It's now under 3 seconds. It's now about 2.5, so it is coming down a touch. I don't know, maybe these guys are working together slightly better. Maybe it helps that they're a 3-car train here, but I mean, they are starting to gain. Guven is starting to claw in on Phil Denez, and, we've still got 20 minutes of this race left. The time is there for them to try and catch into the slipstream.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know. I'm intrigued at the moment whether they've actually got to be. We're only halfway through the race. We still have like loads of time left to go in this one. But at the moment, things seem fairly calm within the top 5 or so. Whether that will be the case in a little while's time, we'll have to wait and see. I see. The thing is, I can kind of understand that if this group starts closing in any more. On the top 2 will work harder together, if that makes sense. So they'll start piecing their way past. The last lap time was closed down by 0.4 of a second as Martel not going to go for a move. Look at how many shoes he's got.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Lucky for some, isn't it?
Oh no, I hate. I've got 3 pairs of shoes.
I have 2. To be honest, I don't really need any more pairs of shoes because the ones I have go on my feet. They keep my feet dry and they're fine. I'd like to know when he wears some of them, but they are.
Yeah, right.
It looks like a relatively expensive collection, doesn't it?
I don't know anything about shoes. To be fair, I'm the kind of guy where so if you're spending more than 50 quid on shoes, I don't know what's going on. Unless they're like really, really good running or walking shoes. I've got some old shoes that I just walk into town in. I've got some nice shoes that I work in, and then I've got my obvious bog standard waterproof golf shoes because I'm cool. You need proper golf shoes, mate. Proper ones.
Well, I mean, yeah. I have many a golf course around me, but I just can't. I don't have the time.
And also, but the thing is, for you, like kids clubs are cheaper, so it's fine.
Right, fantastic. Thank you. I knew that was going to come somewhere in some form. I've been waiting for it for 25 minutes.
Yeah, of course it was. It was on its way. Got to throw under the bus at some point with that kind of stuff. Once again, this fight fairly close for 3rd spot. Do you reckon there's a chance they can close in? What was the last lap time for the group? Yeah, 3/10. Yeah, 2 or 3/10 again.
It is close. It's just whether it's coming down enough, really. I mean, the BS competition cars, they might start to see these guys gaining a bit behind. Marteau's choosing not to go through into the bar stop. I don't know whether, slingshotting consistently with these guys might help a little bit more with gaining some time. But regardless, the closer they get, of course, the more of a slipstream they're going to be able to pick up from the 2 in front. And that gap is then going to exponentially close even more. Maybe a bit of bump drafting going on here from Marteau. You can see a little bit of a bump on the way in. Got to be very careful in these lights cars, of course. Less chunky on the front and rear and can be a little bit easier. Oh, just spin your rival around, and that is exactly what I'm talking about.
Trying to effectively push. It's sort of the rain light at the moment. I don't think Ian Guven's going to be comfortable right now. But to be fair, I think he will understand the necessity of being pushed this hard. That said, the likelihood of that going wrong every time they bump draft is so insanely high. I remember it was the 2000, I think it was 22, 24 Hours of Daytona, and Parker White was bump drafting his teammate. It was when he was with the Apex Racing team at that point. Was bump drafting his teammate on the, I think it was NASCAR 3 and 4. And then iRacing's netcode stepped in and they weren't fighting for the positions they were in after that. I'll put it that way. I think they might have both retired on the spot there. Certainly a lot of time. You've got to be very careful when it comes to bump drafting, especially in a car like this. I mean, this is not really a car that you want to be bump drafting in too much, but I guess it's needs must at the moment. Once again, it was a great lap time coming in from the 91 Commander car, closing down a 10th and a bit, a little, tiny bit on the group ahead. It sounds like not that much, but it's a small gap coming down.
I mean, it is working. Clearly, that gap now, Boy to Guven is 2 seconds. It was 4 not that long ago, 15 minutes ago or so, it was 4. So it really is coming down. And ever closer as they get to the top 2, Guven's going to be picking up a little bit more of a slipstream as they run their way through these parts of the oval. But let's have a look at the bump draft on board from Guven. And, it just doesn't feel comfortable, does it? I mean, Guven is... I don't know whether he'll be shouting at Marteau, whether he'll be stressed trying to keep it in a straight line, but it's just not looking terribly comfortable for the Commander Esports car. But that being said, it is working for them because the time is coming down.
If Anshag even wasn't that comfortable, if he was really concerned about this race and going sideways, he would have backed out. He would have allowed the 2 to pass and either done the bump drafting himself or would have backed out and kind of let them do their own thing, right? The fact that he remains as the leader, is accepting the bump draft, tells me that he is comfortable in the scenario right now, that he has a lot of trust in Martel, who is the lowest I-rated driver in that group by quite a way. Again, you've got Phil Dinez, race leader 10k, Nicholas Boy 8.8k, Anton Guven 10k, Jose Soria 7.7k, Martel 6.9k, a fair leap below the rest of the grouping, and yet he is doing an incredible effort bump drafting there. Because this is tremendously difficult. This has required a fair amount of practice and hindsight coming into this.
Yeah, but it does look like it's going relatively well. I did see very briefly coming out of the West Horseshoe, there was a mistake from one of the PS competition cars. They did end up going side by side through there as they made their way towards the oval. So another half a second or so was lost. And that gap now between second and third, 1.2. So it is really getting to a point where we might see a 5-way battle for the lead as they still bump draft their way. Marteau will be hoping to reward his very strained efforts at bump drafting with at least a podium, if not something slightly better, as the leaders swap once again. But that gap now, 1.3, and it only really will take another lap or so of this bump draft.
Yeah, and then they're in slipstream. I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. This from the Williams Esports Academy car and from Coanda Esports. I think this is up there with like drive of the day between the pair of them. Just to be able to do this, to kind of bump draft. What would be super unlucky, right, is if they bump draft all the way up to BS competition and then the United Sim team Jose Soria sweeps through to take the victory after literally just benefiting off the hard work of the two drivers ahead. That's sometimes how it goes, though.
Yeah, and I think he wouldn't be... he'd be very pleased, I think, to take it. It would be one of those sweeter victories where you've not really done the work for it. You've not done the heavy lifting, but you've just taken advantage of everyone else's work and then just had a little bit at the end to try and push yourself further up the order. But I think he'll be right in this fight, especially as we start to see 5 cars merge together for the lead of this race. We're 2/3 of the way through, but... you know, if anything, we're further away from knowing who's going to win this race than we were about 5 minutes into the start, as we still see the pump drafting continue. But that gap now at a point where Coanda Esports, they're going to be pushing the BS competition cars ever closer in the closing laps.
I just don't know how it's not ended in tears yet. Williams Esports, Alexander Specs now dropping back behind Milikangas, 12th position now. Race Clutch move their way into. So switch positions back there. Gem and Sim Racing also not that far away from that grouping, as we can see more bump drafting coming in. Once again, Jose Soria just remaining right in the rear end, 1.2 seconds between the pair of them, and bump drafting has begun. Have you noticed how since they've switched around, Phil Dinez has dropped behind Nicholas Boy and he's started bump drafting Boy?
Yeah, they've really noticed what's going on and trying to take advantage of it themselves. So, yeah, at least they've copped on, really, because it might give them a little bit of a chance to stay in the lead of this race. That gap kind of stagnating at the moment, but still 8/10 between second and third. And Guven is going to get an increasingly nice tow through NASCAR 1, 2, 3, 4. Than he was before, and it is going to give him that extra chance at gaining up to the 2 BS competition cars, and they may have to start racing on their mirrors just a little bit. But Marteau and Sora, well, particularly Marteau, you've got to give him credit, even though it has been a very difficult job to try and bump draft Guven up here. He's done it very well, and both of them, they've worked together beautifully, and it has given them a shot at the win.
I will give you, by the way, a little brief update on the 2 cars that were high up that obviously had their dramas, which was Diogo Pinto and Alex Dunn. They're 26th, 27th position at the moment, but they're now involved in a train where they can start working their way through and actually gaining some extra positions. So that gap in the championship will actually be getting closer and closer because Diogo Pinto is picking up some extra spots. And Sam Koita kind of remains about the 7th spot that we saw him in a little earlier on in this race. To be fair, if Antoine Guven can take the victory, then he'll be closing in even more into that top grouping. So maybe the title race is going to close down for the final 4 races here. 13 minutes left to go at Daytona. After a chaotic start, it certainly has calmed down, but the intrigue has begun to rise. Phil Dinez gets past Nicholas Boy. I think they might have accepted, to be fair, that this trio is joining them whether they like it or not.
Yeah, that gap momentarily for the first time in this race since the opening lap has been under a second between second and third. So Guven is now there. He is in this fight. And the 2BS competition cars, as much as they might want to try and avoid this happening, you know, they've just not had the pace in this second part of the race with the bump drafting that we've seen from the drivers behind to make sure that they stayed nicely in front. So, you know, 12 minutes I think we're going to have of high quality racing at the front of the field. Hopefully we see some overtaking with a higher quality than what we saw in the early stages of the race, because if that was anything to go by, we might have a conversation about the second commander car and Team Redline maybe getting into this fight as well.
Great angle from the United Sim Team car. Jose Soria here, really getting an understanding of, to be fair, how hard it can be to spot. I did see, obviously, you know, the halo, right? Obviously, you can see the halo here. I guarantee it's almost certainly made invisible or transparent, or the transparency has been increased. I know when that first happened, there was a lot of controversy around that, about the transparent halo. How do you feel about a transparent halo?
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it, really? Because if you've got two eyes, and they're both going to be looking slightly around it, so it's going to just seem ever more transparent. Just having the one camera angle and looking at the halo is not really true to life. So the transparency kind of does lend itself a little bit more to the reality that drivers face in these cars. It is quite a large block, though, isn't it, when you've just got a solid line, especially if that's the racing line in front of you. A car's a little bit further in front. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, but, you know, transparency just makes more sense, doesn't it?
I've raced in VR in the Super Formula car, and that obviously has the halo. You don't notice it. Like, you don't really see it, because you could, like you say, you see your eyes are far enough apart that you actually just basically see round it. You don't have a blind spot on the halo, whereas obviously when you're on a single screen, you've got a big old blind spot right in the middle of the screen. So yes, transparency. There were a lot of people kicked off about it when that was introduced. So I'm glad they were like, no, go away. And just got on with it. Either way, it is now a 5-car train for the race lead. The two best competitions cars running in first and second, the 90 ahead of the 89, then the 91 Commander Esports team, the 77 Williams Esports Academy, and the 56 United Sim team, who is going to take victory in this race. It's a little bit more up in the air as we head back to Alex Dunn down the order, 22nd position. Great recovery.
They're doing well. I mean, still only 30 seconds off of the lead, and I think that gap has relatively been constant since the pit stop. So it's been a good effort from Alex Dunn and from Thiago Pinto, who's just a little bit further back in this train, to really try to pull away. Vladislav Gultsev is being the driver that's been overtaken. In fact, is that Pinto just in front?
Yeah, it is.
It could be, yeah. So they're both working relatively well together, or maybe not together, they're just basically overtaking at the same pace, is Dunn and Pinto, but now they're gaining 22nd and 23rd or so at the moment, so they're still going to be gaining a nice chunk of points. You're looking at 34 and 33 for these two cars.
Yeah, indeed. Got to say, that's interesting. Now they've caught their way up to the back of Boy and Dinez. Gap's grown a little bit, and I kind of think Anton Gibbons gone, right, lads, do you know what? I'm out. I've done my work. Off you go. Have fun. I'm going to sit back and let you drama your way through this. When he drops back to 5th position, that was him dropping back rather than the other two passing, and so Gibbons pretty happy to sit at the rear end of the train. But again, the gap's kind of grown a little bit between the top two and the groupings behind. So Thiago Martel needs to kind of dig deep to make sure that gap doesn't grow much more.
Yeah, got to make sure that he stays close. It remains to be seen whether Soria might give him a bit of a bump draft down the oval part of the racetrack. But yeah, Uven, I mean, we talk about dangling the carrot in front of the drivers. I mean, he's got them so close, but then you get to a stage and he's just pulled that away, and they've still got a little bit of work to do. So will Soria give Marteau that bump draft that could help the two of them towards the top two, or will they have got so close and then remain to be so far away? And yes, there's the bump draft. So they are working together, just as the BS competition cars are as well. We'll have to see if, even without the help of Guven, whether Marteau and Soria can do this on their own.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, the attempted bump draft coming off of NASCAR 2, wait until you're off the corner. That is one thing that when you've done oval racing, that is one thing to really note. Really wait until you're off the corner. Get really close, but bump. You can through the corner's not too bad, and then like once you're on the straights, it's not too bad. Once you're doing it, when you're going onto the corner or coming off of the corner, no. When you get that and the transition change, you know, as you come off of the banking, that's a solid no. And even then, in the mid corner, you shouldn't really be bump drafting anyway, but. you can kind of do it as long as you know what you're doing. That was very, very sketchy indeed. Again, the gap's just about big enough. Martel's trying to throw this as hard as he can, but again, lowest I rating of the group. They might have needed Guven there just to kind of completely bridge the gap and then back out. But alas, he's thought, no, do you know what? I've done my time here. Thanks.
It's an interesting thing because Cuban, of course, for the Coanda team, they want to pick up as many points as they can at this stage of the event, because they're not exactly where they'd want to be and needing to gain points on Redline to keep this championship going in towards the final round with the MX-5s here at Daytona. So interesting that those couple of points will be lost. Of course, the second Coanda car is in P6 at the moment, a long way back, but still in P6, going to lose just the one position. BS competition, I mean, you can see the two drivers there. I mean, they just look relatively safe now. I mean, it did look for a time that Marteau would gain up to the back with the help of Guven, but no. In the end, Guven pulling out has really meant that BS competition have had a bit of a free pass here.
They seem to have weathered the storm. Slow run on the exit of the Le Mans chicane there for the Williams Esports Academy car. And like I say, it seems as though they have weathered the storm. 6 minutes left to go in this race. It will be 4 laps as they cross the line. So at the bottom of the screen there, Nicholas Boy, race leader, and Phil Denez. And of course, you saw Martau as well there with the fresh kicks on the furthest right-hand side. At the moment, Boy, Denez, they're both those BS competition cars are in the top 10 of the point standings, and they're both looking to score a healthy amount of points in this race. Obviously, if they do end up taking the victory, I did say there was a bit of a lock-up, I think, coming in from Phil Denez, though.
Yeah, I mean, they are gaining points. I think that's just the thread that you've got to just keep through a 24-hour event like we have here at VCO Infinity. It's difficult, of course, just to kind of gauge who you're fighting at this stage of the event. Of course, the 89 car for BS competition is only 15 points back going into this race on Drago Racing, and only about 27 back from Apex, and they'll be gaining a lot of points on them. So the chances are still open here, particularly a top 4 finish for that car, and for the other car, the 90 car, they're quite a ways back from the 92 Coanda, but they're close to the 43 Altus. So, they will be gaining some points and some positions you'd probably expect in the championship in that regard, but maybe not exactly where they'd want to be. But even if you're not where you want to be, you need to be gaining as many points as you can in this stage of the event. 5 races to go, including this one, and you can really position yourself good for a top 4.
Phil Denez could be a driver to move himself to joint 4th on the all-time winners list with a 3rd victory. Obviously, would join the likes of Luke Bennett, Valentin Mandanak, and Silly Lully, who are all joint 4th at the moment. But they've all got 3 victories apiece. Of course, not that many drivers ahead. Only Diego Pinto, Patrick Holtzman, and Josh Rogers, the drivers that would be ahead of Phil Denez if he does end up taking this victory. He's the only driver. Oh no, sorry, 2 drivers have taken victories for BS competition, but he's taking the most at 2 at the moment. Out wide goes Antonio Guven in the background, looking to once again just fill the mirrors, close their way in. I mean, it's nearly, the gap is nearly bridged again.
Yeah, it's coming down, but it's getting to the point now with only 4 minutes and no move has been able to be attempted. You wonder whether it's just a little bit too late, maybe a lap or two too late, but Motto is as close as he has been throughout this race, under 8 tenths to the leader. For a second there, it was under 7 tenths as well, so he is right in there. Soria helping him along, and maybe, just maybe, we will get some action for the lead here with only a few laps left to run. BS competition, boy would they be disappointed if they lost the race with Boy and Denez leading so comfortably for so long. If they lost it in the closing stages, it'd be heartbreak for them.
Yeah, indeed. Considering the work they've done, they've led 42 minutes of this race, and it seems as though they might have their hardest struggles at the end of this race. I thought they did really well to weather the storm, but maybe the storm is not over. We were just in the eye of it. 3 minutes left to go. There'll be 2 laps at the line. And again, that Williams Esports Academy car looms larger in the mirrors, and it's getting bigger and bigger and closer and closer. We'll have 5 cars within a second to begin the penultimate lap of this race.
Yeah, so time is running out, but Marto is there now, and here comes Marto. Is he going to go for the lead here? He hasn't been in the top 2 all race long, particularly after turn 1, but we now have 4 cars, 2 by 2, fighting their way for the win here in race 20 at VCO Infinity. You know, it's been a long time coming. We thought it would happen, then we thought it couldn't, but now Marto's going for the lead. Whoa. He's making a mistake, but the chances are still there.
Indeed. I will say Antoine Guven dropped off the rear end of the train of this a little bit, but has closed his way back in. Wonder if he just doesn't really want to be too involved with it, thinking more points, thinking more positions in the standings, and maybe being told just to play things a little calmer, a little bit more observant at the moment, as you know, see how this battle is going to unfold. Nicholas Boy still the race leader though. It's still a BS competition 1-2, but again, there was the first real look. The thing that's telling me is that a drag race towards the line, whoever's in third might be able to sneak their way through to take victory, to be honest.
Yeah, and I mean, even that United Sim team of Jose Soria that's in there, he's just kind of been in the shadows waiting around for the time being. But if he could somehow explode his way to the front of the field right at the end of the race, that would be quite impressive, and it would be a very, very sweet victory for those guys. BS competition, you can see their faces full of concentration. I mean, difficult, of course, at this stage of the race. They've been in control for so long, but all of a sudden, with so little time left, they're now under quite a lot of pressure. 5 cars really now, all within a shot of the lead.
Yeah, exactly, and they've all got their chances. One more lap around the Daytona International Speedway for them. The World Centre Racing here in the Super Formula Lights to see who's going to take victory in the 20th race. Just 4 after this. We are really in that final stretch. Here comes Jose Soria picking up the slipstream. Here comes Anchan Guven making it 3 wide for 3rd position. It will be Jose Soria to sneak his way through into 3rd, maybe even into 2nd if he can try something around the outside at T1, maybe even into the race lead. He's going to heavily commit down into that first corner as he sweeps his way around the outside of Phil Denez, and it will be the United Sim Team car up in the 2nd.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly where you'd want to be, positioning yourself nicely for that final run through NASCAR 1, 2, 3, and 4. Soaring at the steering wheel there as Marto disappears from the game. Is he disconnected?
No, I think it'll be a disqualifier. I think he's hit the instant point limit.
Oh no. On the final lap as well, after all that work. You can see he's not happy about it, that's for sure.
Yeah, indeed. He is fuming there, right-hand side of the screen. Not particularly pleased. Then again, if you've got, if you know you're very close to the instant point limit, maybe pump the brakes when getting too involved. But fair enough. Is what it is. Out onto NASCAR 1 and 2. It is BS competition running 1st and 3rd. United Sim team of Soria in the middle. Phil Denez didn't look particularly pleased in the middle of your screen, as once again he's still fuming, understandably so.
I mean, instant point limit. I mean, did the bump draft thing have anything to do with that? Possibly?
No, because it was 0 X's.
No. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough then. Didn't know if that would have been more annoying if trying to win the race, you know, directly caused that kind of a DSQ. But in the end, after all of that, it just feels like as we merge off them on 1 and 2 once again, BS competition have somehow seemed to have sorted it out again. I mean, sorry, might get P2, but really, this is Bose.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Nicholas Boyd coming through the final corner. Let's see how much that slipstream is going to close up. Is it going to be a BS competition? 1-2. Jose Soria going below the double yellow. You're allowed to do it on the run up towards the line. Is it going to be United Sim Team taking victory? It's going to be Nicholas Boyd for the first time in the VCO Infinity, but it is Phil Denez in 2nd position to make it a BS competition 1-2. Considering their drive earlier on in the race, that does feel fairly right. Jose Soria into 3rd. Anton Guben will take 4th position. Sam Koitek was able to sneak past Elliot Veyron to increase the points lead for the number 70 Team Redline team, and Elliot Veyron in 6th. That was crazy stuff as we see the finishes across the line. This is of course the 2 Apex Racing team cars. Alex Dunn, well, that tells you how pleased he was with the race.
Yeah, Muse doesn't have to use that car again. I don't think you'd be able to use it very much again. It'd take quite a lot of repair. But regardless, yeah, a good recovery in the end from Alex Dunn, particularly working his way up to P20 in the end. I mean, all the way after that early collision, and did end 30 seconds off the lead, so really didn't lose that much time to the leaders after that pit stop, just showing how much pace he did have in that Apex car, and maybe how disappointed he was that he could have gone for the win.
Yeah, indeed. I will double check. Well, again, just double checking that Nicholas Boy definitely hasn't won a win. So that is the 40th different winner as more drag races up towards the line, as we'll see the final few kind of making their way over. But Nicholas Boy taking that victory, sneaking one over, and of course taking yet another one, a BS competition. All of their wins have come, as far as I'm aware, or maybe all but one, have come in non-IndyCar open wheelers, so lighter open wheelers. So this Formula 4 as well. They are the winners in a prototype, as they take yet another win, their 4th win in VCO Infinity, but this time it was a 1-2, 3/10 of a second separating the pair of them. Jose Soria dragging his way into the mix of the United Sim team. Anton Guven in 4th position with Sam Coitert in 5th. Elliot Veyron 6th position with Andre Wolf, Oscar Bixford, Emil Bernstorff, and Alexander Spetz was able to work his way through this Daytona race without any major dramas up inside the top 10. Milikangas for Race Clutch, Blue Rose team, GeminSimRacing.de, Altitude, ATRS, Kramer Racing, Esports with the Falcon Sim Racing team, also Esports, Delatraz, and the Apex Racing team. Alex Dunn was able to get inside the top 20, but was still pretty frustrated with how that race unfolded. Was able to just clear his way on the Apex Racing Academy car that came across the line astern. Rincon Racing, SMP, and this is where we find Team Redline. Early drama for Diogo Pinto. Spinners ahead of him, got involved with it, lost his front wing and all of that. Nothing really he could do. Same incident that took out Alex Dunn. CRZ Simsport, Pike from Beach Racing, then Drago Racing, XPD Visceral, and Grid and Go. Their second car, Jesse Tekela, who took the first pole position of the day around here. That was in the IndyCar a long time ago, it feels. Team Fordzilla in 31st position with Rocket Simsport, then WSR Esports, Buck Kicker, Grid and Go Esports, they're the number 1 car, but the second one to work their way through. Impulse, Valoris, and then of course Maniti Racing, STR, and a disqualification we believe from for Williams Esports Academy. I believe he breached the instant points limits. Olympus Esports rounding out the top 40. We'll get confirmation on that from the Williams camp. West Competition Racing, Muradness, M Squad, and then one lap down was DLR SimLab. But then of course the retirements from the race: Absolute, Symphony of Pistons, Team PGZ, WT ePro GP, Obsidian, then the Screen to Speed Dream Team accelerated by Marla, and Brabham Esports, all retirements from this race. The final page seeing Eclipse Wave Italy, Parnell, Movano Corsa, the retirements from the race. Pretty crazy, especially the start of the race, about as crazy as expected.
Yeah, I mean, we had that incident off the line, didn't we, with 3 or 4 cars not even making it to the start finish, driving straight into pit road, so they could use their quick repair. There was incidents all over the first 5-10 minutes, kind of what we'd expect, but then as it died down, we kind of saw the battles fired out, echelon out, and then we of course saw how the race developed with the top guys, coalescing together a little bit. But in the end, BS competition, they really did have it under control because there wasn't any risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, really exciting to see. Obviously, you're on for the next race. GT3s at Monza. We've got Xfinities at Road Atlanta, Super Formula Lights at Phillip Island, and then the MX5 at Daytona to round out things. How much more drama are we really going to see in this?
There's lots of room for it, isn't there? I mean, with those races that we've still got left, I mean, the Xfinities at Road Atlanta, that's going to be interesting. Phillip Island, Super Formula Lights, almost like the track combination is going to be incredible. I mean, we saw what the MX5s did all the way back in race 2 at Phillip Island, and I don't think it's going to be too dissimilar in that regard. But the MX5s are the winner as well. I mean, to end on that, of course we are. Anything could happen there, and it could really change the championship.
Certainly so. Well, you get to deal with Arjuna for a little bit. I'm going to go and have a little bit of a break, probably a bacon Sammy, whilst I keep an eye on this GT3 race at Monza coming up in just a few moments' time.
Digital bands under virtual skies. He slapped the challenges, time flies. Decision on point, tactics so fine. Every racer's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline's the mark, the crown is still. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock. 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team's screen so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team's screen so vivid and thick. race. Lights up, game on. The virtual grid set, VCO Infinity, where the champions are met. 24 races, round the clock thrills. 55 teams battle with skills to kill. Striving for glory, chasing the lead. Every team's aiming to take this speed. 5 cars, 5 tracks, pure adrenaline scenes. Racing through combos in the sim machine. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse drop so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours. The action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise. It's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Through digital bands, under virtual skies, he slapped the challenge as time flies. Decision point tactics so fine. Every racer's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline's the mark, the crown is steel. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. The night wears on, the stakes get higher. Each team's resolve, fueled by fire. In this virtual cockpit, skills are king. The ultimate goal, the victory to bring. The saga's live, 24 hours of fire. Where only the best survive. Join the race.
Well, welcome back to VCO Infinity. 4 more races, 4 more hours to go, and a winner slowly but surely being determined here in our crazy, crazy event. You can see the rain has started to drop in the closing stages of qualifying. Monza GT3 up next, and we got the changeable conditions back for the first time in quite a while. Arjuna Kanki Party back here, joined alongside by Dara Thacker, that's been sitting alongside Lewis and mindfully watching through all the action. But your last race of VCO Infinity, GT3's at Monza, a dash of rain, should be quite fun.
Yeah, I mean, turn 1, we're going to be looking at maybe for a bit of action here at Monza. Of course, with the GT3s, with the rain, they're wide cars. You can go 2-3 wide through there, but do you really want to? And we might see a lot of action early on. But of course, in the championship, a few of these teams really need to pick up points in this race, because if they don't now, and with only, 3 races after this, they're not going to be able to do it. So it's a bit now or never for some of the teams like Coanda, Apex Racing Team, and they've got to really hope on mistakes from Redline.
Let's go take a look at the points that have been confirmed now with 20 hours, 20 races in the books, and it is getting chopped off on our graphic. It's for the first time ever in VCO Infinity history, we have gone to 4-digit points, and so that's breaking that graphic. But what I can do, joys of live broadcasting, we can figure it all out on the fly. Live championship points being popped up in the top right corner of your screen. It's still relatively close, but it is probably coming down to the 2 Redline machines, and already some drama in qualifying, Dara, with the 69 machine, Chris Lullum not setting a valid lap time and having to start from the very back. The other Redline machine, Alexei Nesov, qualifies up in 7th.
Yeah, is this the hope that maybe that Coanda and the Apex Racing Team have been looking for? I mean, like you said, only one of the cars is further back in the order, but you never do know. Something may go very much awry, particularly at Monza Turn 1 in these GT3s in the rain. So they're going to be hoping for a little bit of carnage, but they have to avoid it themselves if that's the case. But we will have a look at how these cars fight their way through. There's a few teams as well further up the order that need some points. But you know, I think it's an interesting grid. I think we're going to be looking forward to.
And I think the run into turn 1, going to be curious to see who has been able to dial in the ABS and traction control settings to be where they need to be. Oh, this is going to be fun. I commentated on a rain race here just this past week with GT3 machines. It was bonkers. This rain doesn't seem to be so heavy, though, which will hopefully mean a little less pooling and aquaplaning for these drivers. It will be grid and go, though, dominating in the top. It's going to be Arno Koch on the inside of the front row. He'll have his teammate Sven Haase behind, and Aaron Vasquez in the Drago Racing Team alongside. Dylan Burst in the Eclipse Sim Sports car is on the outside of row 2 with Altus Esports and Pipe Pike from Beach Racing, and of course previous race winner in VCO Infinity, Martin Kadalik in the Pike from Beach Racing car. Alexei Nesov 7th, the championship leading entry. Skari Rene for BS Plus competition in their Big Red machine. And then Was Cooking Racing Adventures and Impulse Racing make up the rest of your top 10. Kuwaina Esports and Elvis Rankin 11th. Lucas Prada and WSR Esports Butt Kicker 12th. And 13th for Sean Campbell. Wave Italy Racing 14th, and then Apex Racing Academy and the Williams Esports crew 15th and 16th spots. It's Absolute Motorsport Aslith in 17th. Jetty Jones in the Falcon Sim Racing car, hopefully having got a bit of sleep now, starts in 18th spot with Olympus and Team Fordzilla 19th and 20th. Jersey Glack in the Williams Esports Academy cars. Rasmus Tuominen for company in the Blue Rose team on row 11. Julian Reimer for Shara Esports is alongside Xander Reed for Kawanda Esports, and then back to 25th to find Visceral and Maniti Racing. The second of the BS Plus cars is 27th with Team PGZ. Still apparently the best team in the world for Lewis McLeod alongside Movano Corsa, and then ATRS Esports 29th and 30th. We'll keep scrolling through the rest of the names because they've just started on their flying formation lap. 1 second splits the top 36. Not big margins by any means, and that means I think a little bit more intrigue and drama on that run down into turn number 1.
A little bit more difficult, I think, for some of the cars further back to pick their way through. You're looking at Luca Kita in P44, Chris Lallam in P45 there. So they've got a lot of work to do, and it may not be the easiest job for them to keep this one up and really to gain all the positions that they need to in this race. But again, we've said, run down towards turn 1, anything can happen. It's going to be tight. It's going to be quite wet and wild here at Monza, and it's going to be who can pick their way through the best.
You can see the drivers lined up behind our pace truck, which I'll be honest, we've been taking that pace truck around the world. It's always seems a bit out of place, but it's been fun to have the dichotomy between sports cars and open wheelers that we've had competing. The big old truck at the front. Spray's going to be a major drama. How much rain is there? Well, the answer is plenty. Precipitation chance 100%. Mostly cloudy conditions. And I think we're ready for what is going to be championship stakes for Redline. How are they going to navigate through all of this madness? Temple of Speed, more like Temple of Rain. Long wait for these drivers as they now head into the starting zone. Gridandgo.com, Drago Racing on the front row, and finally punching the throttle and getting underway. Are they going to be 3 wide before we even cross the start-finish line? I think the answer to that one is no, but look how much they are going aggressive. Altus Esports using that exit to try and get a bit more speed on that run into the opening corner. They'll challenge for 4th position with Eclipse Simsport. Pike from Beach Racing along with Wave Italy say, you know what, let's straight line the chicane, take the slowdown, probably a better result. There's 3 wide through turn number 1 though, and I can't believe I'm quite saying this, we are safely out of the first chicane.
Yeah, I don't quite know how everyone's made it through, but they have. It's a perfect start for the Grid and Go-Kart at the front of the field as they try and pull themselves away. Jano Koch and Haasa, although having set that onto the sausage curve, that's not going to be the ideal line through there, giving Aaron Vasquez that opportunity to try and pick up a position here on the run down in towards Lesmo 1, and he goes from P3 to P2 and nearly into the lead.
Well, second chicane was a little less clean, not just at the front, but at the back, and Drago go to the lead. Aaron Vasquez sees Sven Haase slip off wide through the first of the Lesmos, stops the bleeding, but it's not totally done. You can see just now trying to get the grip down. Remember, traction control settings need to be tuned for the wet, and these drivers are dealing with the same setup that they would have been racing with if we had dry conditions. Up towards Ascari, and this is where, because the track falls down into the a part where it builds up to the track, there won't be much water actually when you get onto the brakes. There might be a bit of standing water down at the bottom of the track. Towards the final corner though, not seeing a big breakaway just yet. You can see the drivers filtering out of Ascari.
Yeah, and of course we did see those close qualifying times, so maybe to be expected that we're not seeing too many breaks in the train, but with everyone pretty much working their way through, no big incidents off of the start, it means that it's even more difficult for those guys further back to really pick their way through as we make our way through to complete the opening lap here at Monza. But it does look like Aaron Vasquez, he took that lead at Lesmo 1 and he is stretching his legs. He's not really worried about the lack of traction that this 296 can kind of give you, especially in these wet conditions, and he is looking to really hammer home that advantage at the front.
the advantage that you do have at the front is the sightlines, the visibility to be able to pick apart everything that's going on. Simona Miramar-Cheno battles with Alexei Nesov, who now very much has got to recognize with that second Redline car really struggling and qualifying, not getting the lap time down. Chris Lullum has gotten up to what is 39th position already, but all Alexei Nesov really wants to do is finish ahead of the teammate. We said it was a clean start. I said it then started kicking off in the second chicane, but what I am being told is it may even technically have started through Curva Grande. Not quite sure what happened there. We'll take a look later, because Sven Haas has had another issue, and this time it's in that second chicane.
And it's a nightmare spot to be in because he can't quite get himself back out onto the track without causing any kind of concern. Just about able to do it without hitting anybody, but he had to wait there for a long, long time just to ensure that he didn't emerge onto the racing line with the car coming straight past. So good job, really, in the end from Sven Haas. There's the number 8 or number 9 going around, I should say, and they've got to be careful not to pull back onto the racing line as well.
It was Delatraz Automotive in the number 8 machine, Augustin Bernier, that did have that little half spin. Let's start to begin our sequence of some of the replays, and like mentioned, it wasn't down into the second chicane. In fact, through Curva Grande, they had already started tripping over each other. Boris Savando, you could see him just at the front of the shot, lost the entirety of his front end. And it may have been a bit of a technical issue there for the West Competition car, which definitely started to slow a little bit offline and not in a place where it would have been expected. We'll come back around to wrap to the end of lap number 2 with what do seem to be not the heaviest of rain conditions. That is not to say the spray is not fierce. On board in second place with the Grid and Go car, with the margin starting to stretch out.
Yeah, it's looking rather nice, actually, hasn't it? The sun's starting to peek out behind the clouds in northern Italy, and that might, you know, maybe could see changing conditions throughout the race, possibly just keeping in this kind of light rain conditions. Either way, the spray isn't awful for these cars, but still not going to be a very useful. It's going to be a bit of a deterrent, really, for moves to be made, because of course you can't really clearly see where the cars are in front of you, whereas you could quite nicely in the dry conditions. But you know, with this spray, you've always got to be on your toes, don't you? Because we've seen a couple of incidents happen, maybe a little bit of confusion in braking zones between some of these cars, with so much spray being kicked off the back of these GT3s.
Yeah, we've had, of course, the 53 starters. Crazy to say that only 34 have yet to come down pit lane, so the replays that we've seen just a sample of the chaos. Now, did Aaron Vasquez make a mistake? Because suddenly Grid and Go around the outside and a bold pass through Lesmo 1 to retake the lead. Urano Koch with a bit of a slip, though, off of Lesmo 2, and look at that track. There's so much pooling everywhere. Now, roles reverse, Drago Racing retaking the lead. Traffic all ready to deal with. We're only on lap 3 of an estimated 23.
Yeah, and that's position number 50, isn't it? Down there, 1 minute, nearly a minute and a half behind the field. They've got a nice gap, these leaders, before they get up to any more lap traffic, about 15 seconds. But of course, at the pace they're going at, they may catch relatively quickly. But traffic clearly may become quite a big issue for some of these guys. We might start to see some drivers attempt some moves using the traffic to their advantage, just trying to see if they can, you know, pull to the inside, surprise the driver that they're overtaking as they're both lapping the car. But you know, for Drago Racing, particularly for our leader Aaron Vasquez, he's going to have to be careful in how he picks his way through, because we've already seen that mistake that pretty much allowed Urano Koch back into the lead, but he got back into the lead himself pretty quickly.
Let's go take a look at some of the replays. That's the Absolute Motorsport car that self-spins and then takes with it the WSR Esports machine. Watch the read. Oh, come on. You get told to hold your brakes, and then you just don't do that and run into the path of everyone else, and it's just, I mean, there's a Coanda car there. Speechless, lost for words.
Yeah, that's kind of the roadblock we were worried about, wasn't it? When you've got quite wide GT3 cars, if they go a little bit off the track onto the racing line, then there's really no way through for the drivers behind, and that's exactly what we've just seen. But so not the ideal run. Aaron Vasquez not braking late enough, because look at that from Urano Koch. Fantastic move to the inside of the Della Roja. Really committed late on the brakes, and Aaron Vasquez didn't really have any reply. Fantastic move from Koch.
They're going back and forth. I love it. It's good to see. And they're not pulling away from the drivers behind either. So Ascari Rene, bottom right. Urano Cock has at least slightly rearranged his camera so we can see his face, not just the Michael Schumacher hat, and now his frustration. Oh, this is great. Aaron Vasquez doesn't even look that excited. He kind of looks like, oh boy, can we just, stop making mistakes and have some speed here? Oh, this is great. This is incredible stuff. All as, by the way, more spills and thrills. Maxime Naz and the Maniti Racing Big Green Machine this time around at Lesmo 1.
Oh, and he's emerging back onto the racing line. No, actually does that very nicely indeed. Keeps quite a nice tight radius for his rejoin. So he will continue further back in the field. Looking back, that was a Team Redline car getting a little bit out of shape on the exit of Ascari. But at this stage of the race, you'd have to say that with these two leaders swapping positions, they're not really helping themselves pull away from the rest of the field. But, I mean, if they're both somewhat struggling, they're not going to be able to pull away anyway. So you might as well take the lead if you can.
Remember, no pit stops expected. These drivers carry enough fuel to make it to the end of the race as, oh heavens, Simona Maria Marcheno has pancaked into the wall. Big contact. I'm not even sure if that was assisted, if that was a technical issue. Back to the lead where Vasquez and Cox side by side once again, and these two are going to put on a show. I get that feeling. 35 plus minutes to go. We could see them swapping back and forth and dancing with the grip over and over again. Identical setups through the field. They have clearly been able to figure out how to get the most from the car.
Yeah, and let's see if Vasquez can try and repeat a move that we saw Urano do one lap ago. But no, you can see how much later Urano is able to brake into this Della Roger chicane, and he's making the apex very easily as well. So he got a little bit more confidence in the car under the braking. But Aaron Vasquez, he's not really letting him get too far in front. Maybe, maybe that inside line lends itself a little bit easier to a later braking move rather than the racing line that we see at the moment. But either way, these two, despite the fighting, they're not losing time into a Sky Arena. Behind, that's a car going wide, and I think that was a lap car going off.
It was the Symphony of Pistons car that was running in front of them. So now a little bit less traffic for your leaders to deal with. Let's take a look at what happened to Sven Haase with a lob up the inside, gets one, and then over-optimistically tries to get past the Altus car as well, and just does not work, and then we saw him have to stay there for quite a bit. What happens here? There's no one else around as well, so on the curb, oh, Simona, self-inflicted death.
Yeah, that's quite the occurrence, isn't it? Really, and yeah, I think self-inflicted death is a very good way of putting it. Not going to be taking any further part. Oh, there's the wall, and yeah, there you can see the track and the wall and the track and the wall, and that's going to be race run realistically there. So unfortunate, but it just shows how easy it can be to make mistakes here at Monza. These curbs, you can bounce your way over them, and in these wet conditions, you can start to aquaplane into the wall, and very quickly your race can be over, and that's just how easy it is for it all to come undone. And I think for some of the teams like Apex Sim Racing, they're going to very much be hoping that the Redline car does something very similar, but they can't really be banking on that.
No, here's another incident through that final corner. We'll see if this is also curb. Oh no, that maybe partially AstroTurf induced, but then as Rasmus Tuominen comes back into the racing line, he at least can hold his brakes and is able to spin it back around. Fighting through the opening chicane, Team PGZ, small contact with Team Fordzilla all, as Damien Hugenschmidt in the CRZ machine watches on from behind. This is the fight for 15th position, 16 seconds off of your race leader.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the spray being kicked up here. Difficult to really pick your line through, particularly into Della Roger. You can just about see that red rain light flashing on the back of the PGZ car as they run their way through this chicane. I mean, it's nice to see these battles are nice and tight. They're still fighting into the Lesmos, and actually PGZ down the inside. This could be bold and brave.
So it's Gomez on the left, wheeling that Team Fordzilla car. Sam Ward, you saw the counter steer in the middle of the corner, middle of the screen, and then Hugenschmidt on the bottom right in that CRZ car, having to really work through that second Lesmo. I wonder if there is just a little bit more water pooled up there, that's meaning that we've seen on a couple of occasions drivers have a couple of spills and issues there. Is there just a body of water effectively that they're having to try and navigate through? They're closing on the back of Scherer, WSR Esports Butt Kicker, and Olympus Esports. Although, if we finished as it was right now, as the lead Redline car would take what is almost a 50-point advantage.
Yeah, so yeah, back to Coanda as well. You're looking at 59 points back to Coanda, and that is going to be realistically race done if we get to Daytona and that gap is anything like that. So, you know, they've got to be gaining points. They really do, but they've really got to be depending on Redline dropping points, because you can see that Redline is scoring near maximum points, 51, of course, for Alexei Nezov at this stage of the race, and pulling that Redline car a little bit clear. Chris Lallam not really able to do much at the moment, because of course he started down there. I think P44 was where he started, gaining 10 positions, of course, in the melee, but I think he definitely would have been looking for more early on.
Yeah, and he's going to probably end up with the first non-top 20 finish from Redline in this year's Infinity, from what I can track. Here is side by side between Elvis Rankin and the Williams Esports driver of Josh Ladd. Now, Williams on the back foot basically from the start of this event, where a couple of registration issues meant that they didn't get to compete in some of our races, and now they're just trying to salvage some good results along the way. Cadillac has a small issue in that second chicane. He drops behind 3 cars as Rankin, Ladd and Guillaume Levesque cycle on through. The Apex Racing Academy car having a pretty decent run, better run. Apex Racing Team car is down in, where are they on my timing screen? 35th position. So they also had a poor qualifying like Chris Lallam. Are you also one of these people that thinks it's a Williams Esports community car, though, not Williams Esports Academy car?
No, I've heard Zach Sweeney talk about this, and I've heard Leary berate him for more than a couple of hours in the middle of the night last night about that one. So I'm going to steer well clear of that discussion and and not get myself involved. Regardless, though, Josh Ladd in that Williams car, of course, he picked up a very good P2 in the Super Formula Light Cars Road Atlanta. It was nearly a Redline 1-2, but Josh Ladd just about denying that towards the end of the race. So he has been one of the drivers to stick it to those Redline cars. We'll have to see if he can work his way through on Balazs Pala, Jack Sedgwick before he gets up to Alexei Nezov. A little bit more difficult in these GT3 cars. Regardless of that, though, the battling at the front has been insane, really. They're still going at it down towards turn 1, but they're not losing time behind.
Thing to remember is as well, right, the way the rain moves around is just dependent on the surface of the track and how much it's been worn. So off the racing line, that's where there's usually a bit more grooves, hasn't been worn down as much, and there's pathways for the water to flow and to dissipate, whereas on the racing line, traditionally a bit smoother, and therefore that's where the puddling and pooling tends to build up. Battling through the first chicane, sees Pike from Beach get a position back. Guillaume Levesque drops behind that number 51 entry. Of course, Timu Toika stole from that team. When we were talking to team manager for Was Cooking Racing Adventures, he was lamenting the loss of Timu, but at the same time saying that all we want to do in Was Cooking is finish ahead of Pike from Beach. And oh, look, they're doing that right now. Jack Sedgwick having a pretty decent day, up in 6th position, 2.5 seconds back from your championship leading car, Team Redline, who all they really need to be thinking, what they really need to just be thinking about from now, Dara, is stay out of trouble, continue racking up top 10s, and the championship is probably heading their way.
Yeah, particularly in these GT3 races, right? Because, you know, the likes of Grid and Go are, you know, famed for being very, very good in GT3 races. 2 race wins at the 24 Hours in the GT4. So, you know, it's difficult at this stage. I mean, of course, they're picking up points to the teams they're really worried about at this stage, and that's really all they need to be worried about. Some of the teams in front, you know, Drago, particularly, they may be moving up the order, but, you know, they're too far back to really be worried about them at this stage of the event. Grid and Go as well. They've been there or thereabouts in a couple of races, but then been right down the back as well. So at this stage, for Team Redline, they're just doing what they need to do, being ahead of the drivers that they're fighting in the championship with, and not really being too concerned about taking every single race win.
And when it comes to just finishing inside of the top 10, remember, even if the Redline 69 machine was to win every single race from this point forward, and Redline's other car finished down in 10th, that's 9 points per race. We've got 3 races left after that. That's a maximum of 27 points. That's where we talk about the consistency and how it comes into play. Not seeing as much swapping back and forth between your race leaders right now. It does seem as though the Grid and Go machine has been able to somewhat build a little bit more stability and confidence late in the run. I think Impulse Racing going to have to deal with the pressure from Josh Ladd, who is looking quite feisty, quite quick as well. 30 minutes still left to go as they squabble all the way down through the order, left side of the screen, be able to see the movers and shakers. And another constant theme that we've been seeing is if you qualify poorly, stay out of trouble, and there's plenty of places for you to make up.
Yeah, I remember early on, I think it was race 2, wasn't it? With yourself and Lewis McGlade on the commentary. I think it was the MX-5s at Phillip Island. There was a couple of drivers gaining about 30 positions in the race, which is absolutely crazy to think about. But I think it was something like 36, 37 positions in the end. But so it shows that you can make up positions throughout these races, particularly where there is a little bit of carnage. And I think it's fair to say we saw a bit of that off of the start. And still, with, you know, we've only really completed a third of the race. If you've gained 15, 20 positions, there's still more than enough room for you to gain another 5, 10. So definitely chances there for a lot of these guys. And the field spread isn't large. First to 16th, still only 20 seconds. So the chances are still there, I think, for some of these drivers.
It's a good point you make about the track spread, because you can see there, dots basically littered around. And even for your leader, who's just coming out of the final corner right now on the bottom right portion of that map. Yes, basically the entirety of that main straight between him and actually having to catch bits and moments of traffic, so that will be quite nice. Guillaume Levesque now passed by Julian Reimer as continues to drop back in the field. Matt Loveridge will be next in line in that Olympus Esports car. They'll dance back towards the line. Shera Esports having a pretty decent day in their machine. They've gained 11 spots today. I don't think they'll necessarily have the chance to be able to close up too much more. Take a look at the replay, though, because, well, just seen on the timing screen, been an incident for Team Redline 69 machine, got to some traffic, tried to make a move, came unstuck.
Yeah, I was going to say that I did see Chris Ullum dropping down that order, managed to kind of roll himself off that racing line, accelerated back onto it just before another car came through. So Chris Ullum getting away with that just a little bit. Lucky that I think that was the William Esports Academy car not coming through a little bit sooner. You can see the replay here on the inside, and yeah, when you're turning, when the car hits you like that, you're always going to go around, and lucky to avoid being hit there, and that would have been a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for him.
He might have backed the car into the wall, but he's got away with it. Doesn't seem as though the rear diffuser's taken any damage. There is fast repairs available. You don't want to use them. Back up front, we're side by side, wheel to wheel, and running up towards Ascari, ready to be into the braking zone, neck and neck. Surely not going to fight it too hard, though. Still with the 25 minutes to go, Aaron Vasquez with wise head on those shoulders, backs out of it, and there are your two leaders. They've now pulled a 4-second advantage to Ascari Rene, and they've just been doing it steadily on pace. Last lap, almost 9 tenths gained from Aaron Vasquez to the BS Plus machine. That's in the back of your screen.
And they're still fighting. They're gaining this time despite going side by side, trying to make moves on each other. And it just shows how good their pace has been compared to pretty much the entire rest of the field. So full credit to them. They've been giving us some of the best racing for the lead I think we've seen in the 24 hours or the 21 hours so far in this VCO Infinity. So full credit to both of them. They are putting on quite a show for us in the closing stages here with only just a few races to go. But the door really is open for either of them to win this race. If they can stay this close for the second half of the race, and there's no reason to say that they can't. I mean, we've seen them both in the lead for for a corner or two here and there. It could really come down to the final few corners in this race.
This camera angle kind of gives you that sense for the gaps building. The margin between even Eclipse SimSport, for example, and Team Redline, it's not insignificant, and then the rest of the cars start to filter through. Definitely seeing Josh Ladd get closer and closer to the Impulse machine as Williams begins to pick its way on forward in that second chicane. This is where we've seen most of the trouble. It's also where you kind of have to use the curbs. There's no ifs or buts about it, and maybe that's kind of why. Everywhere else, you do have the ability to kind of stay off of the curb itself. Now, I'm trying to, it's always hard to tell from our camera angles whether the rain has stopped or not. That angle makes it a little bit easier to say it's raining. I don't think it's raining particularly hard though, Dara.
No, the spray's definitely died down, for sure, as this is a bold move from the William Esports car. Josh Ladd up the inside of Lesmo too. You don't often see a move there, but he's executed it to take the position. Not too sure how pleased Impulse Racing will be about that one with Balazs Pala in that car, but he might try it back down towards the sky. But quickly back to the point about the rain. The spray has definitely reduced. A little bit easier for the cars to see at the moment. But at the same time, still not the easiest to judge the changing conditions. And even if the cars are getting faster, if you've got a car in front going slower, you don't really know where the speed is on the track until you get past.
Now there's a TV on in the background for Balish. What's it watching? It's got to be some racing of some kind. I thought I saw a fire suit, but is there any racing going on right now, Dara, that's not VCO Infinity that actually matters?
Obviously not. I was trying to lean into my screen to see if I
me too.
see that any clearer. I don't know what it does look like. Some form of race. Oh
no, they're running around streets now. I don't know. I'm confused.
I was going to say there's a UK TV show called Catchphrase, and it feels very much like that. Some people in the chat may know what I'm talking about. But it's not the line. That is a front end somewhat missing, but a good send, is it? No, not quite. Josh Lag going to retake the position. Bouncing over the curves goes Pala. Here comes Elvis Rankin.
And this is where they've got to be careful with iRacing's damage system, because while the front end reattached to the Impulse machine, if they were a bit more let's say adventurous in the contact, it could have been worse. And I wonder if there is more damage than is being let on for Impulse, who now drop behind the Pike from Beach Racing car. Oh, slow down as well to serve and to just clear. So that's where they're just trying to shave off a bit more speed, but do it in a way that doesn't drop them behind. Lucas Prada, WSR Esports going to get the position through as well. One small mistake, Impulse lose 3 spots.
Yeah, and Balak not having the best of times, still trying to fight that one. That'll be a hit on the front end as well. And how are you going to get that one out? That is not how you do it. Oh, and that is going to have forced Casper Ummerlin wide there as well, but eventually gets back going. But that was a very sketchy rejoin.
I understand the urgency from the driver, right? What I don't necessarily always understand is that they get told repeatedly on iRacing that you've got an F3 box. Maybe a good idea to use it. Your race leader is not making these slip-ups, but I think a pretty good perspective to watch of that incident would be, well, initially from the Coanda Esports car, bit of contact into the braking zone, just a little bit deep, and this part could have been a lot worse. Impulse doing a great job not to run into Josh Ladd.
And Elvis Rankin doing a fantastic job, really, just to know where to place the car, because he saw that going on in front of him and knew that he needed to prioritize that exit on the run down through turn 2 and in towards Curva Grande. So very well executed from him in the Coanda Esports car, as we're seeing. That's just a loss of rear end, oh my word.
United Sim Team smash bang into the Delatraz Automotive car. And then we'll take a look at what happened with Team Fordzilla getting absolutely sent. Now, was that the CRZ SimSport team? It very well could have been. The replays keep coming, by the way. When it rains, it pours in terms of drama. Another incident, this time out of Lesmo 2. It's going to happen. 3 cars getting mixed up there. Apex and I think Redline. Watch here. Chris Lullum able to sneak on through.
Just about able to sneak on through, bouncing his way over the grass through Lesmo 1, saying, I'm not going to take the racing line if there's that kind of melee going on there. So just about held it. As you can see, more instant. I think this is the same one again. Car up in the air, another car getting put into the wall. That's 4 cars really involved. And Chris Lullum saying, yep, I'm going to avoid that one, bouncing his way across the grass and just about surviving in his Team Redline car. But yeah, some fantastic driving and some not so fantastic driving, I think it's fair to say, that we've seen so far in this race. But a lot of that fantastic stuff has been these two at the front, because they have really been going hammer and tong, not losing any time really, but really providing some fantastic racing action.
Doing it once more, bit of a slip for Grid and Go. Vasquez takes advantage, slides back across the track to take his preferred line into the braking zone, off the traditional dry racing line. For Chris Lullum there, invaluable, I should say, to avoid being tangled up, because again, live points will show every position that he's gaining is bringing them just that step closer. It's now down to 36 points between first and second. But going back to what we were saying, that means that all Redline's main championship leading car is going to have to do is knock out top 10 finishes from here through the next 3 races. And then victory might be theirs. Mistake from Vasquez. Slow down to serve. Can Grid and Go take advantage and run away with this lead?
Yeah, this is now going to be the biggest gap that we've seen at the front. Look at that, over one, nearing 2 seconds now, the gap. And now Vasquez, you can see a little bit annoyed in his sim rig and has got a little bit more work to do now. 2.3 seconds, and that is not what he has had to deal with. Now we're going to see the raw pace of Aaron Vasquez. Can he catch Urano Koch? He's got 18 minutes to do so. It looks like it could be tough, but at the same time, you can never rule Aaron Vasquez out.
I get the sense traffic's not going to play too much of a part, even though we are working our way through it. I think that was a race-defining moment. Team Redline, Alexei Nesov, he's caught up with Dylan Burst. We jump on board with him. Remember again, point situation, looking very comfortable. Whoa. Doesn't really need to make the moves like that. But he's a racing driver as Alexei Nesov, never wants to be on the back foot, tries to take a front step forward. Dylan Burst, even though he seemingly is struggling a little bit, having dropped back from Ascari Rene, doing just enough to hold on.
Yeah, if you would have showed me a still of the two cars going in towards Lesmo 2 and how far back Alexei Nesov was, and you asked me what do you think is going to happen, I'd put my house on the fact that he would just stick in behind at Lesmo 2. No, but he tried it down the inside. It was a very bold move there, and in the end, clearly not working out. Got a lot more time now to catch back up with Dylan Burst, but I mean, again, P5 for Redline. It's still a decent result. They're still picking up the points. They're not going to be too concerned about this. I mean, over 50 points gained. It's not really any cause for concern for Redline at the moment. If the cause for concern is being down in, outside the top 30, which is exactly where we do see the other Team Redline car. But even then, Chris Lullum, or is in P26 now, I should say, he's still not that worried because they have built up that points advantage all the way through the races. You can see very briefly there that they don't really have to worry about any of the teams at this stage of the race, even if they're not having the best day.
Slightly further behind, we are seeing a little bit closer action. Pike from Beach Racing piling the pressure onto Elvis Rankin. DLR SimLab getting past Impulse Racing. Balash Pala, I think there might still be some lasting damage on his car, but he's got the inside. He's going to force Casper Ullman the long way around, in through the heavy braking zone. You can see the rear end on the Impulse car, half step out on him. He is going to end up making the corner just about, though. No slowdown this time by, and rear end lights up for the Dutch League Racing Machine as it tries to get the power down. I'm loving the rain. The drivers also knew, Dara, that only 2 races were guaranteed to have rain. We have 5 cars, only 2 of them have rain enabled on iRacing, which meant 10 races could be like this. If they were all going to be this chaotic, though, Nesov getting past the Eclipse SimSport car, can you imagine what would have happened if we had 24 hours of rain in VCO Infinity?
That's an idea for the future, isn't it? Maybe to have an entirely wet VCO Infinity race. But either way, I mean, we've had 2 races. We've had a taste, haven't we? And I think Chris Lullum, if I'm not mistaken, has been involved in both of them that I've seen. So he's been one of the rain gods, really, just experiencing a lot of that wet, a lot of the wet conditions that we've had. But it has thrown up some interesting racing. It's thrown up some good racing. We saw it in the Super Formula Lights back in Portimao, how the cars were able to fight. We saw a good battle for the win there with Lullum and Alex Starn. And even here at Monza, between the Grenigo Esports and the Drago Racing cars, we have seen some really good fights. So the rain, it really hasn't limited how good these races have been in VCO Infinity. And yeah, bring it on for the future.
And I will just say, I did not coordinate when the rain was, but it has just happened to strike in both. Both of the races have struck during my stint, so I'm not going to complain about that. Cars leaving pit lane, by the way, so there are, again, drivers taking their fast repair, heading back out on track. That, I believe, is the Obsidian Racing team. That's the Shera Esports filed pass. But the Apex Racing Academy, Guillaume Levesque still holding off Matt Loveridge. We'll have to work past on the run out of the first chicane. On the entry to Curva Grande, car tries to step out from underneath of Matt Loveridge as he works onto the throttle pedal. And we take a look at his camera. He was talking a moment ago with some of his teammates. How talkative, Dara, do you tend to be in races? Because I know there's 2 trains of thought. The talkative type that sometimes make mistakes that go, well, straight on into braking zones, and then people that focus that can also make those same mistakes.
Yeah, I have to say I am known as a bit of a blabber when I do race. I often end up unintentionally making slight commentary on my own race and how it's going. So yeah, I am someone who often likes to have a lot of information, likes a lot of contact between guys who know more about what's going on in the race than me, just to kind of know where I sit in the race, where the opportunities are going to arise, whether you can maybe, if some drivers in front have some penalties, do I have to position myself for them? Do I really want to lose too much time fighting with this driver if I can gain a couple of spots otherwise? So I am a driver who likes to talk quite a bit, but I am known to somewhat annoy some of the drivers I'm with. But I don't mean it. It's all in the good light.
Everyone just sometimes has to remind different preferences. You just need to remind your teammates of what you would like. And confirmation, we've only had one penalty so far over this 21st race. That was for the Absolute Motorsport team, drive-through penalty, which means it must be served in race rather than the time penalties, which tend to be added post-race to the final race time. 12 minutes left to go. Race lead, 2.8 seconds. That's what I was kind of thinking. As soon as they were separated by a decent margin, we're probably not going to see as many of the mistakes, not as much pressure from seeing a car directly in your vicinity. But for Drago Racing, again, remember, as much as there is this is a community event, this is also a championship. This result will see them leap in front of both Apex Racing Team and BS Plus competition, although they'd still be almost a full 100 points back from Coanda Esports to try and fight for third.
Yeah, so a long way back, really. But P4, if you're looking at P4 as your maximum in these races, or in this event, as Drago probably are, I think they're going to be pretty pleased about how this is going. Their rivals dropping points. I mean, Apex Racing Team picking up, what's that, 5 points, 6 points? At the back, they're really dropping back. And BS competition, 31. I mean, it's still a decent total, but really, really not what they want to be having whatsoever. So Aaron Vasquez, even though he's not picking up that win, that mistake possibly cost him a chance at that race win, I think he's still going to be pleased about this. Of course, as we've mentioned all the way through, no winner's bonus to speak of. So the gap, finishing first and second is the same as finishing 17th and 18th in terms of you just lose the 1 point. There's no bonus that you get further up the field. But yeah, good result for Drago Racing Team in the end. But the gap between him and Jonna Koch at the front stayed the same since that mistake at turn 1.
Big Sam from Sven Haase gets past both the Apex Racing Academy car and Team PGZ on his recovery drive up through the field. And remember, championship prizes, it's $2,500 to the championship winning team, $1,200 a second, and then $500 for third, and then effectively $100 across the board for 4th through 10th position. So those on the podium championship steps will walk away with a decent chunk of change for what effectively is a race that they would have wanted to do for free anyway, because of what a unique format and unique experience that it is. Last time we did this, December of 2022. We went the entirety of 2023 without a VCO Infinity, and I think hopefully it won't be as long before we get to do this again. Less than 10 minutes left to go though here at Monza, which will mean, with the lap times being over 2 minutes, I think we've got 6 laps to go.
I think we do in this race. We'll have to see, if anybody makes any last-ditch attempt. I have to say, like you said about the our previous Infinity races, I remember the first Infinity event back in 2022, and I tuned in, watching it on YouTube. Didn't know any of you guys, didn't know many of the drivers. I still tuned in. It was a fantastic event. And it's a pleasure to be able to call some of the races here in 2024 because, of course, we've had such great action, haven't we, all the way through. This is race 21, but we have not been short of any form of excitement and any form of action all the way through this event. And I think the final 3 rounds are going to be something that we're going to have to keep an eye on because, they are 3 track and car combinations that can be relatively explosive, I think it's fair to say, and can provide maybe some shocks in the championship. We'll have to wait and see.
And I don't ever wish ill fortune on a team, but if that Redline number 70 wanted to, just not qualify for any of the next races, that would be very welcome and would definitely spice things up. We've got some interesting races left ahead of us. I'll be honest, I think the next race is the one that I am most looking forward to. Xfinity Road Atlanta. Xfinity at Monza was cool because you have those heavy braking zones, but Road Atlanta is just going to be wild. Super Formula Light at Phillip Island, the penultimate race, and because we've already had our final IndyCar race of the event, it means just the MX-5s left, and we'll bring them to Daytona. with probably not a championship on the line. Dara, I think that probably is going to mean 3-4 wide at the finish, hopefully.
Oh, absolutely. Hopefully. I mean, we remember back to race 2, Phillip Island. I remember I sent a screenshot to someone of the top 14, all in the one shot, all about a second apart. And if it's anything like that at Daytona, then we may even see 3-4 wide, 2-3 deep across the line, which would be fantastic to see. To top off what has been a fantastic event here at VCO Infinity. It'd be great to see all of these guys picking up some points. Of course, some of the teams further back, particularly on that calf, if you're looking P10, P11 area, they'll want to get themselves, make sure they stay inside that top 10 or get inside that top 10. So there'll be a little bit riding in that regard, but you don't really want to have much riding on a race where, you know, everything's up in the air and anything could happen.
3 seconds at the front. Grid and Go just slowly building their lead back up. There's been a couple more incidents around the track. Let's see if we can cycle through a couple more replays in these closing moments, because again, this is only the second properly rain-affected race in VCO Infinity history. Probably going to have a few more in the future. That's the W2 ePro GP machine losing the rear end, seemingly a self-inflicted mistake. Then what happened to Team Fordzilla? That's Redline that's passing them. That's a lapped car, because that's the machine driven by Alexei Nesov, and deep into the braking zone, Juan Manuel Gomez does just enough to avoid running into the rear end of the championship leader. That would have been dramatic. Does seem as though turn one's got plenty of water to catch you out though, because as we check in with Brabham Esports, the green and gold gets on the curb and half spins around.
I feel like I've been a bit of a curse to Brabham Esports while I've been in the commentary booth, because I don't think they've had a good race, or they've had some kind of incident in all the races I've seen them in. So I do apologise for that if it is, if they can pin it on me. But regardless, not the ideal one, and especially with not too long in the race to go. You don't want to be losing too many points at this stage of the race, but we've still got some tight battles, still got some fights still developing, and Jack Sedgwick is no example, because he's looking to make the move up into P5. I mean, this was Cooking Racing team. I mean, they haven't had the best of events, but a P5 here, that'd really be a good bonus into the final few rounds.
6 minutes left. The race leaders just continuing to truck away at the very front of the field. It should be 3 laps to go next time by, based on the lead that they have. There's your leading machine. Remember, Grid and Go entered VCO Infinity expecting to only have 1 entry. Late call up for them to have a second. That second entry put it on pole to open up the proceedings, and Grid and Go have managed to nab some victories along the way. Sven Haase won in the GT3 machines and then won in the MX5s. It would be the first non-Grid and Go driver, first new Grid and Go driver not named Sven Haase to grab a victory. All he's got to do is avoid getting into trouble, and for a moment I thought there on the curb he was going to find some trouble. They're still very much pushing it out on track.
Yeah, and he's still got 3 laps to negotiate here to get himself to the line. So, you know, still opportunities for it to go wrong. But, of course, you know, you don't really have that pressure behind Drago Racing 3 seconds back. They're not really pushing you down the road at this stage. So you have that little bit of breathing room, that little bit of a flexibility in how you want to drive the car. You can just back off a little bit, not push the car so hard through some of the corners where the rain and the water on track may be a little bit more sketchy. But it's a good position to be in if you are Jan Ocock. I don't think he'll be complaining that he's 3 seconds into the lead going in to the last 3 laps as well. So it's been a good race for him. He's taken advantage of the mistake from Aaron Vasquez as well, and he's just pulled away at the front. It's been a fantastic drive.
It is officially 3 laps to go as well, because we crossed the line with just over 4 and a bit minutes left to play. And your race leaders can't slow down that much to avoid doing an extra lap, so should be good on fuel as well. It's probably only the next race where we might be thinking about pit stops, although fuel save with the Xfinity cars at Road Atlanta does seem very, very doable. Dry conditions, though, to come for the rest of the races. Remember, 3 to go after this. It's a unique format. I wonder if any of these drivers are going to be doing back-to-back, because Dara, I can only imagine the stress that they have. They've got to wrap up this race in 3 minutes. Qualifying for the next race also starts in around 3 minutes. How do you finish this race, join the other race, and get your lap in time? It must be quite stressful.
And especially as you've only got the one shot, really. So it's not like you can try and make a mistake, just kind of fill your way out for a lap and then go for it. You've just got to send it straight from the off. We're seeing moves still being made here. Josh Ladd's watching Cedric and a Burst going side by side, and this could even be a 3-wide moment down towards Ascari, because the run that Josh Ladd has got means that he's going to get through on Dylan Burst. But will he go for Jack Cedric down at Ascari? This is going to be an interesting one.
I don't think Dylan Burst got a very good exit, and so no chance for him to try and launch a counter offense. Elvis Rankin joins the back of this pack to make it 4 cars in the fight for 5th position. Big moment there for Jack Cedric, though, on the exit. Running wide in response was Josh Ladd, just to make sure that there was no contact through the corner. Oh, this is interesting stuff, that's for sure. And Elvis Rankin decides, you know what, I don't want to hang around, tries to take Dylan Burst to account as well. Got to be careful not to run onto the AstroTurf on the outside, which will be very slippery. But this all with 2 laps left to go. Elvis Rankin able to dispatch of Dylan Burst. Now on the run down into turn number 1. Which way does Jack Cedric defend? Does he just cover the middle, force Josh Ladd to go onto the racing line where there's going to be less grip on offer, more water standing around? Or do we just stay single file and be very, very boring penultimate lap of this race?
Yeah, I think it's going to be that single file boring option from these guys, not really risking anything now. I mean, Dylan Burst will not be pleased that he's lost 3 positions in half a lap there, going from 5th to 8th. So disappointing for him, but he's still in the hunt. Got to be careful. Martin Kadacek, of course, he won this GT3 race back in Daytona. He wouldn't mind picking up a couple of positions for his team. But at the moment, I mean, whilst we have those gaps at the front, these guys still fighting away hard, and Josh Ladd doesn't look like he's given up on this one, does he? P6 at the moment, but really pushing Jack Cedric with a lap and a half to go.
And Josh Ladd always looks so cool as well. Like, never looks like he's being pushed too hard, stressed out with the situations that he's placed in, whether it's competing in the iRacing Daytona 24 in the GTP class, you know, dicing through traffic at high speeds, or whether it's here in the GT3s in the rain with lack of visibility to play through as well. We will have 1 more lap to go, 3.5 seconds at the front of the field. Once the gap was broken, there was no looking back, no move being offered in the fight for 5th. Guillaume Levex pointed in the wrong direction out of Lesmo 1. It's really been a trouble spot over the course of the day.
Yeah, we've seen many an incident down there, so not too surprising to see another car falling victim in the end. I just mentioned very quickly that I just saw that Chris Olam is up into P22, so he's recovered well in all the incidents. But on to the last lap we go. I mean, Josh Ladd has got the inside line for a parabolic. I was about to say he might try it down in towards turn 1, but he's going for it into the final corner, not hanging around, maybe looking for a better exit.
Like you say, looking to try and compromise Cedric on the exit to then get the momentum into the opening corner. That was a half smile from Josh Ladd. First time I think we've seen any sort of emotion from him while he's been racing. 1 more lap for them as the clock strikes 0. Does he go for the move? Not just yet. That's telling as well. He goes for it late, in fact. Oh, where did that come from? Out of nowhere. Cedric gonna box Ladd out on corner exit. Elvis Rankin gonna try and straighten his car out and get onto the power and through the gears to close the margin back up. I don't quite know where that move even came from.
I don't think Josh Ladd quite knows where that move came from. I don't think he was expecting that to happen. He just looks so calm down into someone, and all of a sudden, you can see him soaring at the steering wheel. I don't really think he expected to try and make it towards the inside, and a bit of a wry smile as they made their way through the exit, but not the best line there from Jack Cedric. Oh, there's contact there. Josh Ladd won't be happy now, but the driver who will be happy, it's going to be Elvis Rankin up into P5 around the outside at Lesmo 1.
He scampers around the outside, and as much as Cedric almost understeers into his rear quarter panel, that was very, very close racing. That look from up above showed us curb usage through that corner has been prevalent, and how you can manage it has been important. Up towards the front though, these conditions have been, let's say, interesting. Not necessarily as treacherous as what we saw back in Portimao. However, you've still got to make the most of what you're dealt, and that's exactly what Grid and Go have done. It will be their 3rd win in the 2024 edition of VCO Infinity. Sven Haase grabbed the first 2. This time it's Urano Koch on top. Will there be a response? His fans whirling away in the background and celebrating. There's just a recognition. The race has come to an end.
Yeah, he looks really pleased, doesn't he? It's a bit like Andy Murray there with the emotion that we're seeing. But Urano Cox taking a very a good win, a dominant drive in the end of Aaron Vasquez. They're still fighting back here. Josh Ladd won't be pleased to come across the line in 10th in the end. It just shows how close this pack was. But just that little bit of contact with Jack Sedgwick allowed Josh Ladd, or meant Josh Ladd, fell back in the order. A couple of issues with the time page there, but Josh Ladd definitely finishing in 10th. And Sven Haas in 11th. But great for the Grid and Go team. Of course, both of the drivers in this race have now won a race in this VCO Infinity.
Liking as well that we have been getting quite a few first-time winners in this edition of VCO Infinity, adding to the stat book, because there were some drivers that had very much been hogging all the victories for themselves. A couple more drivers come to the line as we wait to be able to talk about the race results, to be able to talk to you about the points situation as well. As we wait for the drivers all to cross the line, there's the provisional look at how it will stand. 1-0-7-2 for the lead Redline entry. Chris Lullum was able to fight his way up through the field to 20th spot, so only ends up dropping just under 20 points, but the gap has grown. It will be 29 between the two of them heading into the final 3 races of the day.
Yeah, so it'll be tight. It'll be tetchy, I think, for a couple of these cars and the guys at the front, really. If you're Team Redline, you want to get it over the line. You want to get it over and done with, maybe even as early as next race, but that might be a little bit of wishful thinking. As long as you get it done by the end of the day, they're not going to be too fussed how they do it, just as long as they do.
At the end of the day, right, victories are great, and for Redline to be 3-time champions, it would very much assert themselves as not only one of the best teams in sim racing, but one of the most adaptable. I think something that has to be said as well. We talk about it with Enzo Benito, but it's not Redline that are on top. Instead, it is gridandgo.com and Urano Cox victorious here in the 21st race of VCO Infinity, but Redline still your championship leaders. Drago second, BS Plus Competition third, and then the Redline car finishing down in 4th. Elvis Rankin took advantage of the last lap scramble to get up to 5th in front of Wascooking Racing Adventures, Eclipse Sim Sports, Pike from Beach Racing, and then WSR Esports Butt Kicker, all in front of Josh Ladd, who will be slightly frustrated, but had a pretty decent run at the end of the day. Sven Haas then down in 11th, Julian Reimer 12th, with Sam Ward for Team PGZ, allegedly still the best team in the world, according to Lewis McLeod, in front of Olympus Esports, Impulse Racing, Altitude Esports, and then the Dutch League Racing crew, all finishing in front of Rasmus Twaminen, who we saw spun around through the final corner at one point, still finishes up inside of the top 20. Goes to show how you can never say die. Damien Hugenschmidt for CRZ, and then Chris Lullum in that Team Redline car, who climbed quite remarkable 25 places this race, only overshadowed by the fact that Altitude Esports gained 30. Guillaume Levesque for the Apex Racing Team 21st, with Maniti Racing 22nd. Williams Esports Academy, Brabham Esports, the Wave Italy Racing Team, Parnell, Kramer, PS Plus, XBD, and then Falcon Sim Racing, all within about 90 seconds in these very, very rainy conditions. Samantha Tan Racing, Esports, Movano Corsa, Project Valorous, and then Race Clutch and Altus. All cars scored on your leading lap, but 1 lap down for ATRS, for Kawanda, Obsidian Racing, for the S&P Racing Esports team, and then Delatrouse Automotive by Majors Garage. We'll scroll through these final drivers on your screen. Remember, we did end up seeing 53 end up taking to the green flag, but Dara, it's been a wild ride so far. Your time on VCO Infinity unfortunately comes to an end, but what a time it has been.
Yeah, we've had some fantastic races so far. 21 races so far, and they've each been incredible in their own way. Very much looking forward to the final 3, because, of course, some of the best car and track combinations that we have seen, really, and that we are prepared for overall. So, the last 3 races, looking forward to them. I'm sure Lewis will joke his way through them. But, yeah, looking forward to, can Redline get across the line this race, next race, or will they have to wait till the last race?
That's a good point, right? Because it could very well be that they put themselves in a situation where they don't need to even be worried about the championship going into that final race. Remember, MX-5's at Daytona. That's always going to be wild and unpredictable. You don't want to be thinking about championship stakes, but that's all still left to come. We'll step aside for the final time today before our run to the very end of VCO Infinity. Don't go anywhere. When we're back, it's all about Xfinity cars at Road Atlanta. Yes, we're doing it. It should be great.
Lights up, game on. The virtual grid set, VCO Infinity, where the champions are met. 24 races, round the clock thrills, 55 teams battle with skills to kill. Striving for glory, chasing the lead. Every team's aiming to take this speed. 5 cars, 5 tracks, pure adrenaline scenes. Racing through combos in the sim machine. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Through digital bends, under virtual skies, you slap the challenge as time flies. Decisional point tactics so fine. Every racer's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline, the mark, the crown is still. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. The night wears on, the stakes get higher. Each team's resolve, fueled by fire. In this virtual cockpit, skills are king. The ultimate goal, the victory to bring. The saga's live, 24 hours of fire. Where only the best survive. Join the race. Lights up, game on, the virtual grid set, VCO Infinity, where the champions are met. 24 races, round the clock thrills, 55 teams battle with skills to kill. Striving for glory, chasing the lead. Every team's aiming to take this speed. 5 cars, 5 tracks, pure adrenaline scenes. Racing through combos in the sim machine. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Through digital bends, under virtual skies, you slap the challenge as time flies. Decisional point tactics so fine. Every racer's goal is to cross that line. 24 combos, the challenge is real. In sim racing battles, only one will seal. Team Redline, the mark, the crown is still. In this relentless pursuit on the virtual wheel. The night wears on, race against the clock, 24 hours, the action doesn't stop. Feel the pulse rise, it's all so quick. Each team screams so vivid and thick. Race against the clock,
Well, 3 races left to go. Lewis McLeod rejoins myself, Arjuna Kankipati, after an hour away. And Lewis, I guess we're always kind of hoping that we get to the end of these VCO Infinity events with a championship fight still left to talk about. I guess we kind of still have that, although I'm not sure to what extent.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the whole thing with the final 3 races left to go. There's a decent gap in the points, but it is, even then, it's Redline versus Redline, right? So it's like the same team's probably going to win, but it just depends on which way round it is in that scenario. I mean, you can see the points there. I do think Commander are out of it, but you just never really know, especially with those MX-5 at Daytona to end it off. You just don't know. There could be a whopper of a crash. But
it has to be a whopper of a crash at the end of the day, right? Because this is kind of what I was discussing with Dara is, you know, with the points difference sitting at 31 between the 2 Redline cars. All that Redline's 70 has to do now, Lewis, is finish inside of the top 10 effectively. Even if the other Redline car were to win, it's a maximum difference of 9 points. 27 points there for over 3 races. It doesn't sound like a hard task, especially when you look at the record book, where Redline have this knack of being able, even when difficulty strikes, to work up into the top 10 to the top 15.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, if you want a Redline team to win the title after race 23, so going into the final race, one of them, whichever one it is, or whichever one's leading, needs to have 55 points over Coanda. Right?
Yes.
If one of them has 55 points, then they can't be, or 56 points really, then they can't be beaten by Coanda, and thus Redline, a Redline team will win. We won't know which one it is, but a Redline team will win. So there is that at least.
We're here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta as well. This is a undulating roller coaster of a track that I don't think was ever designed with these cars in mind, but Trans Am does come and race here, so it's not like, you know, big lumbering stock cars cannot that run through the S's, Lewis. I think when the tires start to wear, the drivers will be struggling.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a tricky race. You think there's going to be no stopping this one?
I think they're going to have to try and think about that fuel mileage. They're getting ready to go for a short formation lap. Let's fly through the starting grid where it is Redline 1 and 2. Webster in front of Benito, and the two drivers that have been trading the victories in this Xfinity car as of late. Behind them, Parker White, the driver that won the very first race in the Xfinity car, is going to try and take the challenge to them. Luca Output for Shara Esports rolls alongside. Gal Valero for the Apex Racing team. Cody Deeth for GridandGo.com, row 3, with Commander Esports Ricardo Castro-Lado rolling inside of Griffin Gardner for Eclipse Simsport. They've had a very solid day in terms of pace, not always getting the results maybe they'd want. BS Plus competition. We're getting more and more familiar with NASCAR. Yaltayan is in the big red machine. He's got Dominic Kaufman alongside him on the edge of the top 10. And Bobby Zelensky, another somewhat disappointing qualifying performance with just the one lap, 6/10 off of pole. Lewis Woods rolls alongside him with Apex Racing Academy, Brabham Esports, Ultra GD Sports, and then Pike from Beach Racing, Obsidian, and Altus. The top 18, and still all within a second, as could be said, for Team Fordzilla and BS Plus competition. Norbert Leitner, though, just outside of that 1 second bracket. He's alongside the Falcon Sim Racing car on row 11. Movano Corsa and the Miranda's M Squad then line up 23rd and 24th, with Alexander Delatraz 25th and WSR Esports Butt Kicker rolling to the right-hand side. German Sim Racing, Project Valorous 27th and 28th, with Maniti and West Competition Racing making up the rest of the top 30. We'll scroll through the rest of the names, Lewis. Any surprises as we make our way through this qualifying rundown?
Well, I mean, the big surprise, the big not surprise is the obvious one of Redline at the front of the field. Wolfgang Racing Adventures. It's a bit of a shock to see them there. Is it Sindre Setzel? Yeah, it's Sindre behind the wheel. They're actually, they didn't get a qualifying lap time done. So that's maybe a little bit of a shock, but to be honest, no major ones on it. What was it you said before the race? You said something before we came back to. You said something about Redline. I was saying
that this was a race that if we had chaos, Redline should be smart and let other drivers work their way on forward. I think in this case in particular, that means if Parker White's right up your back bumper, don't need to be too defensive with him. You can let him run. You can let him have a couple of points. To go, though. I am going to ask you for a prediction for this race, Lewis. I haven't done it so far today, but I'm going to be mean to you.
Just stay silent. He won't hit me. Parker White.
There you go. At least you agreed with me. Redline's not going to win.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not talking the same rubbish that you're. Fine, Cooper Webster.
Right. Pace car off and away, and this should be an interesting race for sure. Redline 1 and 2, both in the championship and on track, and getting us underway for the final time with this Xfinity machines at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Watch as Yaltayan's having to go defensive. Ricardo Castro-Lado got a pretty good jump, having to defend as well from Dominic Hoffman around the outside. No downforce to help them, no ABS as well as they get ready to get onto the brakes and crest over turn 3, dive down into the S's. Single file inside of the top 10. It's side by side between Dominic Hoffman and the PGZ machine slightly further back. Single file now on the run and the entry into this sequence.
Yeah, going through the S's is a little bit of side by side in about 20th position, but nothing too major. They all find their way single file on the race down towards turns. I saw your track map. I can't remember what the corner names were. All I know is that turn 7, this one, it's way too long of a name, mate. The more than 90-degree corner, whatever you called it was.
Did you know
100R?
Did you know it was tied to the 90-degree corner?
We call it 100R.
And now we work down the not a straight.
Yeah.
Not a mouthful.
10 and 11, even though it's technically 11 and 12 if you really want to count it.
No, but we're just fixing the mistakes that they made on their track map. Very, very tidy opening lap, by the way. We're kind of making jokes here and there. Because no one's really forcing the issue, you have to go back behind Dominic Kaufman, PGZ Apex Racing Academy, Leo Gariboli, Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain champion in the AM class back in 2023. On the outside of Lewis Woods, his former teammate in that PGZ entry, got Grabowski, and as well, David Sobrero for Brabham Esports thinking he might take it 3 wide.
Whoa, big move there from Grabowski, looking to the inside. Big crash going down into the first turn, though. That is the number 10 car having a major problem.
That was a Clip Sim Sport, and I think there may have been a little bit more through the opening corner because there are cars resetting, parking lot on the outside. Boys, this isn't the ring road around Atlanta. It's not meant to be that crazy. Back to the leaders, though, off of turn 5. Look at Cooper Webster extending his margin.
Yeah, he's starting to check out now. Cooper Webster has really figured something out in this car. Obviously, he's taken a couple of victories in this vehicle today. Well, yeah, in this event. Let's go with this, because I don't know when it was today, when it was yesterday. We're always going to put. It was likely to race today, but either way, absolutely wrapping this. Redline clearly have something figured out in this car. And again, just to clarify, fixed setup. Everyone's driving the exact same car, and that is even if you're in a Ford or a Toyota or a Chevy. It's all the same car with the same physics and the same setup.
And that kind of makes it a bit easier as well, right? Because if we're having this discussion, how many of these drivers own the Xfinity car before this event? Maybe not all of them, and so some of them would probably have had to buy a car. Maybe some of them would have had it, you know, when they had bought it occasionally to go and do some Xfinity racing. It doesn't mean that all teammates would have had the same car. Some teams had to get multiple paints all lined up. That looks like a technical.
Oh yeah, 100% pure technical issue right there, straight out into the barrier. Did you say teams can take different cars? Does that mean that they don't have to, like, if your teammate raced in like a Ford earlier on?
Yeah, you can do something else. Yeah.
Really?
Not bad, is it?
I didn't realise that. I didn't realise that. I own 2 of them for some reason.
Okay.
Which 2 do you think I own? Which 2 of the 3?
Which 2 do you own? Chevy and Ford.
Good man.
Was I right?
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Oh, I feel so proud of myself.
Mostly because I think the Supra
is the newest.
It's not even the newest. It looks horrendous.
I'm not going to get into that fight because I do quite like the Supra road car.
I love the Supra road car.
Yes, I'm not going to get into this argument because I agree with your opinion. Yeah, that's a technical.
Oh, wow.
That looks heartbreaking, man.
Yeah, obviously the wheel just gets yanked completely left there as it clearly disconnects. Lucky. Oh, no, well, yeah, that's not ideal, Dennis.
So Visceral Esports try to self-clear themselves on the nose of, I couldn't quite figure out who that was, Blue Rose team. And then from there, chaos ensues.
Yeah, that thing with cars like this, you know, there is the whole any overlaps and overlap. And what's the harm, if you're in Visceral's point of view, to just hold a slightly more car width inside line into T1?
Especially
whereas
knowing,
what's actually happened is you've just caused a massive crash.
Especially knowing how lumbering these cars are on the brake, right? It's not like in a downforce car where if you see someone brake early, you could just stamp in reaction. If you do that here, you'll just lock up and flat spot the tires.
Not only that, if you're in a downforce car, like take for example the Super Formula, when you get on the brakes, it generally brakes in a straight line, right? You get on the brakes and it's a consistent trajectory. These kind of cars, they move around quite a lot in the brakes, like more so than you would think. So you've got to be a little careful. That right on board with Shera Esports, Luca Albert. Has he tidied part of his desk? I think he's tidied it up a little bit. He gave us a wave earlier.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Is he going to see us? He looked at the camera.
Go on, team, I'll tell him.
Luke.
Honestly, it was on camera for like 4 or 5 seconds. Instantly, it was like, whoa, wave.
I'm using my Jedi mind force tricks to try and get through to him, but it's not working. What I didn't hear was fuel saving down into the chicane. We saw some of it in the race at Portimao where they were trying to just cut out a little bit of fuel. I wonder if this is a guaranteed pit stop race for these drivers.
Surely not.
Surely not.
You can... The thing is, I understand why they were able to not do it at Monza and at Daytona, because those are 2 very heavy fuel circuits, right? But, you know, Portimao, Phillip Island, here, like these are all surely no-stop territory. Obviously, you've got to worry about the tyres. The thing is, though, because of you run through the S's and then you're onto a straight into 2 basically 90-degree right-handers, yeah, basically, one's 80, one's 100, and then you come back and then you're basically just on a straight for ages. So
yes.
it's pretty chill.
I'm looking at Cooper Webster's arms. Am I crazy, or are they very square? Like, that doesn't look like a normal driving position to me, especially like an open wheel car. Right?
Yeah, his elbows do stick out a little bit. I think that's probably just because he's probably on a Formula rim.
Ooh, and he's trying, because they're smaller radius. Oh, that's actually a really good shout. And I'm going to make fun of someone who's not even racing in this race. I say make fun of. Just point out that Christopher Demerit, i5G driver, iRacing Indy 500 winner, he genuinely, it sometimes looks like his arms are like totally chicken winged out, to use a golf sort of an expression. I never even thought about that, Lewis. That's a great shout.
Well, I mean, I remember everyone's driving position is very different. Obviously, fair enough. I distinctly remember Jenson Button's driving position in sim racing when he did like Le Mans Virtual and stuff like that back in the day. Is his arms were basically straight out.
Okay.
Like in a straight. And I remember looking at it. I'm like, when you turn, if you hold your arms straight out and then try and turn an imaginary wheel, how far can you turn it? You can only really get to about 90 degrees, and then you can't turn anymore, which is why sometimes when it's a little bit closer, you can feel a little bit more comfortable. I'm not saying that you should do it in the same way that Yuri Toman does it, speaking of people that aren't in this race. Yuri Toman, basically his chest can turn the wheel, he's that close to it.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen Yuri Toman drive?
Apparently, I've pushed the memories out of my mind.
It's wild. Honestly, there's not much space between him and the wheel. Like, it can't be more than a foot.
Interesting.
Between him and the wheel.
Very, very interesting.
30 centimetres for metric, by the way. Just
the correct units as well, just to say that one too. 1.3 seconds between the Redline teammates at the front, and Parker White is slowly dropping backwards. We did hear it when we were riding on board with Benito. There was fuel saving into both turn 6, into turn 7 as well. No stopper incoming for sure, I think, here, Lewis.
Yeah, definitely going to be a no-stop race. Jarl Tyne decided to try a one-stop race whilst at Portimao, and it ended pretty badly, so I'm assuming BS Competition are probably going to learn from that. There's Parker White and Luca Albert. I mean, pretty much, I will say, Parker White back in Portimao, so back in Road Atlanta, we're in Road Atlanta. Back in Portimao, did this exact thing. Dropped back in the first 10 minutes and then actually started to close back up as the stints were rolling on. Ended up in second position in that race, especially after some problems for the number 69 Team Redline car. So I wonder if this is kind of the same thing. Maybe just using a little bit of experience to be a bit more patient, to look after the tyres a little bit more. Something like that, I don't know.
It's a track where I think it's going to be hard to pass with these cars. So as much as I get the wisdom in, preserving the tires for the later stages, are you really going to get the chance to make moves happen? The GT3 car, especially, coming out of Monza, you and I, Lewis, we talk very often about how bored we get with GT3 machines, racing them week in, week out at the same tracks over and over again. I can't tell you how many races I've commentated on GT3s at Monza. But what I can tell you is that most recent one was maybe the wildest and most unpredictable because of what the rain brought. Can you imagine what we would do, what we would have if we had rain with this car?
I'd love it. I would absolutely love it. Can't wait for that to be implemented.
Hashtag soon, please.
Yeah, please. Because these are the kind of cars I expect these are pretty fun in the wet. As once again, a little bit of a look down the inside the Apex Racing Academy car. When we get past Altitude and Obsidian down into the first corner. Altus not too far off the back of them, as well as Fordzilla. What are the races we've got left to go? We've got Super Formula Lights, then we've got Phillip Island, and then the MX-5s at Daytona. Are we going to get rain in the Super Formula Cup? I'm not. No,
I don't believe so.
I'm not getting Monza, and I'm not getting rain. This is rubbish.
Are you complaining about not having Monza?
No, I'm not complaining about not having Monza.
There you go. We can always give you a bit more Monza.
Monza's a real mid-tier circuit. Have you done all 4 Monzas? No.
No. As Dennis Grabowski just runs off the track for Altitude Esports. Both Leo Gariboli and Oscar Mangan slide on through. That's a good question, actually. Have I done all the Monza races? I might have,
Oh, maybe. No, I think Ewan would have done.
No, there was one Monza race I didn't have to do. Thanks for that.
Ewan would have taken that. Right now, he is absolutely seething, though, is Ewan O'Leary.
Oh, but that's because of referee standards, not because of Monza. Don't worry.
Everton are 2-0 up on them, so that's real funny. That's really funny.
Premier League relegation talk on VCO Infinity.
Less than 15 minutes into the race, only because it's hilarious. Well, once this race is nearly over, we'll start talking about it a little bit because Ewan might tune back in, and I just want to really extend the pain.
You really want to drive the knife into his back, right?
Hilarious.
Oh.
He'll do the same thing to me about Arsenal not winning the titles. That's fine.
It's okay, Lewis. I'm happy to inform you that in my most recent save of Football Manager 24, in my first year managing Arsenal, I took you guys to the treble.
But where is West Brom?
Who cares about that? Promoted to the Premier League, but who cares about that?
Absolutely fine.
3 drivers bottom of your screen. Bobby Zelensky bottom right. Jarl Tyne in the middle, and he's being sandwiched by Ricardo Castroleda, the other Coanda driver, on the left. Now, this is where I want to make sure that we give our credit where credit's due. Coanda Esports, 2 identical cars. I just want to point that out. Literally, the paint files are identical. The Toyota logo, the super font at the front, both in the same blue color. At the very least, BS Competition not only go to the length of making their paints look different, but Lewis, they've got shirts that are different as well.
Yeah, they've not always been wearing different shirts.
No, but that's a driver problem, not a team problem.
Exactly, that's fine. But they do actually have different coloured shirts, so that's very cool. But yeah, no, I'm still going to maintain. Even if you're submitting it later, because I know you defended. Who was it? Was a Grid and Go?
The second Grid and Go team, not the first one.
I know you defend it, but fair enough. But I'm sorry, but it doesn't take very long to stick like a green stripe or changing a wing mirror or the rear, anything. It takes no time at all.
Literally identical.
Yeah. Why? How hard is it?
Like they could have the blue text. You see that there's a suit that could have been different. Something
Green.
different. Like no. What we really actually need to do, Lewis, we're complaining a lot about Coanda. How do we complain about Redline to get them to bring back their classics? You remember we had Redline Orange, we had Redline Ice Blue. Read my mind.
Purple. Yeah, the yellow one I wasn't a massive fan of. There was the white and orange one, which looked very different.
That was the Verstappen car as well. Basically, anytime he'd run, he'd be in that one.
Exactly. I mean, look, I understand the branding. I still maintain the liveries. It's, in my opinion, the Redline livery is one of the best, even though it breaks our rules of being black and blue. Even though it's not black, it's like this dark bluey, like really, really dark blue. Honestly, it looks great. Unforgivable they've got 2 cars in the same livery.
Identical.
Unforgivable. But like I say, all you got to do is make the red on one of them blue or purple or green or whatever, and then you're like our most popular. Also, I will say, with those Redline cars, same with quite a few of them, please be more imaginative with your fonts on the side. Using the basic
standard
font.
iRacing numbers.
Look at the BS competition ones. Not to go back to them, but it's red on one side, white on the other, and they've used a cool font. It looks great, yeah.
I'll be honest, did not even notice that. Wow, yes.
White, and it's red on the other side, because white wouldn't make sense on the other side. But
asymmetric car, asymmetric number. Now the broadcaster in me is asking what goes on the top of the car. White. Okay. That makes sense.
I was going to say, is it a generic one? But it's white with a red border.
It's white with a red border. This is very, very... I'd never even thought about this, but Lewis, the orientation of the numbers actually makes a difference when they're going around an oval, right? Because that's how the fans, the broadcasters, well, they'll often see the number on the top when they're on the banking, for example. So, have they all oriented the number the same way? Yes, they have. Some of them, by the way, have gone full commitment with custom numbers. So shout out to the likes of Drago Racing. Wait for them to come on through. Definitely not an iRacing font, that's for sure.
No. And also it's got the different texture as well, so you can see it when it comes around the corner. I still hate that font. I don't like that number. Not a fan. But I like the fact that it's custom, so I don't care.
How about this number? German Sim Racing, as they work our way into the shot. How's this number for you?
It's okay. It's okay. The livery, I think, is great.
German Sim Racing liveries are fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the number is nice.
You know what I've just realized, though? With the eagle at the back. Now, okay.
Oh, no.
No, I've just realized something. It's not identical, Lewis, but German Sim Racing have had this design for quite a while, as far as I can remember. I've commentated on them with this, this livery for a long time. It does remind me of the BS competition zebra. Livery watch, 15 minutes into race 22.
How old? Yeah, this thing is how old's each one. That's the thing.
They're probably
How
around the
old?
same time, to be honest.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm not offended by it. They're two wildly different. It's just kind of like the same idea. Although,
funny, yeah.
You know, it's an interesting coinky dink. That is okay. It's been a very calm race after the first couple of laps, isn't it?
They're all just saving fuel right now, I'm pretty sure. Although at some point you surely will save enough fuel that you don't need to save any more fuel. I don't know if we've reached that crossover point just yet. Bobby Zalenski got very close to the back of the BS Plus machine out through turn number 1, jumps over the curb at turn 3, and then you can just see, trying to be very calm and smooth with the wheel, even as understeer pushes you down through the S's. Shift down a little bit early, entry into turn 5, wind the car down, and as Ricardo Castroledo bounces over the curb, Dominic Hoffman closing in behind as well. This is reminding me, Lewis, of what we had in the first couple of editions of Infinity, where we had the IndyCar, we had some of the IndyCar specialists, Adam Blocker and Brandon Traino, in the field as well. It's not like they waxed the rest of the field and waltzed away. In fact, I think we ended up seeing plenty of other drivers show their strength and adaptability, and look at Redline just building the lead at the front.
Enzo Benito's actually been closing back down a little bit on Cooper Webster, just ever so slightly. Parker White's not started closing the gap down just yet, but I do expect that Williams Esports car might have a little bit of a pace advantage towards the end of the race, knowing what Parker White's been like. Again, no stop expected. 2 Redline drivers at the bottom of the screen. Redline, sorry, on the right-hand side, it's Cooper Webster. On the left-hand side, it is Enzo Benito. For some reason, deciding to send to the back of his chair as the centre part of the screen. Fair enough. As they work their way up towards 1X.
The 1X zone. You saw his picture, by the way, right?
What? Oh, yeah. No, I said, oh, it's different. I like it.
I have never felt like I'm in the presence of such coolness until I saw that photo. It's the fact that you can see his back, you know?
It's got sunglasses on.
Oh. Then,
maybe a backwards cap wouldn't wear with too much.
No, backwards. No, we're not allowing backwards caps on RaceBot TV. Unacceptable.
No cap.
No cap. Yes. What's the opposite of no cap?
Cap.
Cap. Is there a word though that the kids have to say?
Yeah, cap. That's cap.
It's so confusing.
That's cap means
something.
Wait. No cap. No cap means
something.
No. So cap means joke.
Bobby Zalenski's now alongside of Dominic Hoffman. He was on the tighter radius through the corner, got a poorer run, and Hoffman's going to use that to his advantage, and Zalenski loses out.
Indeed, Bobby Zalenski to the outside of the Drago racing car, getting onto the brakes, coming down now into 10 and 11. Just having to settle behind. Bobby Zalenski up ahead of Drago Racing. Lewis Woods, who is probably the only driver on this grid that I've actually raced in this car.
Really?
Yes, he did beat me.
How much did he beat you by?
Consistently, I think every race in the championship by quite a lot. He did. We did a few seasons in Oysen, all kind of as a part of just community sort of league stuff. And for the I remember when Lewis Woods was sort of like he was the second fast in it, and you could see every season he was getting quicker and quicker, and you're like, oh god. And then the last season he just destroyed everyone.
And it's not like, you know, there isn't a community that is built around NASCAR racing in Europe as well. I mean, just look slightly further up the queue. You've got one of those pioneers, you know, staying up through the night to race in eNASCAR races, even though I'm sure it didn't feel very good on the Wednesday at work when you stayed up all night to potentially be involved in a lap one crash at Daytona, no fault of your own. But it was so interesting when Mitchell de Jong was competing in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, and, you know, in other world championships as well, and had made the move over to Germany, Lewis, because it actually meant, in some ways, it was a disadvantage for him to be up that early, to disrupt his body clock. And so he ended up doing, I think, like almost half the races from California, just because of the way his schedule also worked, which wasn't a bad thing.
No, like I say, sometimes it can work. You know, it's sometimes just how it goes. Having an international team's always a helpful thing, as we can see the Apex Racing team here defending. This is obviously Garvalero in 5th position. I think this is the best we've seen the Apex Racing team go in this car today. I don't recall them.
Incorrect.
Have they gone better in the
Didn't Luke McEwen do pretty well? Oh, he was racing well. I don't know if he got a good finish, but I thought he got pole or something in this car.
I don't remember.
I could be.
I've been awake for all of it.
Oh, I've definitely not been awake for all of it. Had a nice little nap between my most recent stint before this and this one.
I've had a couple of bacon Sammies in my time on this broadcast too. Either way, certainly Gal Valero's best performance in this car, but obviously the Apex Racing team that were definitely fighting for the title after about five races dropped off quite a bit. Now they're basically fourth in the standings and probably remaining there, to be perfectly honest, especially with the Coranda cars, who's obviously one of them, it's the 91 that's in third position in the championship. They're far enough ahead where they need drama in their stints on the top 10, so probably not really going to happen.
I did confirm, by the way, Luke McEwen did put it on pole at Daytona in this Xfinity car. So
Cooper Webster won.
Yeah, I don't know where he finished. That's the real problem.
That's not helpful then, is it?
No, very unhelpful, in fact, as we dive down out of the final corner. It's a big drop as well in terms of elevation, and Valero losing track of those in front, but with Cody Death and Ricardo Castro-Ledo seemingly content to ride as they are. Your leading three have closed up once again. Parker White within 1.8 seconds of your race leader is into the S's. A bit of traffic down the road to maybe look at, but clean air for the most part. Your leaders have had it easy so far.
He finished second. Okay, cool. That's fine. I just double checked. The Apex Racing team, at least as far as... Oh, no, race 9, yeah. Finished second, I do believe. 54 points for doing that race. I didn't realise Apex Racing team have actually dropped out of the top 5 in the point standings. They're actually behind BS Competition at the moment in the points. 12 points behind them. Drago Racing have thrown their way back up to it. These are live points, of course, which you'll see the Apex Racing team jump back ahead as there is a position switch. Coranda versus Grid and Go.
Yep, it's all in that little grouping that we were looking at slightly further behind, but it's as they work their way down this back straightaway, and there is going to be a bit of a drag race. Gal Valero's been able to just eke his way a little bit further away from these drivers, and now does Cody Death feel like he wants to go aggressive. Remember, track falls away from you, and with no ABS, it's so easy to go a little bit too hot into the corner. No changes ended up making. It is going to be Zelensky that still rides behind the BS Plus machine. Dominic Hoffman in front of him as well. In fact, no, Dominic Hoffman dropped behind it now, so Hoffman had made the move happen. There is a little bit of chopping and changing with these drivers. Yeah,
in this group where it's fairly tight, I mean, it's the tightest group that we've got really here. Although I will say it is closing up for the race lead. 7/10 of a second between the top two. 1.5 seconds off of the race lead is Parker White closing back in on the race lead with 20 minutes left to go. How much tyre life does he have and how hard is it going to be to pass and battle with the two Team Redline cars here at Road Atlanta? It'll be the last time we're seeing Road Atlanta and the last time we're seeing the Xfinity cars as well.
I wonder what combo these drivers looked at as the one they wanted to do the most, and then did they have to have a bit of argument about, oh no, I want to be in that race? Because I'll be honest, Lewis, if I had seen MX-5s at Daytona, I would have been, please put me in that one. That sounds like a ball.
Really?
Yes. Now, if you told me Xfinity cars at, for example, anywhere, I would have said no, put someone else in so I'm not struggling for 45 minutes.
Really?
Yes.
I would have avoided the MX-5s like the plague. Super Formula Lights at Daytona in the bin, no way.
Okay.
Not a chance. Not going anywhere near it. I would have done the Super Formula Lights at Portimao, but I would have done that not expecting it to be in the race. Anything at Phillip Island, sign me up.
Okay. So
including Xfinities at Phillip Island, I'd be well up for that.
So you're of the opinion that Phillip Island's a great track, right?
Phillip Island's a great track.
And that's how I know you're actually a decent human being, because of that opinion.
Yeah. Who thinks Phillip Island's not a good track?
Oh, well, okay, maybe not that, but I just question your opinions a lot of the time.
Why? Well, no, sorry. I will say, if you don't believe Phillip Island is a good track, out yourself now.
Out yourself now, and I was quite jealous when Adam Blocker, my teammate, went for a trip to not only go and watch the Bathurst 1000, but tied it up very nicely, Lewis, with, I think it was either the weekend before or the weekend after. MotoGP was at Phillip Island, which is incredible.
Yeah, I've been to MotoGP a couple of times, but Phillip Island's it's a great track for it. Gariboli and Oscar Mangan switching positions, and then switching back. The Apex Racing Academy car, 13th position with Oscar Mangan in the Altus Esports car in 14th. Looking pretty relaxed. Did wonder if Luke McKeown was going to be like one of the only people racing from the Apex Racing facility.
Apparently not. You can tell by the blue hue behind him, right?
Yes.
What we need to try and do is find a way to hack into the RGB control system and make it, you could make it red for Redline, purple and orange for Coanda.
Just really mess with him. But that's something that we could have done with our little sneaky boy Ewan when he went there for, was it Sebring or whatever? No, it was Pesk. He was there for Pesk.
Yes. What we need to do is put a sleeper cell in effect for the next time one of you guys goes, we'll get that set up.
I mean, it's your team, obviously, because you've got the shirt and all that kind of stuff. I think Leo Gariboli was racing from home for a couple of races.
Was he?
I think I can't remember him being at the Apex Racing facility in the webcams that we've seen before.
And so he went home to have a couple of hours of sleep, and he's now, you know, what time is it in the UK?
Oh, it's 3:30.
So probably went back to spend the day with the team. Not a bad way to spend the day either. Look at the replay though. What's happened down into the chicane? So
Any more? Can we get another ooh?
I mean, we can, just maybe not relevant. What even happens here, Lewis?
It's a silly. Just trying to get it to the inside WSR Esports bucket car and just completely misjudged it. Who was the third car that went involved?
Surely was Project Valorous?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Do like that livery, by the way. Where did they end up? The Project Valorous car.
That was the ooh that I was kind of waiting to find out about. Oh, they don't hit anyone else.
sorry, boring. Sorry, can't help it.
We can't praise the livery too much, by the way, because otherwise Dane Baird is going to be very, very happy. So you said a nice thing about that livery. What I'll say is, if you're colorblind, you couldn't really tell what colors are on that car. There you go.
I like the livery, except for how the asymmetric, because I like an asymmetric livery. But the asymmetric livery on that it's the same pattern, but it's different, like the gradient's the other way around on the other side. And I'm actually not a fan of that. If you're going to do that, like, it needs to have a different pattern, sort of, as well. You need to work the pattern into the asymmetric side of it, not just the colours.
I didn't even recognize that. So I'm just going to believe that you're correct, and I'm sure we'll get a message from Dane Baird at some point saying, no, it's actually this, that, or the other. Does look as though it's getting a bit cloudy, though. Cooler conditions will be quite good in terms of grip for the drivers. And now 3 at the front, almost within a second. Parker White's been slowly building, hunting, stalking, and now trying to find his way on forward.
Obviously, Cooper Webster looking for yet another victory in the Xfinities, of course, here in VCO Infinity. And it's getting fairly close, but as we ride on board with Parker White, who's been closing his way in, 15 minutes left to go. Is there the grip and pace to find their way past? At the moment, the group's kind of closed down to this sort of margin, 1.5 seconds separating the lot of them. And it's not really closed down any further past that. So it might require some lap traffic. That was very scary going into 1X corner. Yeesh.
So I like that you're using some of my corner names. What do you think about this? This is now curb corner.
Yeah, I get it, but we can be maybe I don't know.
We're workshopping ADTM coming soon to a social media platform near you. You head out of the 511 onto the brakes into the corner that's tighter than 90 degrees, and now onto the straight that's not actually straight.
Yeah. I don't know. See, when I said it was tighter than 90 degrees, I said 100 degrees. 100 degrees is less tight than 90 degrees, so it's actually 80. I know what I meant, though.
I didn't call you out on it. I was hoping that you would recognize it eventually, but it's okay.
Oh, it's right. I called myself out. It's fine. I don't mind calling myself out on that. I understand how numbers work. So it would be ATR.
Something like that.
When you say ATR, it sounds like you're saying ATR.
And that could be a team name.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've got ATRS on the grid.
Exactly. That's where my mind was going. I'm trying to think of some other corner names for...
Submit your corner names to us and we will approve it in a new process for track naming in sim racing, courtesy of actually decent track. Yeah.
See, you say just sim racing. I'm thinking we take over the world of motorsport.
100%.
And yeah, I like this idea. Let's crowdsource our corner names, right? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And then that said, everyone's going to be like, oh, call it the My Name Corner or Corner McCornerface.
I mean, if they pay us enough money, I'm okay with that.
No, we're not calling it Corner McCornerface.
Okay, we'll put that into the bylaws. We're not allowed to call it that for any amount of money. But if someone was to send us, Lewis, a fat check that would, send us racing, let us do VCO Infinity in the real world, for example.
You want to go racing? I want to go golfing, mate.
Ooh.
Send us golfing.
How about we go to Fuji so we can watch a bunch of racing and also play a bunch of golf?
I don't want to play a 6 or 7 hour round of golf though, which is how it kind of is.
No, we will book the course for ourselves and play.
Oh, I see. Because it's that much, mate. You're talking PH18.
Oh yeah.
Fat stack.
If I'm talking about being able to put VCO Infinity on in the real world,
we are needing some serious sponsorship, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, when you were talking about tracks that are nearby each other, we'll see BS Competition making a little bit of a move here. Oh, it's not done.
Not done indeed. And watch this Falcon Sim Racing. What does Jonas Wanner do? Oh, it's beautiful. Sees the opportunity, slides up the inside and down through that plunge in through the final corner. Gets the move, gets the position. What an opportunistic pass.
Yeah, excellent. Brilliant stuff. But yeah, no, I was trying to think of circuits that are near each other because I know there was the whole thing that was suggested of like Zolder, Spa and Zandvoort as Falcon going out wide, and stealth technology has been activated in VCO Infinity.
The crazy part is Team Redline, you can still see him on our Zoom. He's still driving through the S's.
Ow!
Lewis, we have never seen such a visual example of what a desync can be like on iRacing.
I've known Teemu Toika for more than 10 years, and how has his internet not improved in this time? There were memes of it back in 2014. What's wrong with the lad? Get better internet, mate. Jeez.
He's still driving.
24, man.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there you go. I think it might have booted him. Is it not? No, it's not booted him now. He's just reset the router so we can get back in the race. What is happening?
Oh no, he's turned his camera off, thinking that will help him. All right, we'll leave him be for the time being. I will
still sending a signal.
He's still out there on track as well. That is wild. Oh, incredible scenes. I need to call him out though, because Lewis, did you see what he had on his headphones?
No, sorry, I was too busy laughing at the. What was it?
He had unicorn puke. He had RGB on his headphones.
Ooh.
Which is useful to nobody. We were having this discussion about Alexander Davidson. Yeah, and then I got a message from Niels Nauyok saying that it's peak boomer talk to talk about RGB.
I mean, no, I don't care. Peak boomer talk from Niels Nauyok. Get out of it, son. Either way, we'll see a little bit of a move. Movano Corsa trying to work their way past in all of this. We're going very squidgy. As the 57 Norbert Leitner also works their way past Impulse. Obviously, it's the Impulse livery on this, by the way, 0 out of 10.
Oh, they went 0 effort. Black car put some logos on it and said, you know what, it's at least better than nothing. That camera location, by the way, for the Movano driver, Brandon Hawkin. Have you ever seen something which, in sim racing like this, I think we need more angles like this.
Oh, yeah. No, it's interesting. I feel like, again, it feels like spy cam, which, if you're into it. It's an interesting view. Like I say, I'm all for it was Jeffrey Rietveld. His one's like hidden behind the monitors. Ooh, I don't mind that. Get inventive with your camera. It doesn't have to just be in like the top right or directly ahead of you. As there's a couple of little close looks. Jago Racing, Coanda very close out of the final corner.
How did BS Plus lose the rear bumper, by the way, or did that happen quite a while ago? And I've been oblivious and blind to that.
I don't remember it.
Do you remember it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
No.
So I'm not crazy.
Well, not about this. It was on lap 25, apparently.
That was last lap, and this was down into the chicane the last time by. So Dominic Hoffman's been bleeding some positions also because he went off the track and had to serve a slowdown. That's painful.
Yeah, indeed. That will be absolutely brutal. I can tell you, by the way, that it was Bobby Zelensky that took off the rear bumper of Yard Time. Shouldn't affect that car too much. If it's on the ovals, that affects it quite a bit, but right here, should be all right, relatively speaking. I think it might cost a little bit of weird enough straight line speed, but realistically should be fine.
Is this it? Have I managed to queue up the right replay?
No. It's Is he still got the bumper?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's down into turn 6 and 7.
Ah, okay, so a little bit too far behind, but you can tell that these drivers are starting to make their moves. Not making moves up towards the front, though, because Cooper Webster, for someone that's, you know, more used to driving a car with downforce in the real world, he's doing quite well to minimize the bleeding on tire fall off. He's pulled out a gap once again to Enzo Benito. Dominic Hoffman switched back on Leo Gariboli. He's gone from fighting inside of the top 5 to down to 12.
Yeah, indeed. You're absolutely right, by the way. Obviously, Cooper Webster, 5-time winner in GB4, runner-up in my championship, well, my neck of the woods. You said he is racing in Euro Cup 3 at some point, so you can't wait to see that one. Even though they had a race cancelled this weekend, but it's fine, whatever. This is it. Watch Bobby Zelensky. Straight in the big, massive contact. Obviously, the rear end's gone from that.
So
he kissed the rear end lightly.
The way you kind of made it sound like, I thought Bobby Zelensky had kind of like driven through, like in a corner. That was just a little bit clumsy, and, you know, not much that he could really have done in that situation. And it's interesting again that Bobby's only down in 9th. Didn't qualify that well in Monza, the first race that we had with these Xfinity cars. I guess these aren't the cars that he's so used to driving either, right? They are different to the Cup cars.
Yeah, exactly. If it were the Cup cars, I would be a lot more disappointed in like Parker White, even Jarl Tyen and Bobby Zelensky, you know, like drivers that should be good in this kind of car. But because it's these don't drivers, there is a big look. Bobby Zelensky trying to get down the inside of Jarl Tyen, speaking of which. These don't drive the same as the Cup cars. Like there are similar overlaps in the same way as there's similar overlaps between this and the supercars. V8 supercars. But they don't drive the same, and so those oddities can really have an overlap. That's a great drive through the final corner, though, from Bobby Zelensky, who will sneak the position of 8th off of Jarl Tyen down into T1.
And it was just being pushed wide into the grass, and one mistake, one opportunity, no second invitation needed. Back up front, let's focus on the lead, because Cooper Webster keeping not just Benito, Parker White at arm's length as well. And you are right that Parker White saved some of his tires for the end, is trying to use it to claw that gap back, but he just doesn't have the ability to do so. And what we're seeing is, you know, Lewis, the drivers wanted a more unpredictable car. We got rid of a prototype, and instead we brought in this Xfinity machine. It's added unpredictability, yes, but it doesn't mean that passing's been super easy, because as much as mistakes have come pretty often, at the front again, the best just find a way to be very, very consistent. Yeah,
I mean, look, this car, like it's great having, you know, the variety of cars that we've got. I am all for this car. Again, I think it's interesting. But like I say, just because it's interesting, just because it's difficult, doesn't mean it's going to race super well. If you were racing in a series that's kind of like for my level of sim racing, then yeah, maybe it will be a lot more interesting racing, because it'll be wild and crazy. When you're dealing with some of the best drivers in sim racing still at the front of the field, they don't chop and change that often, as the Apex Racing team starting to really feel the pressure. Garl Valero might be past here.
Yeah, I think Ricardo Castroledo clearly getting a lot of feedback from Bobby and the rest of the team in how to make the most from that car. Garl Valero on the bottom left of your screen, he always manages to have an apple somewhere in that shot. Dead center in the center this time by. One thing that I've enjoyed with not just having Ricardo back in a relatively, you know, competitive field, but we often talk about how calm these drivers look behind the wheel. Ricardo doesn't necessarily ever look calm. There's always a little bit of stress and anxiety on his face.
No, he is moving around. I wish you'd have seen David Toth. If we get David Toth back in the, you need to see his webcam.
Okay.
Hilarious.
Oh, hilarious.
Oh, no, the least emotion I've ever seen out of a human being.
He's Hungarian.
He put on a really good move at Portimao, like really good move into the final complex corners. We cut back to his webcam, just sat there. Yeah.
So you're telling me that David Toth, the Hungarian, shows less emotion than some of the Finns that we've been broadcasting over the years?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Well, that's impressive. Cody Deeth takes advantage of the fact that Ricardo Castroledo ran into the bumper of Garl Valero coming through turn 10A and lost a bunch of momentum. Deeth on the inside. The benefit for Castroledo is that he's got his teammate Bobby Zelensky that will be the next car to file its way on forward. And Jarl Tyen not able to take advantage, but in the space of, well, 2 corners, loses 2 spots.
Yeah, I think the Bobby Zelensky one might have been a bit more, right, you've got the run, just go for it, get on with it, see if you can go and grab something a little bit more for the Commander team. And also do remember the 91's higher in the points as well. So that will just help, just ease their position over the Apex Racing team. And Drago Racing, of course, you can see there on the right side, nearly 100 points over them for third spot. It's not quite enough to confirm them staying in third spot, because that obviously needs to be a gap of 110 points. Well, technically, I guess 111, but whatever.
I guess technically it would be 109 though, right? Because technically I forget the rules for being classified in the championship.
Exactly. That's why I was like, just call it 111 and be safe with it.
Be safe, exactly. Brabham Esports alongside Fordzilla, Abel Torres, David Sobrero with Leo Gariboli in the Apex Racing Academy car taking advantage. What's happened there?
Slow down, maybe.
But from where?
Yeah, right. I'm trying to think. Well, if you got a slowdown on the exit of curb corner, that would hold. Yeah, time wise, you'd probably still be serving it on the back stretch if you didn't serve it immediately.
Can you get a slowdown there?
100%. If you go wide enough where you clip the grass on the exit, it's not just a 1x, that's a slowdown as well.
I was thinking, you heard a big lift on the throttle there. Could it be the fact that we're on to the penultimate lap of the race? How marginal are these drivers on fuel? We've heard the fuel saving. We're trying to cut out a pit stop across the board, and some drivers may be very, very marginal and tight on the numbers. And is that where Gaio Valero, who's been running by himself for the most part at the front of a train, hasn't had the chance to save? Don't tell me Bobby Zelensky is going to go the long way around. That's a brave place to make it happen. He'll get turned on the nose of Cody Deeth. Doesn't get it wound down in time, but doesn't set off chaos until Yarltayan gets mixed up as well, and he's pointed in the wrong direction. Contact with Leo Gariboli.
I'm not sure. Again, we'd have to see it on replay as to whether he actually got tapped or whether he had a little bit of his rear left wheel on the grass when he hit the brake, because that would have snapped it the way that it went. That really went aggressive. That's why, I know that's why you're saying there was contact. There could well have been. That was a very, very bizarre just instant spin. I'd say it's more likely it's contact with how aggressive that was. That was huge amounts of drama.
Well, being on the outside through turn 7, not necessarily where we tend to see the passes come from, and there was contact. It was just, I'm so impressed that didn't end up worse, because it could have spilt with all drivers pointed in the wrong directions.
Yeah, let's see this once more. So you've got the number 1 car on the inside here. There's a little bit of contact. There is some space between those two cars.
Yeah.
It's not huge, but it's enough.
They're trying to leave the appropriate margin, but they're basically being dictated to by the iRacing gods. On board with Ricardo Castro-Lado, so he'll have a pretty good view of all of this right now, and yeah, don't really think there was much they could have done differently.
No, like I say, you've kind of got to push those limits, especially this late in the race, but that'll be a big shame for Coanda. So biting a little bit there as here we go.
Well, we haven't talked much about him at the front because he's not put a foot wrong. Dancing down out of the final corner and building his advantage as well. In style, it's the 3rd win in 2024 VCO Infinity for Cooper Webster in this Xfinity machine. Who needs downforce when you've got power?
Yeah, that is very impressive for Cooper Webster. So does end the we had this longest streak of non-Team Redline victories at 3. Well, it's not going to get to 4 because Cooper Webster back on top, which means that he's won Team Redline and the Xfinity cars. They've won all of them with the exception of the first one.
And that was the one that Parker White grabbed the victory at Monza with in the Williams Esports machine, but Cooper Webster, Enzo Benito have been bouncing back and forth with the victories, and a crash across the line for Yarltayan, who drops down to 21st at the end. Oh, how do you crash on a straight?
With pure skill. What do you mean how to crash on a straight? Pure skill, that's how you do it.
Damian Hugenschmidt, well, at least he's not out of fuel. Obsidian Racing may need a helping hand to get to the line.
Go on, keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Come on, you can do it.
He's got it. It's fine. What drama.
They will finish 32nd and instantly get yoinked off the track as well. I mean, I do want to go and see if we can figure out what happened on that straight, because we've seen some interesting racing over the course of the day. That was knocking wheels with Kramer Racing Esports for Damien Hugenschmidt. What happens here? Don't tell me there's just a bit of lackadaisicalness on both sides.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Oh, no. At least
That's not great.
it could have been worse. It could have bounced back into the path of oncoming traffic.
That's true, but that's poor. But whatever, it's fine. It's happened now. It is what it is.
It's
57 minutes, 45 seconds. Until what?
It's another race victory in the books. It's Team Redline on top. Cooper Webster manages to grab the victory once again, and the margin ends up being a full 3 seconds at the end of the race. Let's take a look at those race results, and then we'll make our way on forward to the penultimate race of the 24. Benito second, still Redline 1 and 2, and Parker White drops back in the closing stages, unable to make an impact in the Williams Esports machine. Luca Alpert for Scherer Esports continues their good run in front of the Apex Racing team entry of Gael Valero. Cody Deeth for Grid and Go in front of Team PGZ, Drago Racing, Team Fordzilla, and Kawanda. No major movement inside of the top 10, with the exception of Fordzilla, 10 positions gained to work their way forward. Ricardo Castrolado drops down to 11th, but in front of Oscar Mangan, the Brabham Esports car, and then Falcon Sim Racing. Altitude Esports finished exactly where they started after Dennis Grabowski ran off the track at turn 6. Leo Gariboli, Timu Toika for Apex Racing Academy, and Pike from Beach Racing just behind, with Moranis M Squad, Movano Corsa, and BS Plus Competition involved in some drama on the final lap of the race. So was the other BS Plus car, with Yaltine dropping to 21st, whilst Cooking Racing Adventures only able to work their way forward to 22nd, 25 positions gained for Setsource, Leitner in 23rd for Impulse Racing, and then SMP, German Sim Racing, Race Clutch, ATRS, Precision Racing Esports, Rincon Racing, and WSR Esports, your top 30. We'll scroll through the rest of the names, get ready to go for that penultimate race. But Lewis, it does seem as though, as it stands right now, Redline hours away from a third consecutive VCO Infinity crown.
But what was the countdown for, Arjuna? I saw 57. Is that a countdown until Team Redline win this championship? Because it could be at the end of the next race. That's the important bit. Penultimate one coming up again. If they leave it with 55 points clear of Coanda, which, to be fair, seems fairly likely, then maybe the crown will be guaranteed that it will be black and red for the third consecutive time.
It's not black and red this time, though, technically, is it?
Yeah, it's whatever.
Bluish, reddish, something?
Yeah, but it's kind of, oh, and here they come. It's the slightly dark blue and red army. That doesn't. It doesn't work.
It does not have the same ring to it, does it? How tired are you feeling right now, Lewis? I know we've joked about bacon sandwiches, getting naps here and there, but I'm sure the drivers will be feeling it right now. In some ways, I think our voices are kind of feeling it as well. 22 race starts done and dusted, still a couple more left to go.
Well, you got to remember, like I say, normal endurance races on iRacing, you know, when you do like the special events and stuff. Typically speaking, if you've done the high strength of field split, the normal one that we typically broadcast and stuff, it would have been over 3 hours ago, right? And you might think that doesn't really make a difference because like this is a different event, so they would have prepared for it differently. Yeah, but your body clock kind of gets into a rhythm with 24-hour races where you get used to like your process, you know. And if you watch drivers on a 24-hour race, generally speaking, when they do 24 hours, they do typically the same kinds of things. They go for a nap at the same kind of time. They eat at the same kinds of time. Like if you overlaid like an average stat from all of them. And so as much as this is a 24-hour race, those stats don't kind of work on here. So you have this sort of like 4, 5, 6 hours of sort of like lingering on at the end where it becomes even like harder, but I think it's fun. I feel great. Those bacon sandwiches are keeping me going, mate.
And you're making me jealous that I haven't had a few to keep me going. Super Formula Lights, Phillip Island. Final time we'll see both of this car and track respectively. MX-5s at Daytona, of course, to finish things off. It should be an interesting one, Lewis, because I think with the fixed setup that we have as well, it's going to have enough downforce to cope with what is, you know, some high speed and medium speed corners. But you're also going to see some pack racing as well. It's not quite going to be Daytona, but remember when the MX-5s came here, it was a lot more packy than we thought it'd be.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is with this car, we were discussing this a little bit back, when we've seen it racing. Obviously, less at Olgov because of the rain. When we've seen it racing at places like Daytona and Monza, because of the low power and how it races. I actually really don't like how it races at Daytona and Monza because it's a big pack race, and then when you have those groups, the gaps between packs, you can't really close up. You just have to settle that, like right, I'm battling for 6th position. Whereas a circuit like this, because it should be less pack racing, it's more the right size for this kind of car. Still a little bit too big, but generally the right size for this kind of car. You can actually do something about it if you have qualified badly. You can work your way through the order.
And so I think at this point we can take a look at how the points have officially been confirmed, with 2 races still left to go. 100 points or so, the margin that we'll be talking about to have the championship done and dusted. We're not quite there yet, but the margin between the lead Redline car and Coanda, 63 points. So basically Coanda have got to find a minimum of about 10 points to have a mathematical chance, Lewis, and then they would still need Redline to crash in the final race for the championship to not go their way. I know there's still that second Redline car to talk about too.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. I mean, at the moment, it does seem likely that Team Redline are going to win the championship after this one, especially with qualifying underway. And guess what? They're running 2nd and 3rd in qualifying. There is that. I have seen, I thought Alex Dunn was done for the day. I didn't think he was. He did tell me it was supposed to be doing this race. He is in this race. He's qualified 5th.
I wonder, again, remember, the drivers and teams have jokers available to them in case they do need to switch things around. And indeed, Alex Dunn is replacing Danny Chivichabo, who was intended to run in this race. You can plan a lot for a 24-hour race. That's why we release the combos slightly ahead of time, to give the teams a bit more time to plan and to understand how they want to set their lineups up to get the most from the drivers, from their sleep cycles, which car combos and track combos they'll actually perform best at. The reality is there'll be technical issues. Someone may oversleep, Lewis. Those jokers are a required part of an event like this, and Alex Dunn may not have expected to be here, but able to deliver with the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the last 2 races he's done in this have been disappointing for him. Obviously, he had he was battling for the win at Monza, then got involved in a crash where he got a time penalty for some reason. I don't really know. Yeah, whatever. Don't really agree with that. That's fine. And then the last race, which was the Super Formula Lights at Daytona, just got involved in all the kind of drama with Enzo Benito. Also, it was Diogo Pinto, rather. And just kind of got involved and couldn't get back involved in the rhythm. It is what it is. So maybe like one final time to kind of to sign it off. I think most of the lap times are done. With it being such a short lap time around here, most of the lap times have been done. I did get an update, by the way, speaking of Daniel Civichabo. He did say that Leo Garibaldi has always been at the Sim Center today, so clearly I'm just
hallucinating.
Dreaming of him.
Oh, I see. That's what happens. That's what happens when you go off to enjoy your bacon Sammys. Team Fordzilla will be the final team to put a time onto the board. Remember, it's one-shot qualifying. There's pressure on. I've been talking in private with some of the competitors about whether they like it or don't like it. Where will Coti Iglesias end up standing? It's 39th for him. 47 times on the board. If you're wondering who is not represented with a time, Apex Racing Academy, Falcon Sim Racing, STR Esports, the Williams Esports Academy team, and then W2, CRZ, and Rocket Sim Sport. So none of the major contenders not setting a lap time at least.
What's wrong with that Fordzilla car? Can you put it back up?
1 second.
Like, why is it burnt where the feet are? Where the feet of the driver would be? Why is it burnt there? Is it supposed to look like that?
You mean the spec map is just very, very kind of matte?
Yeah, it's charcoal grey but matte. It's supposed to look like that. Oh, it's carbon. Oh, right, of course it is. It's horrendous.
Man, Lewis couldn't differentiate orange from brown.
Sorry, from a distance with the... Let's talk distance and compression, thank you very much. That is carbon fiber. The rest of the livery, I think, looks great. That bit looks horrendous.
They've actually done it from this camera perspective as well. A decent job of matching up the carbon on the car. Like, that's actually iRacing provided with their paint. But I'm teasing you a little bit. They're doing some practice laps right now, just to remind you that only the first time lap will actually be a valid qualifying time. Everything after that, it's just for your, well, your own benefit. That time wouldn't actually have even been an improvement for Iglesias, so not really much to talk about. Look at those margins up the front. The 6 cars within a tenth of a second. 1 second ends up splitting 43 machines. Crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of expected. Again, it's a really short lap round here, just over 80 seconds. And this car around here shouldn't be that difficult to drive. Yeah, you've got the run over Lukey Heights down into MG. That'll be a little bit tricky. But like turn 1 should be easy flat. Turn 2 should be a little bit tricky. 3's easy flat onto the brakes. And then everything from Siberia, that's all really easily flat. Lukey Heights might even be flat, actually. No, Lukey Heights will be flat in this car, won't it?
It should be with the downforce, I think, that we've got for the drivers. Remember, there's a low downforce setup for Monza and for Daytona in the Super Formula Lights, and we have a slightly higher downforce configuration for the drivers in our other races. Should be interesting, and of course the championship could very much be decided if that's what the countdown timer was all about by the time that clock strikes 0. Let's take you down to the starting grid though, because once again more than 50 cars will be locked and loaded, and for the final time we see the Super Formula Lights out in action. It's BS Plus and Phil Denez with a 121.879. That will get us underway. 7 thousandths off for Sam Coiter, and then a further 8 thousandths to find Chris Lullum, the second of the Redline drivers. Elliot Veyron, Coanda Esports alongside on row 2, with Alex Dunn stepping in on short notice to qualify 5th alongside the Altus Esports machine piloted by Carlos Fenalosa. Nicholas Boy in the BS Plus entry is 7th. Drago Racing and Aaron Vasquez alongside him. Aaron's done plenty of races as well. He's kept very busy today. Jacob Reed and Oscar Bixrud for Delatraz and Was Cook on the edge of your top 10. ATRS and Shera Esports 11th and 12th position, with some work to do for the Grid and Go cars, the best of which is in 13th. Eclipse Insport in 14th. Brabham and Race Clutch row 8. The second Grid and Go car lines up alongside Ian Janguven in the Coanda car in 18th spot. Precision Racing Esports and Dutch League Racing 19th and 20th, with Scott Mokes for Olympus 21st. Rincon Racing and Alberto Senau 22nd. The Wave Italy Racing team have Parnell Racing alongside on row 12, and as we reach about the halfway mark in the grid, you find Obsidian Racing and Alexander Spetz for Williams Esports. Team PGZ, Blue Rose Team, Project Valorous and GermanSimRacing.de. The rest of the top 30, and as we see the rest of the names scroll through on your screen, I think at the end of the day, Lewis, when I look up front, I see where Redline finds themselves. I think the championship gets wrapped up in about 45 minutes time.
Yeah, I think that's what the time was for. That completely deadly serious, absolutely was made for this broadcast. 100%, definitely click the right button. Timer that we got there was 100% for the crowning of at least one of the team. Yeah, we're not sure which one. That said, these cars are quite fragile. And this racing is going to be brutal, especially down into the first corner on the first lap. So if there is a chance of drama, you have to say this will be quite high.
And again, it's a relatively high downforce setup. What's Phil Denez going to do through the opening corner? How early is he going to jump to get us underway? Coiter, Lullum, they'll know that all they really want to do is stay out of trouble. And hopefully, no internet issues like we saw for Timu Toika in that last one. Genuinely, Lewis, I've never seen a driver disappear for that long and reappear.
And also the way he disappeared. Proper aliens moment. I will say, by the way, the last time we went racing in Super Formula was at Daytona. We had a crash before the green flag had even come out. Hopefully that won't be the case in this, although I think it might be. You know.
No, don't say that. We've got a ways to go before we get back around to the start-finish line. And as 54 Super Formula Light entries get ready to race, it's for the final time that we'll see them. We made our way down under. Phil Denez on pole. The penultimate race of VCO Infinity is green. Good jump from the lead as well. The Redline teammates trying to use their draft to avoid being freight trained around the outside. Who's going to be brave and confident? It's Coanda and Elliot Veyron trying to lead that charge on the run towards the southern loop, but they have to slot back into line. I saw chaos behind though. Jordan Johnson, maybe a couple more involved, and hopefully not being brought back onto the path of the oncoming traffic.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see if anyone flies their way over here. I would honestly wet myself if that did happen, but that's fine. Switch for the race lead, though. I think Team Redline are going for it. Sam Coytet to the inside. Oh, there's going to be contact there because I think that was Altus who fired it in, and there is a big crash behind all that.
That surely was Alexander Spets in the Williams Esports car that didn't seem to have any of its tires on the ground, and still more in the background. Lewis just had to ask for the chaos, and chaos has been delivered. Redline lead. Dinez second for BS Plus. The second Redline car tucked into line as through Lukey Heights they fly for the first time.
I will say, on the race start, you saw 2 wheels onto the grass. Alex Dunn. I get the vibe Alex Dunn doesn't care about championship position or anything like that. The only thing he cares about is winning this race. Now, that'll be the case for a couple of teams. Less so BS Competition and Coanda. Very fair, that Coanda 92 car, Elliot Veyron might be a little bit in that kind of vein as well. Altus Esports will probably be up there, it's basically just full-on elbows out. Let's try and win this race. They don't care about Redline's championship or anything like that. They just want to win at Phillip Island in the penultimate race. In their last race, a lot of these drivers, this will be their last race. Doubt anyone's doing back-to-back for the final.
Yeah, hopefully not, especially since this and MX5's going to be pretty intense, and Heartbeat's going to be really rising and beating fast. At the front, they were almost 3 wide for a moment, but it is Dinez that will hold on. Sam Coytet second, Veyron, Lullum, Dunn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Dunn off to the grass. You are 100% right, Lewis. There is only one thing on his mind, fighting to the front and forcing Elliot Veyron to look to the inside of Sam Coytet.
Yeah, there we go. So up to 4th position. Sam Coytet, of course, getting dropped back just a little bit there as they're still side-by-side. To be fair, if they're not careful here, it will allow Phil Dinez to check out into the distance. Of course, he wants to take yet another victory. It was, the last time we raced in this car, it was a 1-2 for BS Competition, with Nicholas Boy taking the victory for the number 90.
Long way around, down into this heavy braking zone, and I think Elliot Veyron will make the move happen. This is where, as well, can Phil Dinez take advantage? I'm not saying that he's broken the toe just yet. He's in real, he has a real threat of being able to do so if they squabble like this. If Alex Dunn's going to make it 3 wide as well, you get the sense through turn number 1, there are going to have to be some compromises made. Look at the margin your leader has, though. Dunn up the middle and Dunn through to second.
Yeah, exactly, and there is going to be 3 wide as well. 2 on the left will be the 2 Team Redline cars. Coanda following Alex Dunn 3. So Elliot Veyron just pushing the rear end of the Apex Racing Team car on board with Nicholas Boy, winner in the previous time. Went racing in this car, staring at the 4 cars ahead and the large gap up towards his teammate. To be fair, he might get a little bit more involved in this group to try and slow them down to almost guarantee the victory for Phil Dinez. He's a second clear. To be fair, could be caught down as here comes the move down into the hairpin. Alex Dunn squeezing out Elliot Veyron a little bit.
It needs to be probably 1.6 seconds or so for Dinez to feel comfortable, and I don't think Dunn wants to let him have that buffer. A couple more drivers slipping up behind, but as these drivers fight tooth and nail, lap 3 of an estimated 33. Let's go back to the start. Jordan Johnson running wide, and you could see a couple of cars that already had their thrills and spills.
I was going to say he's off the road, but he's actually avoiding all of the carnage. What happens in the middle here? Falkers, that's WSR that go for a little bit of a spin. Yeah, that's just chaos.
That was chaos. And what happened then? It was Alexander Spets, wasn't it? Does he get tagged from behind?
Does he lock the rears? I don't know.
And then it keeps going, by the way.
Yeah, no, of course it does, because as soon as there's smoke around, everyone's like, ooh, advantage. Again, what happens in yellow flags in sim racing is everyone goes quicker. Weird. It's the same as when you see, if you're coming down to a junction and there's traffic lights and you see it go to amber, I'm pretty sure the right foot goes down for most people.
I think, by the way, you were also right. That was self-inflicted from Alexander Spets. Not even locking the rear. It was just the weight transfer, turning the car left-hand down while also braking, unsettled, and pitched the car into what ended up being a pretty calamitous sort of an incident. I'm just going to operate under the general assumption there's been more incidents since we stopped watching, especially given that 54 started this race. Lewis, already 14 cars have had a trip down pit lane.
It's not quite as bad as your start in the Monza Ferrari race where it was wet and the entire crash going into Curva Grande, which I didn't really see because again I was making a bacon Sammy. But it looked pretty horrendous. Looking back from Phil Dinez, that gap, it was 9/10 of a second. It is now 6/10 of a second. So I think Dinez's chances of running away have come to a close. Alex Dunn not being fought too hard by Elliot Veyron, because I think seeing the bigger picture here is this train's going to close all the way up.
I feel as though there is a potential for an 11-car train. You can see Oscar Bixford has the grid and go driver of Lassie Urano behind him, and then Wave Italy a further second down the road. It is possible to get damage to the underside of this car, something you really do want to avoid doing. Having said that, Lewis, I was keeping an eye on some of the other Super Formula Light races, including Daytona. Was I dreaming, or was there bump drafting?
Oh, 100% there was bump drafting, and that is why the Williams Esports Academy car actually got disqualified from the race. So I didn't realise. So when, at least this was what Martel posted in the YouTube chat, as the Rinken Racing cars had a bit of a problem here out of turn 2. I'll come back to that one in just a second. There he is. Woo!
How do you get lost there? Oof.
Out. That's, sorry, backbreaker right there. I don't know. That's not a good rejoin either. Yeah, what Martel was saying was basically with the contact, with how the contact model is in this car, you can actually receive 4Xs from bump drafting. I don't know. I've not driven the car. I've not tried bump drafting because I'm not that good. But yes, there's a risk of getting 4Xs. And again, if you get 25X, you're DQ'd from the race straight away.
I'll just make the general point that if you are getting 4Xs, it's probably an indication that the contacts may be a bit more severe than you think it is. What happened to the Rincon Racing driver? 3 wide. Oh, Project Valorous on his outside. I think German Sim Racing on the inside, and a little bit of a spin, and that's not a nice place to be sent off to.
No, indeed. To be fair, I think you can get, if you were to go straight on there, like fast enough, I think you can get DQ'd.
You can.
Yeah. Because the game will try and DQ you before you hit the other side of the circuit for obvious reasons.
I think there was a bit of netcode that was there as well, right? Because that's what kind of straightens him out and forces him into the path of the Valorous machine on the outside.
Yeah.
How many cars still left on track right now? 40-something?
7.
Can you imagine?
That I care about 6. That's not true, actually, because there is this whole thing of like, oh, we only care about who wins. I see a lot of people talking about that, where they're like, oh, you only care who wins. It's like, no, it's just like we just tend to focus up here because it makes our life a bit easier. But like, I care about everyone racing in this is important, unless you're going a lap down, at which point you are important before and after you go a lap down. But whilst you are going a lap down, you must get out of the way.
Well, and being a bit honest, the further down in the field you go, the rougher it's tended to be as well. Some drivers, especially in those rain races,
What do you mean by that?
just not had the most fun, the most luck. They've just been unfortunately spinning repeatedly, and we don't want to highlight their pain and misery. Instead, if any of the drivers at the front elect to do something silly, we would much prefer to make them suffer with embarrassment, pain, whatever it may be. But we'll leave the smaller teams to have their fun. Remember, this is both a competitive event and a community event, and I was keeping an eye on the Redline team stream. One suggestion that I saw really did keep my eyes focused, but to the front, Alex Dunn moves and says, what ideas should you care about other than me leading this race?
Yeah, Alex Dunn straight through to the race lead. We'll see them come up towards Siberia, and then you'll continue with your little story. Because I definitely want to hear what this was. That wasn't well fought by Phil Denez, and I don't mean that as in a sense of like, oh, he didn't do very well there. I mean, he didn't fight that one. He is more than happy to sit in second position at the moment, and there you can see Alex Dunn. I wouldn't say he's pretty calm. He's
working.
Yeah, exactly. He's a hard worker behind the wheel. What was your Redline thing?
I'll be clear as well. I'm stealing this from Luke Crane, so I can take absolutely no credit for it. But he was basically saying, we should have a Pro-Am championship. We should have the pros. We should have the AMs. 100%. Great idea. Love it.
100%. Definitely should have a Pro-Am championship, because at least then there's more weight for what the AM teams or the community teams are actually fighting for. There's more weight, because at the moment they're just driving around being like, oh, well, maybe I can finish like 42nd in the championship. Who cares about that? They do. But then if they're like, oh, I'm actually fighting for a top 10 in the AM championship, yeah, way more important. Whee! Goes Fortilla.
And I think that was also the end of the day for Rincon Racing. Yeah, remember, these drivers down the back of the field, they may always want and think that they might have a chance to win a crazy race, but ideally we'd give them something to fight for in every single one of the races. Now, Alex Dunn back down to third. Elliot Veyron makes his presence known and slides on forward to second. Interesting that they're all jockeying this hard with 35 minutes still left to go.
Yeah, indeed. Well, like I say, it's more things to jump into future iterations of VCO Infinity, of which, honestly, I do. Of all of the esportsy events that we had, in that style of where it's not like real racing, it's basically us doing our own format and kind of stuff. Of all of the esportsy events that we've had, like in sim racing in the particularly last 3, 4, 5 years, well, yeah, in the post-COVID world, let's go with that, right? This is both my favourite format, and I'm pretty sure the favourite format of quite a lot of drivers and members of the community. I think this format works so well.
It is great, and yeah, December of 2022, the last time that we did this. Hopefully not as long for the final edition. However, you know, I think what makes it so special, Lewis, is that we're not doing it every weekend, right? And
yeah, absolutely.
It would. I'll just, you know, be completely honest. Trying to find car combos and track combos, that would be fun if we did this twice a year. At some point, it would end up being the GT3 effect that we have, where we just get sick of Spa, Monza, and blah, 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 blah. Don't think we get sick, though, if we did this once every year, where Alex Dunn doesn't take it 3 wide and Elliot Veyron takes the lead.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Elliot Veyron. Alex Dunn having to settle for 3rd position. I think this is a once-a-year kind of thing. I think we don't any more than that, and it's this, like I say, the format becomes it's not as special. But once a year, this format's great. Here comes Alex Dunn, then straight down the inside, looking for the move on Phil Denez, going into the hairpin at turn 4. A little bit of contact between the pair of them, but nothing major, almost being eyed up just a touch by Silly Lully. I remember the first Super Formula race, it was Silly Lully and Alex Dunn having an absolutely incredible battle at Portimao.
And that was with the conditions being very, very changeable. This is a little bit easier to navigate their way through. Super Formula Light's one of the cars that on iRacing does have the rain enabled, and it is going to be the 6 at the front that will keep each other close, keep each other honest. Let's cycle through some of the other battles through the field. Keep a reminder as well that you can follow along with timing.racebot.tv to find your particular team and driver through the field. This all behind Grid and Go for 12th. This all behind Dutch League Racing for 17th spot.
Yeah, indeed. The Docklands Light Railway just trying to desperately hang on at the moment. I suppose there's plenty of battles up and down the order, including a new race leader. Alex Dunn's made his way through down into T1. Let's see what happens within this group down into that first corner. German Sim Racing starting to really feel the pressure behind. Yeah,
and again, the swaps for the lead, much like what we had with some of our other sort of pack races, not going to be concerned about the chopping and changing early in the race. It's only when you get to the end that leading really counts. Olympus slide their way on forward. Scott Mokes passes Nick Schulte-Wisserman. Kyo Thiago Marto in the Williams Esports Academy car is behind. Now, Lewis, I will be completely honest in saying,
talk to me.
I am aware of this meme that Zach Sweeney called it a Williams Esports community car.
Yep.
Was it just that he had a complete brain fade and said the wrong thing?
Almost 100%.
Okay. Because I was like, is there a Williams Esports community team that I can join to get my shirt?
No. No, there's not. But whatever. Hashtag change it from yellow to Dayglow yellow, just saying.
That would be the Williams Esports Race Spot car, though, unfortunately. Oscar Bixford alongside.
No, the current one is Williams Esports Race Spot.
Good point. Alongside with Lasse Urano as they sequence out of the penultimate corner. No pit stops for these drivers, of course. Check back in with your race leaders. Now, not seeing a breakaway. 6/10 is not a margin that the draft's going to be separated, but Elliot Veyron just pushing Alex Dunn. Doesn't want to force the issue. There's a lot less speed, a lot less momentum in those 3-4 cars behind.
Yeah, indeed. Phil Denez not receiving the same bump draft from Chris Lollam, Sam Coiter, or Aaron Vasquez, meaning that gap's just growing ever so slightly. It's just pulling out. But then, to be fair, once they come through the likes of Lukey Heights, up towards Lukey Heights, towards MG, that kind of section between Siberia, that's where, to be perfectly honest, Phil Denez will actually close the margin back down, because you can't really bump draft there, because you will have a whopper of an accident.
I'm still quite surprised, not even scared, that would be the wrong word, at how effective the bump draft is, because I know you mentioned that the physical models actually slightly allows for that, but there's that stonking big rain light that sticks out the back of it. You know, that just looks to me that if you tried bump drafting, you just push that in, and who knows what damage that would do to the suspension.
Well, I mean, like, for one thing, that rain light will almost certainly damage your nose on your car. 100% that will... Like, you're not getting away from that scot-free, and also your rear wing. Oh, sorry, your front wing is getting concerningly close to their rear wheels, and if their wheels touch your front wing is no longer going to be on your car. So, yeah, obviously, you know, we jest a little bit, but bump drafting in open wheelers is hilarious.
Yes, and you know they did it in the in GT cars, to be fair, in the 2022 IMSA Esports Global Championship. Then they went to the real world Rolex 24 the next January, and guess what? They would bump drafting as well, and apparently had learned a little bit from us here in the sim racing world. Urano gets in front of that Wave Italy racing car, 13th, 14th, and 15th positions, with Emil Bernstorff in the Precision Racing Esports car just behind them. These drivers 2.6 seconds behind of ATRS, Ayanchen Guven, trying to bring them forward. And Guven, let's not forget, when we talk championship situation, which we kind of ignored for the first 15 minutes of the race, as it stands right now, it would still technically come down to those two Team Redline cars in the final race. It would be 31 points between them, but mathematically 70 points between Redline and Coanda. VCO Infinity would be heading Redline's way.
Yeah, it would be once again staying with Redline. It will mean, though, that if things finish as they are currently running, Coanda will secure themselves a top 3 at least, because more than a 55-point gap back to Drago Racing means that, well, obviously Drago Racing aren't going to be able to catch them in that final race in the MX-5s. This is exactly what Redline kind of want, and I actually wonder if Redline will take that much risk in this race, right? Because they're in position now to basically secure it that it'll be one of their cars. Okay, taking any more risks to do anything, you want it secured now before you get anywhere near those MX-5s at Daytona, just in case.
That's what I was kind of saying with the Xfinity cars, but a certain commentator was making fun of me for even suggesting that. Battle for 8th position, Brabham Esports, Delatraz Automotive, and then Scherer Esports along with ATRS. Scherer Esports, you know, formerly Phoenix Racing, rechristened for this year with some of the movement in German motorsports. This is a team that has roots in the real world as well. Just been great to see them getting stronger and stronger, signing drivers as well. And, you know, Lewis, you got to see them crowned Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy champions in the final race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, beating out the likes of Redline, Apex, Coanda in the Porsche Cup car they've got so much experience in. They've had a solid race so far as well in terms of being consistent, mostly staying out of trouble. Going to be in position for maybe a top 10 finish.
Yeah, obviously, you know, you got to remember, like, in this kind of scenario, that there's a lot of learning to do in this kind of event, in how the style is and how your team works in these kind of events. They have had quite a few races where they've been running really quite high, and a few races where it's gone really, really bad. That's just how it goes. Got to say, though, for me, best livery on the grid. Just saying.
Really?
Yeah, no, I love it. Less so on this car. It's not that great on this car, I'm just saying. But on the Ferrari, woo! On the Xfinity car, woo!
That's true, actually. On the Xfinity car, it does look especially good. It is. I'm genuinely half surprised to hear you say that, just because it's a blue and white car, and I thought you just had mental trauma from all of that.
Nah, you know, so I said to, it might have been to Ewan earlier on, I guarantee if I got, like, the Xfinity cars, something like that, if I took a photograph of every single car and sent them all to Cam Roger, Cam could probably tell you which one I would say is the best livery.
Okay.
And it's because of the lime green.
Gotcha.
Or
okay.
Dayglow yellow, or whatever you want to classify. The Valentino Rossi yellow, it's because of that.
Very, very interesting. That Dayglow yellow is so distinctive as well. It's been cool seeing it on some BMWs, you know, in the last couple of years as Valentino's been making the step from 2 to 4 wheels. There's also some Dayglow yellow on that too. Didn't even notice it. Yeah.
There's less Dayglow yellow on this than there are in all their other cars, but there is Dayglow yellow just on the top, on what's it say, the air intake on the top of it.
The roll hoop thingy.
Yeah.
What is that even called technically?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it really is it the roll hoop in this, or is it just an air intake?
It's both.
Probably is it's probably, yeah.
It functionally serves as both, right? Like, because this is also the old school Halo. You know, we're getting newer iterations of them as technology evolves. Mentioned as well, IndyCar debuted a new aero screen this weekend on the streets of Long Beach, which saved, what was it, 7 pounds or kilograms, one of the two, which doesn't sound like a lot, but Lewis, when we're talking, you know, motorsport lines, that's a decent chunk of weight that then lowers the center of gravity of the car as well.
Yeah, it's not, for me, it's not even the fact that it's reduced the weight, it's the fact that it's reduced the weight from high up. That's actually quite a large problem that you don't necessarily realise. Obviously, we're not, this is talking about stuff which is more real world stuff. You don't really notice in the game. But yeah, having spoken to loads of real race engineers from like GB3, where we have the Halo, they said that it was quite a bit of a headache getting the setups to work more normally, because as much as it's not that much weight, but it does affect the center of gravity. Bringing it up higher, you kind of have to stiffen the car a little bit, just because when you're going through corners, that high weight does want to just push over even more so to one side. So when it's low down, it doesn't want to move that much.
And I think it was Alex Rossi that's talked a little bit about how with the IndyCar in particular, not only have the setups changed, but the way you drive the car has had to change as well. Remember, they don't even have power steering, so they are very much wrestling that car with every little adjustment that it gets. And yeah, it's been interesting how, Rossi in particular, I think one of those drivers that has struggled a little bit more since the addition of the aero screen, although some may argue that is more down to the chin curse than anything else. 1 second between second and third spot. Phil Denez is not closing on Veyron and Dunn the way I would have thought. They are slowly eking out that advantage and working very, very well together as we close on some traffic.
Certainly so. Do you remember what the most positions gained was? By the way,
it's 30 something.
Yeah, right. Okay, so the only reason why I say that is because Williams Esports Academy. And I know, see, there you go. See, straight.
I read your mind.
You're right, broadcast producer. 51st to 19th. Obviously, did technically win, or sorry, was competing for the win in the last race in this car. Got a DQ on the last lap for incident points coming out of the International Horseshoe. Up a whopping amount of spots, and to be fair, it has the pace to gain even more. Still 23 minutes left to go, half the race left to go, and plenty more positions ahead. This will surely this is like on the cusp of becoming most positions gained today.
I think you're right. He has a chance of grabbing 40 positions potentially, which would be pretty crazy. Now, Redline have had enough of BS Plus and Phil Denez slowing them down and have worked forward as there's a car off through the southern loop to try and now close the margin down. It's going to be Chris Lullum that's in front of Sam Coitert. 1.2 seconds, the margin they've got to close.
Yeah, let's... I was going to say, let's see if they can do it. I reckon they will do a bit of a look as well. Drago Racing, also sick of BS Competition's mediocrity of the last couple of laps. Not quite 100% sure as to why Phil Denez hasn't been quite quick enough, but maybe there's a bit more behind these, maybe a little bit of fuel saving, maybe a little bit of tyre saving, I don't really know. Either way, has now dropped down to 6th position. Definitely not the end of the world for the driver that finished second in the last Super Formula Lights race.
There's Sam Coitert, Chris Lullum, and Aaron Vasquez, who I think Lewis is right in assuming probably doing their last races today and handing over to a different driver with the MX-5s at Daytona. I think the racecraft probably a lot of similarities in terms of knowing where to place your car and understanding when to make the moves, but talking about downforce and no downforce, it always baffles me how someone like Ben Keating, who is meant to be a quote-unquote amateur driver, is able to jump at a high level between prototype cars and into a GT3 car. And didn't this year he did GTP and LMP2, which seems even wilder, both downforce but very, very different cars.
Yeah, being able to jump different formats. I mean, it's impressive when they do it in the real world. That's always like pretty crazy, pretty wild. But I've always said, if you want to get better at driving in sim racing, the best thing you can do is drive different cars. Don't just drive, oh, I'm really good in the MX-5's Cam Eben, or whatever it is. Is it Cam Eben that's really good in MX-5s? Yeah, right. Just don't constantly race the MX-5. I'm sure, to be fair, I'm sure he's pretty rapid in whatever you put him in, but, obviously just race the MX-5, fair enough. Don't just drive low-powered Formula cars. Don't just drive oval. Like, try everything. Because the amount of times where people say, oh, I don't want to do oval racing because it doesn't interest me and I'm not going to gain anything from it, blah, 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 blah. It's just turning left as there's some drama back here. That is a little sketchy on the old rejoin. Altus off the road as well.
I'm going to put two
that
and
was
two.
With Pike from Beach Racing as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and say those two came together. It has been a relatively clean mid part of the race. Haven't had to look at too many replays. Oh, well, watching again.
How on earth did that all unfold? Keep your eye on the Altus car in the middle of shot. Yeah, just rear locks.
And then Team PGZ in sympathy as well.
To be fair, it is kind of, so the whole thing, so when you get onto the brakes into that, you're on your limit of brakes, right? And then you see someone spin ahead. And even though you are well aware that you are at the maximum capacity of braking in this car, your brain is still just like, oh, I've got to brake more. And as soon as you brake more, that's when the rear's locked. Obviously, you can see in the middle of the shot, that's the Brabham car. I've got criticism here.
It's not the blue, green and gold, it's the blue and white instead.
Correct. And I understand about the history and stuff, the livery, and I think that livery looks good and whatever, blah, 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 and I understand the brand, blah, 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 blah. Pick one or the other. Either black and gold or blue and white. Whatever it is, it's got to be the... Oh, sorry, black and gold? Green and gold or blue and white. It's got to be the same, like, in all of the cars. When it jumps between it, I'm looking at it.
Very
like,
confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your liveries... The thing is, you should put all 5 of your cars together, and you should be able to look at them, and they should look the same.
Yes.
Right?
Agree.
Unlike Drago Racing for you. I know you don't like that.
Well...
Impulse, that grey Xfinity. What is that?
Yes, that's just laziness, not having a paint and not wanting to really do one. I agree with you. It was quite fun when Brabham, you know, somewhat debuting in the world of sim racing, and we had them in the ERL, ERWC, and they were debuting a couple of their, you know, historic livery concepts. But yeah, consistency now would be great. And Lewis and I commentate on the Porsche Esports Canada series, where they have 2 different championships, one with the GT4 race, one with a 911 Cup race. Teams race in both of them. Your liveries look identical, and it's become so easy to try and figure out who's in what car now, as Alex Dunn makes a mistake, slips from the race lead. Elliot Veyron takes advantage.
Let's see if there's going to be any damage for Alex Dunn right there. If there's no damage on Dunn's car, it might not be that bad. Sure, rear tires be overheated, but it's definitely within the hunt of maybe grabbing second position back. I've got to say, Veyron's in a really commanding position at the front, but now has no one to assist him on the bump drive. Very uncharacteristic mistake from Dunn there, if it is to spin on the brakes. So that said, we have seen a couple of people struggling with it. Let's ride on board with Veyron and see how it happened.
Building that speed up. This is a non-corner in the Super Formula Lights Xfinity cars. It was definitely a corner. Braking very deep. We're talking about braking at the 15. You can just see Unsettled was never really comfortable and minimizes the bleeding at the end of the day. Only 3 seconds off of your lead.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been an awful lot worse for Alex Dunn. I'm sure he'll be a little bit red in the cheeks, a little bit embarrassed by that, but it is what it is. That is a larger gap. Again, legs shaking. I'm sure, again, he's probably absolutely fuming with himself, to be honest. But this is the whole thing. If he just needs to kind of put that to one side, refocus, and get back on with the race at hand.
I'm glad to see his leg, by the way, shaking, because I do that as well.
I don't be on the wheel.
Do you not do even behind the wheel?
No, I don't do it behind the wheel. I do it normally, but I don't do it behind the wheel. Because behind the wheel, I'm like, when I was new to sim racing, and this is probably something that which a lot of people will definitely feel. When you go down into turn 1 and you're like really nervous in your first few races, like even if you've taken out some races for a little while, you're doing a big league or whatever, and you're nervous, and then you try and get on the brake, and you're like nervously shaking.
Yep.
Trying to brake whilst your leg is doing crazy things like that. That's not what's happening with Dunn, by the way. It's not nerves. It's just jitters.
It's the Christian Horner effect.
Yeah, exactly. You just can't help it. It's whatever.
Yeah.
But like actual nervous shaking and then trying to get on the brakes is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about that. And I'm sure, that's not a pleasant feeling in a real car. I've heard stories about, drivers over, brakes in the sim world don't fail, don't fade, don't wear. They do in the real world. And so sometimes you'll get into a corner, ask the car to do something that it's done for 20 previous laps, and now your brakes are overheated. Suddenly you're not slowing down so much, and you're like, uh-oh, what am I even doing? I even heard stories, Lewis, of there's a particular GT4 manufacturer. I will refrain from saying which one so I don't get shouted at.
What's it rhyme with?
No, not getting anywhere near that. No. But basically, they have an issue where apparently the alternator belt, if you run over curbs and stuff a lot during a race, it has a tendency to slip off, at which point you lose electrical power. So in a GT4 car, what you have to start doing, let's turn off your ABS, let's turn off your traction control, let's turn off your air conditioning, blah, 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 until you basically have all the systems in the car off, and you're still hoping you've got enough electrical power that the brakes will work the next time you stamp on them.
That's not good.
It's not fun, is it?
No. I mean, these are all the things obviously in sim racing we have to think about. But if you're dealing with engineering, and even car design and all that kind of stuff, you really do actually have to kind of think about all this stuff if you're building an actual race car, because all this stuff makes a huge difference. Because let's be honest, if your brakes don't work, it ain't going to end well. Elliot Veyron's time at the race lead may well have come to a close because Redline have been able to close down. And here we go, around the outside. Little Lulham's going to have a look. Is he going to do it?
Silly Lolly. Sticks his nose there. Now, if Sam Coitert's wise, he'll try and get into the draft and slingshot into the next corner and prevent Veyron from trying to make a move of his own. Not going to be 3 wide, so 15 minutes left to go, and that's exactly what Coitert's done. Doesn't give Veyron the chance to try and pop back out, and Redline 1 and 2 on top in this penultimate race of VCO Infinity.
Yeah, looking to seal the crown. Again, we don't know which way it's going to go, Team Redline-wise. That bit is very much open. But as things stand at the end of this race, it will be Team Redline confirming the fact that they will, at a bare minimum, retain the title. Theoretically, Commander could still take second, so it might not be a 1-2. But as things stand, a guarantee it would be a Team Redline victory because the car that's in first has more than 55 points over Commander.
And I think at this point as well, 31 between the first Redline car and the second Redline car.
Yeah.
Yeah. At that,
yes, it's fairly set.
All the Redline 70 machine is going to have to do is finish top 30 in the next race, which I've gone back and been looking at the stat sheets. Still don't think they finish any lower than 15th. Crazy run, crazy consistency.
Yeah, they've been very, very impressive as the 70 car. But that said, the MX-5s, it only takes, pack racing, a little bit of bumping around, barging, sending into barriers. That car can get written off fairly quickly if you get sent up into the wall, and someone's definitely going to have that happen to them. So you got to be... it's not fully set. That's the important bit. We'll have to wait and see. But drama-wise, could be open. But realistically speaking, it is the 70 that's going to win this.
I'm trying to think back to the first 2 editions of VCO Infinity. Of course, we have a few more points this year, a few more teams, which means more points because a position's worth a point. I know that this is the first time that we've broken quadruple digits.
Mm-hmm.
I feel as though, I know it's been a long time since the previous 2 Infinities, Redline have had less trouble than they also had in previous Infinities. I'm not trying to say that everyone else has struggled more, but they've just had a patch of luck that I really think cannot be discounted.
Exactly. They've only won this event because of the luck.
No, come on. Don't do that to me. I'm going to get Andre and Mark in my DMs next.
It's too easy. That you can't really make. You left that one absolutely hanging right in front.
Okay, I'll help myself a little bit by going back to the points talk, because we had 44 teams in VCO ProSim Infinity, so automatically we're talking about another 240 points being available for winning every single race.
Yeah, no, I will go back to the luck side. I think because we've had more cars, we've actually, sure, we've got more community cars, we've actually got a few more cars kind of filling in those spots, like in the top 20, which means there's a bit more like quality in a sense. I mean, it's a stronger field that we've ever had, obviously, because there's more of them. But Redline they've just pieced their way through it. I will actually say it. It's not the fact that they've been a bit more lucky. It's the fact they've been more consistent, car to car. Like, they have been very, very consistent on pace. I.e., they have been basically the fastest team in every single car.
What's that quote? Oh, I really should know it. The golf quote.
If you want to win by... Oh, I don't know.
No, you know this one. Is it Greg Norman? You create your own luck by the way you play. That's kind of what...
I don't know that quote.
Do you know not... Oh, okay. But there's many...
Do you know not that quote?
My English has been bad today. Let's not go there. But that's what I was meaning by they've just been so smart, stayed out of trouble, being consistent. And I go back to Lionheart IndyCar Series. We had a year where our champion finished no lower than 5th across of 18 races. The next year, Phil Krause came in, finished no lower than 3rd across of 22 races. That's what you needed to do to win the championship. That's kind of what Redline have had to do in and amongst themselves. Coanda have still had a decent day. Not sure about the rest. 10 minutes left to go, though. Who's going to win this race up front? Alex Dunn has been dropped, quite surprisingly, as well.
Yeah. I think since that spin, tyres have been overheated, so wasn't able to immediately charge back up. Sits 1.4 seconds clear of Nicholas Boy. I think Boy might be able to close in and have a little bit of a battle with Alex Dunn. But Dunn will be very frustrated with how the race that he's gone. Obviously, he's won a couple today. Has had a great performance. Has had great speed. Having won also in a couple of different cars, there is also that. but probably will be a little frustrated with how the last 3 races he's done has gone, because he's not received the results that he really feels he should have, because he's had the pace to basically win all 3 of them.
The quote I was thinking of, by the way, is from actually Arnold Palmer. It's a funny thing, the more I practice, the luckier I get.
That is a good quote.
It's a great quote, and it genuinely describes the efforts that people make in sim racing, the 15 to 20 hours a week that they are grinding, setups, data analysis, and then the actual driving, hours on hours on hours of it. I guess that's why I didn't want to be a racing driver, because I didn't want to practice and I didn't want to make myself lucky. That's my excuse.
Yeah, I've done the events where you do like 4-digit laps for a race.
Never again.
I'll never do it again. Never. The most, I promise you, until the day I die, the most laps of practice that I will do for a sim racing event will be double digits. I will never do 100 laps for a race ever again.
Okay, you know where I can disagree with you on that one?
Where?
Let's say you go to do an oval.
I still wouldn't do 100 laps of practice before I did a race.
If it was 100 laps of Bristol,
I still wouldn't do 100 laps.
that's
I'd do
15 seconds, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, that is still 20 minutes. You're right. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'd do 40 before I got bored.
Oh, yeah, maybe, if that.
And it's like after like 20 laps, it's all like, I'm not really learning anything else. I'm just going to the race. Cool.
I'll learn more
That's
in the
how-
race
that's
than
how-
anything else.
That's how official fixed races go for me. I'm like on the NASCAR, or the oval side anyway. It's like, oh, I've done like 5 laps. Right, anyway. Let's learn from it. And you just jump into the race and learn from that. It's far more interesting. That's what I'd rather do. Exactly. I'm not doing 100 laps of practice ever again. No way. God, I'm too lazy for that.
And iRacing's recognized that, right, and put a lot of fixed setup series in on top of the open setup series. So not only have they made the fixed setup slightly better, they, in some cars, can be used in open racing to a decently high level. But yeah, the fixed setup competition definitely where the jump in and race sort of crowd gets its thrills. And when was the last official race you did, Lewis?
Probably, it was before. It's not this season. It was the last season.
Oh, okay. You've actually done one more recently than me. The last official race that I remember doing was, you remember when iRacing had its anniversary month last year?
Right. Oh yeah. No, definitely more recent than that.
That was. I did those a few of the 15th anniversary series races that they had, and that was about it. So at the line, less than 7 minutes left to run, and what should end up being 6 laps left to go, I think.
Yeah.
5 laps,
right.
something.
6 sounds about right, because there's very short laps in this car. Like I said, they're about 80 seconds. So they're around just over a minute, really. I think it might be 6.
I really don't trust my math anymore.
I really don't care. We're just going to see some racing until the end. That's the exciting bit. According to the calculator I've got, it says... Oh, we're on 29, 30...
6 laps.
Yeah, 6 laps. Yeah.
Allegedly. Back to your front, though, where still Lallum, Koiter not going to fight. And Charlie Vecchio did say this in the race that we had with Enzo Benito and Cooper Webster running up towards the front. Ferrari team orders, harking back, of course, to the days before they banned team orders in Formula One. Do you think they will do the same thing here, Lewis? Can they even do the same thing, knowing how strong the draft is with the people behind?
No, I don't think they can. I think that the whole thing with these kind of races is, I've always said, like, there's the whole, like, trying to plan it and orchestrate it and this, that, and the other, can be an absolute disaster, because it can actually generally cause more incidents and actually can cause you to lose. If you just let things unfold relatively naturally, this will be fine. But look at that on this lap. You know, the bump drafting on the rear end Sam Quartet to Chris Lallum was enough for them to cross the line ahead of them to start this lap. There wasn't even a look from Elliot Veyroll. So if they keep doing that for the next 5 minutes, then they'll probably come across the line 1 and 2. But it's if they want to have a battle for position, if they want to come through the final corner and see that side by side. If I'm kind of thinking, I don't think Redline will actually impose any team orders like that. It's more just like, don't crash into each other.
So I'm going to bring up a couple of graphics here, okay?
Have we not unlocked Sam Quartet yet?
No, but look at those best and last lap times, Lewis.
Yeah, but that's not a shock.
The fact that they are identical is the shock.
The best lap time is a shock. Although, to be fair, it's not that much of a shock because their best lap time probably would have been set not that long ago. And the fact that they've been bump drafting each other on the start-finish straight every time, which means the distance between the pair of them across the line has been the same every single lap because they have been bump drafting. So it's not that much of a shock.
They haven't been that effective at it recently. I wonder if Chris Lullum, now that he's gotten into the draft of that car in front, doesn't think that it's worth using that bump draft as much. Look at Veyron, just that little bit closer. As he slink back up towards the fast kink through turn 1. 3 wide with the traffic. Veyron slightly pinched, but not willing to lift off the throttle. Will be left on the outside on the run through the southern loop. Still with a bit of draft being fed from Lullum to Koiter. And with the camera going to drop off on the track here, Veyron's going to try and switch back and get a better exit, but in the Super Formula-like cars, he's going to have to be really deep into the brakes, into the next braking zone.
Yeah, looking to the outside through 3, couple of lockups for some of the back markers up ahead, see if Veyron's going to send one down the inside and the hairpin doesn't do so. Got to watch out going too wide at the southern loop, because if you do so, it's quite dirty outside there, and once you hit that, again, you'll be off the road quicker than you can say, oh wait, there's no grip out. So there is that to really think of. Still remains a Team Redline 1-2 into the setting sun again.
Yeah, we've gone through 24 hours, had a couple of races in the dark, including one where the Xfinity cars at Daytona, no headlights, but the night lights, all that they could really use to help them guide the way. Coming back
set to 30%.
20%.
20%.
Yeah,
Well, set 20%, the lights.
Yeah, you got my stat wrong, Lewis.
Sorry.
20, not 30%.
Every time.
I didn't even bring it up this time. You brought it up.
Yeah, I know, but it's still interesting that Veyron's decided to bump draft with the Team Redline car rather than go for the move.
I think it's because we do indeed have 3 laps to go, and I don't know if necessarily he thought it was wise to make the move with Aaron Vasquez in the Drago Racing car, who replaced Dominic Hoffman in that last race. I'm assuming Hoffman probably going to jump back in for our final race in the MX-5s at Daytona. It's all about just being in the right place at the right time. If you think that you're going to be able to make a move into this corner on the penultimate lap, maybe that's how you get to second. Do it the final lap to get up to the lead. Vasquez had a look up the inside, though. Didn't make it work.
Yeah, indeed. Just giving a couple of looks. I think that this might become a little bit more elbows out as we head on to the penultimate lap of the race. See what these drivers can get up to. A bit of lap traffic quite a bit of lap traffic, to be fair, for them. Not that far ahead as they head into Lukey Heights. See how close it's going to be across the line. Again, what they need, 1 minute 21 seconds.
I think.
Oh yeah, they'll be absolutely fine.
It should be about 5 or 7 seconds, the buffer, but should be just enough. Elliot Veyron, way too much curb usage, upsets the car, slows him down, doesn't cost him a spot. He's now got to close a couple of car lengths. The God. Blue Rose team, Rasmus Tuominen was in the grass on the outside of that final corner, will stay out of the way. Remember, 1:21, 1:22, right around the time that the drivers have been taking to do a lap. We should get 2 laps left to go, and look at them 3 wide in the background, the fight for third.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is they need to be bump drafting each other more because the Team Redline cars are bump drafting. At the moment, Elliot Veyron kind of all over the road, 0.7 of a second behind. I think this has now just become a Team Redline victory. I'm just going to say it right now. I think it will be a 1-2. If they fight like that, there needed to be the instant bump draft. It needed to be Vasquez just tapping the rear end of Elliot Veyron, dragging back up to the Redline cars and try and open the door for the victory that way.
And at this point, you have to give the Ferrari team orders if you're Redline, right? You've got the 0.7 behind. You realistically know the championship's going to one of your cars. You know which one it's going to be. Why risk anything? Why take any chances? Towards Lukey Heights for the penultimate time, these drivers are going to work. We ride on board with Sam Koiter. Look how he closes down into 5th gear as they crest over the top, sun popping into their eyes, down the hill, into first, get the car slowed down, and instantly back to second for the traction. They're being very, very methodical, Lewis, with their inputs into the machine.
Yeah, indeed. Out through the final turn. Time is ticking down. 10 seconds left to go in the race. Should be 1 more lap left to go.
Come on, give us a fight. Don't bump draft. Oh, boring.
So boring.
I'm disappointed.
You can't give 2 different liveries and you can't put on a fight. Team Redline, get out of here.
At least they're going to...
Team PTZ would not ever do that.
And that's where the claim for the best team in the world will come from. It's side by side for the final step on the podium, and Elliot Veyron's lost out, but we've seen how many late sends into this next braking zone. Dinez covers the inside, forces the Coanda driver to make his way the long way around if he wants to make it work.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see what Phil Dinez could do to the inside, going into the hairpin. Locks up a little bit, sends it in deep, gets past Elliot Veyron. Phil Dinez was on the podium the last time we raced in the Super Formulas, Super Formula Lights, and looks to continue in that form. Oh my goodness. There we go. Bye.
That was all, I think, on Elliot Veyron, and Aaron Vasquez reminding everyone to be quiet, apparently. Not sure what was going on there.
Ron Harm moment. All right, fair enough. Each to their own. That was fair play. I would have waved at him as you went by. That would have been more funny, but whatever. Each to their own.
Alex Dunn's fighting with BS Plus competition on the run towards the line, but no such dramas out front. And officially, we can mathematically say it's Team Redline, 3-time VCO Infinity champions. The question still remains, will it be the 69 or the 70? Chris Lullen wins, Sam Coitert in second, but Redline 1 and 2, and another win just adding to the record books.
Yeah, absolutely incredible there. Again, brilliant race. Really, really exciting, that one. Really, very much enjoyed that one.
What?
What have we seen?
Alex Dunn hasn't seen the finish, Lewis, because he is inside of another car right now.
Scientifically speaking, how? What happened? He's got no drive, so he's not going to finish this race.
Genuinely, there have been way too many moments during VCO Infinity where I have been absolutely lost for words. And well, oh, I mean, that was always going to happen, wasn't it?
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
What even happened? So there's the BS Plus car behind. Oh.
Oh, he spins him.
Where does the other car come from, though?
Just absolutely spins him. Oh, he tries to... No.
What?
Why?
What?
Why on earth? Why?
Poor Al. I hope Alex isn't injured right now.
Yeah, I hope he took his hands off the wheel.
Yeah, like that is no laughing matter. As much as
it's pretty funny.
It is very funny. Oh, anyway,
who was it?
It is Obsidian Racing. Apparently, lost for words. Genuinely lost for words. However, once again, winners in VCO Infinity, they cannot be stopped. It is the 11th time in 23 races. Team Redline, your winners, with Chris Lullen grabbing top honors. For him as well, it is his fourth victory, of this event. Quite remarkable to think about the performance that he's delivered. And we'll take a look at the results, quickly talk through them, and then get ready to go for the final of our races. Lullen, Coitert, Vasquez, 1, 2, 3, Redline, and Drago securing podium spots. And then Nicholas Boy in fourth. Jacob Reed, James Armstrong, Rafael Renhofer, Ian Chenguven, Alessandro Romanelli, and Emil Bernstoff, the recipients of some freebies out of nowhere in the closing stages, while Elliot Veyron drops to 11th for Coanda, Wave Italy to 12th, and then BS Plus in 13th. Williams Esports Academy in 14th, the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car driven by Oscar Bixrud then 15th, with German Sim Racing, Visceral, Maniti, Olympus, and Dutch League Racing within 40 seconds of your leader and within the top 20. West Competition Racing, then Grid and Go's second car, followed by Race Clutch, Eclipse, and the lead Grid and Go machine, the top 25, W2E Pro, Pike from Beach, Absolute Motorsport, Falcon Sim Racing, and CRZ, your top 30. Keep scrolling through those teams as Lewis and myself, try and gather our thoughts and emotions from what's been a pretty wild affair, and still maybe the wildest race of all left to come.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, like I say, we've got plenty to deal with in this final race for the MX-5s. Got to say, Silly Lully with that victory, 4 wins now, obviously, and is the driver that's had the most wins in open. I don't know why you had to put it on there like this. In a win that's an open wheel that's not an IndyCar, i.e. Formula 4 or the Formula Lights. Fair enough. He has the most amount of wins at 4 in that. It's the 26th win for Team Redline. And most importantly, though, he is now joint second in the all-time winners list, of course, with Patrick Holtzman and Diogo Pinto. If Pinto's out in action this final race, he could join Josh Rogers as number 1.
Yeah, and there's how many drivers tied on 2 race wins apiece as well? We're trying to count
more than... hold on. No, it's fine. You just do
11.
that. 11, indeed.
Let Google Sheets do the heavy lifting for us. Trying to figure out who is going to be in this final race. I see Brandon Hawkin from Movano. I see Elliot Veyron's apparently doing the double. Gustavo Ariel going to be in one of the Redline cars, and Josh Thompson in the other one.
Ooh.
It's going to be an interesting affair, that's for sure.
No chance then for Diogo Pinto to sneak the W on Josh Rogers. That's fine, whatever.
Can we do a late Joker replacement now and kick Josh Thompson out?
Yeah, let's reset the server just for the memes, please. Just for the memes.
Poor Josh Thompson as well. He would probably looking forward to this race. Although I think there's a lot of expectation and stress now for both of those Redline drivers just to stay out of trouble at the end of the day, Lewis. Because again, all they can really do is lose the win for their particular car. We're not talking about Redline losing the victory now. It's just which of the cars.
I actually disagree.
Okay.
I don't think they'll care. I think they'll be like, right, we've won this now. This event now still continues to belong to Redline.
Right.
So I kind of think that they now, like, the weight has been lifted off, because let's be honest, the only real concern there is Coanda taking over second spot, which is still fairly unlikely, but still, whatever. So between the pair of them, they already kind of know which way it's going to go for the win. So you might as well, for the last race, get your elbows out, because the absolute worst that's going to happen is you're going to be cost second position in this championship. And that is the absolute worst. You're still going to win the championship.
I'm just looking at some of the stats, by the way, from the actual team lineup, the composition that won the first two Infinity events. Josh Thompson, Luke Bennett, Enzo Benito, Patrick Coltman, and Max Benneker won it in year one. Luke Bennett, Diogo Pinto, Lorenzo Colombo, remember, pro driver for the second Infinity, and Patrick Holtzman, Max Benneker. So Bennett, Holtzman, Benneker, all two-time winners, and I think there's a chance here. I'm trying to remember who's in the 70 car. Josh Thompson's in the 70 car, right? Or am I crazy? Is it Gustavo Ariel?
I can't remember.
I can't remember either. God, my memory's great.
It's been 24 hours of this. You think, mate, this is 24 hours of the craziest stuff that we can do. I don't even remember what my name is.
You are Ewan O'Leary.
Two-time VCO Semi Award winner. No, I don't have the facial hair for Ewan O'Leary at the moment.
Oh, that was a surprise when I saw that on camera for the very first time. Let's turn our attention, though, to the track action that we've got in store of us. We made our way back to the World Center of Racing, where VCO Infinity got underway 23 and a bit hours ago, but that was with the Dallara IR18s. This time it's with the MX-5s, and again, champion already provisionally has been crowned. Qualifying is underway as they work around the track right now. Remember, they only get a single attempt to put the time onto the board. Falcon Sim Racing, Damon Wood, more than a 10th and a half clear of the rest of the field. We're still waiting for a couple of the teams to get their times onto the board, including for one of the Redline drivers, Gustavo Ariel, heading down into Le Mans Chicane on his flying lap.
Yeah, indeed, as we'll really squint our eyes to try and see that number board as he works his way through. Their teammates, 15th position on the road at the moment. It is the 17th for Gustavo Ariel. This is the car that is leading the championship at the moment. So the 69's already off to a pretty poor one in all of that. Far down the order. Also, the Coanda that's up there, by the way, in fourth position, that is the 91, Elvis Rankin behind the wheel.
It is.
Race winner, Elvis Rankin behind the wheel.
Where's the other Coanda car? Elliot Veyron, yet to set a lap time as well. And I'm going to make a wild assumption that switching from Super Formula Light over into this, it's going to be a bit of an adjustment period for sure. Now Gustavo Ariel just waiting to see what the time is going to end up being for him. 2:09 to beat. It's a 2:10. It slides him into 7th. Probably good enough is what he's telling himself right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I would be concerned if I was qualified anywhere other than sort of like say, the top 8. If I'm like below that, if I'm where the other Team Redline car is, I am terrified, like absolutely petrified about this race, because this is going to be the most disgusting pack race that money can buy, and I am here for it.
German Sim Racing up into 23rd position. Here come the Dutch League Racing crew. Jean-Paul Seaman, who's in fact actually going to bail onto pit lane, so clearly didn't feel as though there was going to be any improvement for him as he worked his way back around towards the line. Who else has a chance to try and set a time? West Competition Racing cross the timing beam and go 40th. Elliot Veyron He's going to come to the line right now, duck below the yellow line, and hoping to try and cut a bit of distance, cut some time off the lap for him. After Elvis Rankin put the Coanda 91 up to 4th, Elliot Veyron down in 37th position.
I'm a bit weirded out by why Williams haven't even gone out. Alex Spetz didn't even go out in the qualifying session, so maybe he's concerned that... No, don't make the joke. I did it earlier, to be fair. I did it, so it's fine. Something about double yellow lines, whatever, read into it we want. I already made that joke earlier on in the race, so it doesn't really, yeah.
Maybe
so
they got disqualified again? It wouldn't be the first time for joining with the incorrect team?
I don't think they've joined with the incorrect team. Have they joined with the incorrect team?
It wouldn't be the first time. Would be the last in VCO Infinity, as Oscar Arine.
They're in the right one.
The right one? Okay, 9th on the board for him.
Yeah, Sky Arena, then, yeah, like I say, across the line. Fair enough. Yeah, I believe the car. There they are. So
there
that's
they
the
are.
right car.
So why haven't they gone out for qualifying?
Just maybe wanted the absolute means of starting from the rear of the field.
It's not like
So many moves you can make.
It's not, unfortunately, like they're fighting for the championship, right? So I guess that's not a bad consolation. Last first challenge here, 45 minutes of racing. It is possible.
I don't think it is.
You don't think it is?
No.
You're being Debbie
Because I
Downer?
think no, I think the thing is going from the rear of the field in this. The problem is there are going to be groups that are going to form in the bump drafting, blah, 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 blah. And so actually jumping one of those groups is going to be really, really tough. So by the time you've worked up, let's say, for example, inside the top 20, there will already be groups and splits between them. It's very unlikely you'll jump into it and it's the train for the top 20.
And here's a confirmation of the points heading into this final race where it is mathematically going to be Team Redline. Question remains as to who will end up as the winner between the two team cars. Coanda also seem to have a lock on 3rd. Drago pretty comfortable in 4th, so we may be looking at the fight slightly further behind to see what is what. Let's take you down to the starting grid, though, ready to go for the final 45 minutes of on-track action. And it's the Falcon Sim Racing team ready to lead us to the green. Damon Woods will be alongside Jaden Ladick. And then Cody Deeth in the grid and go machine has Elvis Rankin in the Coanda purple and orange alongside on row 2. Eclipse Sim Sport, another good qualifying effort for them alongside Luke McEwen in the Apex Racing team machine. While Gustavo Ariel in the Team Redline car has just got to survive the chaos. And the Redline machine will be on top. Abel Torres, Oscar Arine, James Baumi, and then Sebastian Hove and Antoine Lacharite, the rest of your top 12. And now we're seeing those fine margins where the draft's going to keep these cars packed together. BS Plus competition alongside Williams Esports Academy on row 7, Apex Racing Academy, then alongside Visceral Esports behind them with Josh Thompson 17th, David Sobrero 18th for Redline and Brabham. And on the edge of the top 20, Wave Italy and Maniti Racing in their big green machine. Chris Sievert for Samantha Tan Racing Esports has Javi Ross on his outside. Rincon Racing and German Sim Racing share row 12 with 25th for Brandon Hawking, 26th in that S&P Racing Esports team. XPD, Scherer, WTE Pro and Kramer Racing, your front 15 rows. And as we scroll through the rest of the names, Lewis, this has been a wild ride. I think you're right that for Redline, they may not want to not take risks. They will just drive like they normally would, not going to do anything too special. Everyone else probably going to be a little bit more antsy, wanting to work their way forward and end on a high.
I want to see 53 cars, right, with win it or bin it mentality. Again, I'll put the offer out there. £5 for someone to clear the catch fence. Let's put on a show to end the race.
Is that how much Team PGZ paid you for today?
Did they tell you already?
Oh, wow.
No. No, it's still in negotiation. We're still negotiating.
Contract hasn't been finalized yet.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be that. It's post race negotiation. It's a very different type of thing. That's actually what happened in Abu Dhabi 2021. Anyway, moving on. So, I'm just here. I'm like, right, let's cause some chaos.
Oh
dear.
I said I might tell a story on broadcast, and I think I mentioned it. There's only been a few times when I've been unable to control my laughter. One of them happened during broadcast Lewis and I did together, where there was a comment made about CSI glasses. The other one was before a VCO Esports Racing League event. All I'm going to say is little Pablito knows all about that. Who wins this one, though, Lewis? I'm going to throw you on the spot.
Commander. Elvis Rankin, why not? Second time today.
Throw a coin in the air, hope it lands somewhere reasonable. And that's as good a prediction as you can expect to have. Pace car off and away, and this, well, what better way to sign off from the third edition of VCO Infinity. Absolute bedlam, ready to descend here at the Daytona International Speedway. 3-4 wide in the heart of the pack, but as we unload off the banking down into turn 1 for the first time, it's Damon Woods, Falcon Sim Racing that leads us. Grid and Go and Drago fighting for second behind them. 3 wide, Eclipse Sim Sport, Team Fordzilla and Apex behind them. There was drama behind. We didn't get through turn 1 safely, but it was all outside at the front of the pack.
Oh. And there's more going through the snakes where you can see how much smoke's being kicked up at the first corner. Abel Torres overdriving it just a little bit, squeezing out. Elvis Rankin coming through the international horseshoe, just about giving space. This is going to be so tricky, by the way, to actually make sure, especially for the first lap or so, to make sure that you're actually giving space to everyone. Really, really tricky because it's basically pack race. And this will happen quite a lot down into T1 as well. Is a comfortable lead there at the moment for the Falcon Sim Racing team.
Are we going to see separation? Ooh. Altus involved with Chris Seaver in the Samantha Tan Esports art car as well. Very easy to tell that livery apart from the rest on display. Definitely no black or red. Fordzilla get a bit of a shove as we cycle back on towards the banking. We use almost the entirety of the 2.5 miles of the oval here, and now just waiting to bounce off the limiter, change into gear, and then carry that momentum as confident as you can, Lewis, into the bus stop chicane.
Now, this is a race where we're going to see a lot of bump drafting. Look at these groups. It's 3, then 2, then 2, then 2. The B through quite a bit of this race. We're going to see a lot of bump drafting, a lot of work. Luke McEwen looking at the inside. And there's a big crash in the background. The bump drafting's not going so well.
That's Antoine Lasharite in the WSR Esports butt kicker car. Eclipse Sim Sport dropped behind the Apex Racing car. XPD leaned on by Brabham Esports. Excuse me, that was the Maniti Big Green Machine leaned on by Brabham Esports further back. The groups that we're going to see, though, Lewis, I don't think we'll see major breakaways if drivers elect to play smart. The track map's going to tell us a lot. The pack basically extends through the entirety of NASCAR turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, obviously 2 cars basically right towards the back, so a few have not really had it. XBD Racing, like you said, and I believe it's Grid and Go in the number 2 car back in pit lane. A few further issues for some of the other ones back there, but for the most part, is what it is. Here we go, Fordzilla!
Eclipse Sim Sport tried a bit of a block, and well, it's going to cause chaos. Can they work back through the opening corner safely? That Eclipse Sim Sport car still very, very slow and in the middle of the shot. Some cars went straight down to pit lane. Wow. As crazy as we thought it'd be on the opening lap, but not fighting for the lead. Damon Woods has been controlling the tempo.
The question is, did Gustavo Ariel actually get through it unscathed? I think he had a bit of a whack coming through all of that on the front end. Bit of a squiggle there as Luke McEwen works his way in a second position. There is... the car looks okay. I think it does have some damage on the front. To be fair, no, it looks fine.
I think he got away with that one, and he will be counting his blessings, that's for sure. Does have Barneveld in the BS Plus Z gallop up the inside now. These are going to be pretty frenetic laps. 20 estimated laps of racing. And, you know, MX-5s, they race here, but not with 53 of them. This is taking the madness that we love to watch in the real world. Mazda's usually the center of any weekend, the attention on any weekend for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. This is just a little bit more crazy than any of that, though. And you need to be there at the end, right, Lewis? 45 minutes of racing. There's no point crashing on the banking at the end of the opening lap. You need to be there at the end of lap 20.
If you've ever done a Daytona 500, it's in that kind of vein of basically just make sure that you're in the top train, maybe the top 20. Top 10 maybe, and basically just hold on to that. It doesn't matter about lead, it doesn't matter being 3rd position, 4th position, 10th position, whatever, but somewhere inside that grouping, make sure you're in that grouping for the next half an hour. Then in the final 10-15 minutes, then you start going on the attack.
Well, start with some of the replays. XBD definitely involved, so was S&P Racing, and it's all as we watch in the live pictures, a bit of a bump draft for the lead. I mean, that's just crazy.
Yeah, it's just going through the S section is all very difficult. Grid and Go sent into the barrier. Speaking of their other car, just taken over 2nd position, or 3rd position rather, and now even Cody Deeth is going to go and try and take over 2nd, and maybe even the race lead down into the 1st corner.
Yeah, keep an eye on the bottom portion of your screen. We watch as Xavi, the Altus Esports driver, in the car. Xavi Ross had a bit of an issue and then got tangled up with Chris Seaver. not much of a resulting aftermath to that one. Into the international horseshoe. Big send from Damon Woods, who has ended up losing out and dropping outside of the top 5 momentarily. He gets inside of Gustavo Ariel. This queue all the way back to 24th position.
Yeah, of course, an absolutely crazy way to end this. This is why we've left the MX-5s and Daytona till the end. You always want to end on something like this. So it's a bit more of a meme, but also an awful lot of fun. And to be fair, realistic. Bear in mind they did this in real life. How long is that race in real life? It's not 40, it's 20, 25
No, it's around the same distance, same time.
Is it really around
Yeah.
25? Oh, goodness me, I completely forgot.
It's not bad.
I normally tune in for the last 10 laps. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy.
To be fair, that's all we really need to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I've never seen a race start, but I have seen almost all of the race ends over the last few years because they're so good. Expect at least 3 wide up towards the line at the end of this race, as long as we have everyone surviving.
And that's the operative thing, right? We need to make sure that everyone is there. And Oscari Rene, the first MX-5 race that we had at Phillip Island, he qualified down the back and gained 30-something positions to finish up towards the top 10. This time qualifies a little bit better. In 9th position, he's already up to 2nd, and we are 3 wide into the chicane. They all have to filter back into line. That's what you want to see, though. Drivers recognizing that they don't need to be side by side. All they would do, lose some time, lose some speed, and let this pack filter out.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, as much as Oscar Rene did that excellent position, I think the positions gained was most certainly beaten by Mortal in the previous one. I think it was very close to 40.
Okay.
Was gained in the previous one. I believe, I don't want to say for sure, but I believe that is the most positions gained was by the Williams Esports Academy car in the previous race. I believe it's the most positions gained in any race in VCO Infinity 2024.
Not a bad stat to have to your name. Where do you even go through all of this? On board with the ATRS machine piloted by Sebastian Hove. He's on the outside of Damon Woods, the pole sitter in the Falcon Sim Racing car. He's got 2 Redline machines behind him as well. And all as Apex and Coanda jockey back and forth and swap for the race lead. Life point situation, well, it's basically confirming what we already knew. Redline 1 and 2, not really much else changing. And that graphic will actually also show you the only change that we're seeing inside of the top 7. Apex getting in front of the Coanda car. Falcon trying to get back up into the top 10.
Yeah, and obviously the Apex Racing team, if it wasn't for whatever happened coming down towards the line for Alex Dunn in the previous race, they would be inside the top 5 in the championship. That would probably be a bit of pill to swallow, even though there was kind of nothing they could do.
Well, you say nothing they could do. I guess they could have not been on the track and been driven into.
That's true. That's true. If Alex Dunn had learned from Timu Toika and the rapid technology of invisibility, then maybe that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, it needs to dial up the lag switch and figure out how to turn that on. There are the Redline drivers, by the way. Thompson on the bottom left, fan blowing his hair up into the air. Gustavo Ariel looks cool without any sort of natural airflow, but I think at the end of this race, they are going to be a lot more excited. And Gustavo Ariel is one of the few drivers in top-level sim racing where we will see emotion at the end. If things go in their way, we'll come to the end of lap 4 this time by, and the train still goes back, by the way, Lewis, to the 24th car in queue.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it is a big old train. Like you say, back to some of the greatest teams in sim racing, like obviously Team PPZ, obviously. Best team in sim racing.
I need to message Pablo. Why did he message you and not me? I'm feeling very hurt.
He didn't.
You reached out to them.
Maybe
oh my word.
Maybe I'm just in it for the memes.
Desperation from Lewis. Can't get shirts, so now he's reaching out. Anyway, this queue does seem as though there are a couple of cars at the very, very back that are in danger of being dropped. In the heart of the field as well, Coanda's 92. That's the car that is fighting for some point. Elliot Veyron's already gained 24 positions, Lewis, but he's got 3 wide in front of him, nowhere to go.
Yeah, got grid and go. They're just taking the inside line. Cody Deethu's led parts of this race now dropped down to 11th spot. This is how it's kind of going to go. You'll be in the lead. You'll be back down. You'll be back up towards the lead. You'll be back down. You'll be back up towards the lead. We've done less than 10 minutes of this race, ladies and gents. This is just how it goes.
Going to be a lot of just back and forth. We won't get too excited about it, but by the end of it, that's when we'll raise our voices a couple of octaves and shout to the point where people complain about us on social media, because apparently you're not allowed to shout and get excitement, especially about this sort of racing, right? Like, come on, imagine.
There is no excitement allowed. Pure information only.
Yes,
is the role of a commentator apparently. And if you believe that's the case, I am sorry, but it is not 1964 anymore.
No, it is not. Have you ever said anything, Lewis, that a team's been like, oh, why did you say that thing?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I say that every day, apparently.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've absolutely. I've said many things on this broadcast. I talked about Alex Spett's going below the double yellow. I'm amazed I've not had a message from Williams yet.
You keep bringing it up as well. At some point, you'll get the message.
Look, it's a joke. It's a bit of fun.
One complaint that I do have about Daytona, having been there to see the Rolex 24 this year, is you never get a great vantage point of the bus stop. And so in the real world, it can be quite hard to really get a sense for who's taking that corner well. Looks like Elvis Rankin got a slowdown. He will drop outside of the top 10. Are we going to be 3 wide up towards the front? Because Redline, the choo-choo train, is building. Josh Thompson up the middle and going the long way around on Luke McEwen, former Redline driver as well. Look how Thompson opens up the corner.
Yeah, indeed, and lots of, again, big sense going into that first turn. Will say, by the way, Elvis Rankin's still involved in the train, so don't worry about him if you're thinking that it was a commentator's curse. It wasn't. He got a penalty, but is now just kind of at the back of this 2x2. Look at all this as they work their way down. It is McEwen in the lead of the race. Team Redline in second spot, and the Apex Racing Academy could make this an Apex Racing 1-2 if they're able to sneak it round the outside.
And that Apex Racing Academy car with Patrick Thompson behind the wheel has had a pretty decent day. At sometimes in the first 12 hours they had more points than the bigger Apex Racing team, but now it's all about coordination and working together. This camera inside of the infield is giving us a great perspective of just how congested it all is. 24 cars within 4 seconds of one another. Then you've got a bit of a gap to W2 ePro and another 10 or so cars in a group of machines behind. But here in this leading group, we're about to have a new race leader because Luke McEwen's been displaced from the low line. Josh Thompson was able to get underneath, and now the shortest distance out of NASCAR's 1 and 2, Apex Racing trying to link up on the high line but being freight trained by 3 cars down low.
Yeah, indeed, and you've got ATRS involved in this. Obviously, they had a decent race in the previous one. Looking for another decent race, a couple of decent races to end. They've still bumped them way up points-wise, moving them not quite inside the top 30, but we're not that far away as we ride on board with the Williams Esports community car. As he'll actually sneak his way past the Falcon Sim Racing team. He's
getting a push from behind by Oscar Urano. That is helping him. Otherwise, would have been slightly compromised. And you do sometimes end up talking about side draft in these cars and how that ends up impacting the way that you're racing wheel to wheel and trying to effectively slow down your competition. Bit of a breakaway between those top 2 as Thompson and Hove, Redline and ATRS linking up very, very effectively together, and the 3-car tandem on the high line not able to push its way past the Falcon Sim Racing car. They fan themselves out on the exit off the banking. In the middle's Oscar Urano in the big red machine, and smoke behind them. Who gets pushed out wide?
Not 100% sure. Didn't see who dropped down, but I say there's a few positions. But this is the thing, is that going down to that first corner, you are going to have one of these, at least on one lap. You're going to have a lap where you're going to get dropped back 5, 10, 15 maybe positions in that first corner. The worst thing that you can do is to panic in that scenario, is to just keep yourself focused, keep yourself part of the race, as we'll see some of the drama coming down into the Le Mans chicane.
That car is already broken. The left front had seemingly already been stuck into the ground. Now, what else had kind of happened to build up towards that? Because it was Visceral Esports that goes... Ooh. They've also lost the left front on their car, haven't they?
Yeah, but how do 2 cars lose left fronts? That can't be together.
And they've already lost it here too.
Yeah, they've both already lost it. Where are 2 cars? Where is it? Well, there's one. No, there's not one.
Was that not where it happened? No, I think it is. It's gotten lodged underneath the car as well.
But it's just the front. They've had a light bit of contact, and the front left's been like, nah, see you, mate, I'm bored.
It's literally folded over.
Yeah, there it is. It was a pretty big whack there.
Still crazy though. That was all it took to fold the front left suspension over on the car, back through the newly renamed Le Mans chicane. Couple of jockeying positions further back. The big green machine. Oh, into the side of Pablo Espes, a race winner in VCO Infinity, but not here in the final race.
Yeah, indeed. That's a big shame for the Wave Italy team rejoining. Here comes Altus as well as they squeeze their way through the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Either way, back up towards the front. Josh Thompson into the race lead. Luke McEwen side by side heading out of NASCAR 4 and down towards the tri-oval now.
We'll cross the line and finish lap 7 of what is an estimated 21 now. We're actually, with the bump drafting and whatnot, picking up speed compared to when we initially begun the race. Falcon Sim Racing, a look to the inside, and the teal machine came out of nowhere in some ways for Damon Woods. He's given the room, given the ground that he needs. But with all of this contact, Lewis, I am starting to wonder, incident limit.
Absolutely. Again, they've got, hold on, let me just double check, because let's be honest, if I were in control, I would have bumped it up just for, not told anyone.
Just for fun.
It's 25 incident points. So once they hit 25, as it has been all day, once they hit 25, they are DQ'd. Normal, typical bump drafts, you get 0 X's, so no incident points for doing so. But if you get a 0 X and force them off the track, then you get a 1 X and regular using on that one. But generally speaking, with contacts, it's 0 X. If you actually hit them quite hard, you can be a 4X. Now, we saw that quite a lot in the Super Formula Light, but it's actually really hard to hit someone hard enough to get a 4X whilst trying to bump draft. You've got to hit them really hard.
I guess as well, it's because of the fact we don't have too many momentum differences as well, that you don't see those heavy contacts. Now,
that was so silly.
That was a bit of a send, wasn't it, from Pablo Espes in the Wave Italy car?
That's asking for a little bit too much going down there. You're trying to clear, what, 2, 3 cars? 1, 2, and then drag it alongside Manini. You're just asking for too much. You've got 28 minutes left to go.
Yeah, just being a bit too optimistic at the end of the day. That's all that it was. Now, I'm pretty sure a car just got balked up into the wall. It might have been ATRS. Hopefully no lasting damage as BS Plus's big red machine slots back into 4th. This leading train, it's getting more and more feisty.
That was a bump draft that might have been a 4X because it was Sebastian Hove really, really heavily into the rear end of Josh Thompson. And I don't know if it sent Josh Thompson into the wall slightly. You can't bump draft that hard. That was crazy talk. That was I am keeping my foot in even though I'm doing 15 miles an hour faster than you kind of bump draft.
Here's the onboard with the Academy car. So it's Patrick Thompson that we ride with. We've got Hove in front, and it's off of the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots.
That's a big hit. Realistically, the Apex Racing Academy car should have hit once and then slightly lifted out, because that hit once will push the ATRS car up to the back of the Team Redline car, and then you kind of you don't want to bump and then bump and then bump like first into second. If you do that, that's where the crash comes from. That was nearly a very large crash.
It was a very, very close moment, and look at this battle pack behind. This is the fight for 20th position. Was Cooking Racing Adventures leads them. Paddy Wolf as Xavier Pla for Rincon Racing directly behind, and then Absolute Motorsport and STR, Samantha Town Racing Esports, their art car, able to have recovered. And with 25 minutes to go, trying to get something from this race. Both of these packs large in numbers. I'm quite surprised, Lewis, the lead pack hasn't ended up splintering up so much, given how much they're jockeying around.
Yeah, indeed. It's dicey, let's put it that way. It's again, it's getting, I would say, I don't know if it's getting more sketchy. It was pretty sketchy about 10 minutes into the race. It calmed down a little bit. It's then going to start picking up again. And again, just so these drivers are fully aware, we've still got 26 minutes left to go in this race. It's a lot of time. That's a lot of time left to go.
Do we have the stats of the other Infinity events? How many races have Redline won? So they won 8.
Yeah, it's like 27, isn't it?
8. I'm talking in, specific numbers of races. They won 5 in the first Infinity, 8 in the ProSim Infinity, and we're not even at the end here, and they've already got 13 wins. That's pretty crazy as well.
Yeah. I'm not actually shocked.
Yeah. The next most winning team is 9.
Yeah, the reason why I'm not shocked is because Redline they were a strong team in 2022, right? arguably the strongest team in sim racing in 2022. Now they are undoubtedly the strongest team in sim racing, and even stronger than they were. Oh my goodness, here we go. More little rubs, squeezes, 3 wide almost, as the Apex Racing Academy car was taking a look down the inside of ATRS. Straight around the outside was going to be the attempt from Ascari Rene. Is able to get into third.
Yeah, and 3 wide from Damon Woods in the background as well. Cowander's Elliot Veyron, 28 positions gain. Not the biggest mover today, but plenty of big moves as he's been slowly just dicing his way through the field. Elvis Rankin is alongside of Damon Woods now as they head in towards the kink, which I will say this, when you go to that corner in the real world, it's a lot more scary than it is in the sim or when you watch it on TV. The commitment, the speed that they bring, and the amount of, especially in multi-class traffic, when you have a GTD that's going through the corner and then there's a prototype that's trying to do something. I've got a new respect, Lewis, for that corner and why it's so scary for the real drivers.
Have you been here?
Just a couple, just once. Just mentioned it a few times.
Really? Wow. Well, it's all right. I've been to the Belfry. Whatever.
It's okay. What you still need to do, Lewis, is fly over to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And we'll play our golf match there. Broadcast live on VCO Esports.
Well, no, see, what we need to broadcast on VCO Esports is our VR golf, because I'm much better than you at that.
No, we're not allowed to broadcast that because of the language that we use, or I use, to be specific.
Wow. Yeah, but then you can't broadcast me playing golf. You see the language. Ask Cam Roger. It is. I've always been known as being like a fairly vocal person. Oh, Cowander's had a problem. The Cowander car's had a problem.
How bad is the problem, though? Because Veyron's still up to speed, and the car doesn't look too damaged.
Yeah, which is weird. It was just a spin. Maybe just running out wide. It wasn't a slowdown because of where we jumped back to them. There's more to it than that.
We'll take a look at the replay, and it will give us a bit of a sense, but Veyron's got to now start to pick his way back towards the front, where 3 cars on the high side, and interesting that they all bailed pretty quickly. ATRS and Apex Racing Team to blows as McEwen tries to cut down low on Sebastian Hoven. I don't think he was really clear, but it's Ascari Rene, the Zebra, that leads at Daytona.
Yeah, indeed. Rene's absolutely, I would say absolutely flying, as is everyone in the group. That was some healthy bump drafting coming in from both the Apex Racing cars. The Academy then being pushed by Luke McEwen, who, to be fair, might be a fair shout for taking the W in this. So he kind of does well in pack style racing. We know what Luke McEwen's mindset. Let's see what happened to the other Cowander car then.
Yeah, so they're behind the Williams Esports Academy. Now, which of the... Oh, it's the one behind, and there's contact with Redline.
I'm not sure if that was a full-on contact or whether there was a sneaky bit of air between the pair of them. But again, we'd have to wait and see. Maybe from the car behind and onboard. Just wait and see.
Here's a look from up above.
That's just flat-out contact. That might be a penalty for Redline, by the way.
So the thing that let's look at this in full speed and from up above, because the question to answer is, does Ariel... because I believe it was the 70. Was he alongside enough? I mean, to be fair, he was already in front, and it was the move being made from the Cowander car behind, so I wonder how race control will look at it.
Ariel overdrives the corner and then still pulls it on too tight of an angle in. It's his, the contact there. You can go side by side through that in this car. The contact was instigated by Team Redline. I'm not saying it should be a penalty. I'm just saying that's where the contact came from. If it was me, it's probably not a penalty. I'm just like, whatever, it's a racing thing. You're all being a bit silly. But if there is a penalty, the contact is started because of Redline being offline.
Don't forget.
No, that's team offline.
No, don't throw that down into the ether. You'll get blamed for the internet issues from somebody.
Yeah, I was gonna say team offline. Surely, what team we talk is driving for?
Still amazed. I've never seen an internet issue like that. Whereas he was aware that there was an issue, went to turn his Zoom camera off, and that seemingly helped enough for the internet to stabilize. Up towards the front, Josh Thompson left with, well, no help whatsoever. Beckham Jasir in the Williams Esports Academy car not close enough to give him a bit of a shove down into turn 1, and as they work through the long left-hander, through the flip-flop that builds you to the International Horseshoe. We are halfway through this race, Lewis. 53 cars started. We still have a leading pack that is 19 cars strong, and it's anyone's game at the lead.
We do need to call it the flip-flop on ADTM, 100%.
It's a good name for it, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's a great name for it. The flip-flop. I'll take that.
Not so good there for Damon Woods.
Yeah, Brabham now going to work their way through. Sobrero just making the move, going to the outside of the kink. Cody Death, the next one ahead. Obviously, again, as I said before, has led a lap in this race, or led a part of the race, and has now dropped down into the mid-pack of the top 10. It's just how it is. Elliot Veyron's still involved in this train, by the way, just a bit further back.
And he's almost 3 wide, and really forcing the issue. PGZ on his left, Altitude on his right, and he'll get past James Baume and has Lewis Woods to try and now outdraft as they get back onto the banking. You want to try and filter down as quickly as you can, but it's not as easy as it would seem. And Veyron, this is where the side draft comes into play now. All that he can do is try and pinch a little bit to the cars down low, pull some of the air off of the flow and slow them down, but nope, he's going to have to tuck back in and build back up into the next corner.
Yeah, exactly. Big commitment there will be potentially required going through the Le Mans chicane. I hope that's a bit better. I got told my French wasn't quite
not French enough.
No, exactly. We've said before with the Le Mans chicane, if you're going to call it the Le Mans chicane, you have to really emphasise the French side.
Oh, okay.
Or you can just call it the bus stop.
Yeah, no, or you can use the proper name for it at the end of the day. Further back in line, Pylon interrupts the view of what is a spin for the Precision Racing Esports car.
Wasn't very precise, was it?
Not very precise at all. New leader, though, Josh Thompson, but only by the slimmest of margins. If the race were to end this time by, it would have been Coanda and Elvis Rankin grabbing the checkered flag.
Beckham just see straight around the outside there going into the triover, was almost close to sneaking one there. Again, we're definitely getting a 3 wide finish to this race. That has to be. No one can break away. No one can escape this. This is what it's going to be like for the next 18 minutes. It's been like this for nearly half an hour now. This is why MX5 racing and something like Daytona is so good. I think the Super Formula is like, they're a little too quick, where the pack racing kind of, you get spread out a little bit in the pack racing, like you just become smaller packs up and down. This is not like that at all. This is just one big pack. This is, yeah, it's excellent.
And Beckham Jasir did get pushed wide, so look from up above. He's challenging on the outside of the Apex Racing team for second, escorted into the grass, hoping he doesn't have a slowdown there. That was a little bit naughty in some ways, I think, from Luke McEwen. Got away with it. Race control might take a look. What happens slightly further back in the train as well. We'd already seen one issue for the World Sim Racing car. How do you keep crashing in a straight line?
Lack of talent. That is how. I'm just going to say some things. I will take a look at this in a second. It's too big of a bump. Why on earth would you steer the very millisecond before bump drafting? If you drive straight into the back of the car, it's fine. If you drive basically where the front of your car hits, but where the tail light is, either side, left or right, you are going to spin them. That was low IQ. We'll say race control is taking a look at a few things in this race. The only thing that's received a penalty was XPD Racing. They got a stop and hold 30 for contact on the second lap with themselves and Rocket Simsport. I have noticed a few things in this group have been under investigation. Coanda versus Team Redline, that's been under investigation. No further action is what Race Control said.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Ooh, there goes the big red machine down below the yellow line as well. A bit early to be doing that, but a bit of maybe desperation for Mascari Rene not to lose the momentum that he had built up. It's going to be Apex 1 and 2. McEwen from Thompson, although Thompson going to get hung out to dry. He gets pushed wide in a 3-wide moment out of the opening corner. Both red line cars scramble through. Beckham Jasir is going to challenge as well. Again, would you have volunteered for this race, Lewis, or would you have been telling your teammates, anyone else but me, please, jump into this one?
I would tell them, anyone else but me, I'll go and watch the Liverpool match. Good luck. Have fun. This is scary. To be fair, though, this does look like an awful lot of fun. But I just want to clarify something about this, right? Is that, yes, you're looking at MX5's racing Daytona, and yes, it is fairly easy to drive the car around the circuit. But to race them like this takes a huge amount of skill, like an unbelievable level of skill to be able to do this. You're looking at some of the best drivers in iRacing. I know they're racing an MX5 around Daytona, which is a bit of a meme, but you are genuinely looking at some of the best drivers on the platform and showing us to why, because the spatial awareness required to pull this off is so incredibly difficult.
And Elvis Rankin looks like he's having a ball! Oh, who was that? That was James Boumey in the Altitude Esports car, hard into the wall out of NASCAR Turn 1, and one driver going to drop from the back of this queue. It means 18 still left in contention. So we run back down to the Le Mans chicane with 15 minutes left to go. Final of our 24 races. It's been a wild race, wild set of races even. The wildest of our VCO Infinity's championship already decided, but who comes out on top in this final race? This is where you were saying, I think correctly, Lewis, Redline aren't doing anything differently in this race. They're not being too careful, they're not being too aggressive. They're just doing exactly what they've done to get them to this point.
Exactly. By the way, just to clarify, you need to go a little bit more French on that. It's the whiff of arrogance that really pushes it to the extra level. Just so you're fully aware. Bump drafting as well. I believe Escalating is going to get pushed through with Gustavo. Ariel might have a little bit of a squeeze near. Williams Esports Academy was almost effectively kind of alongside Josh Thompson to stop him from going up and bump draft the team. You're absolutely right. Like we were saying, Team Redline aren't going to play this race any different. There's a spin in the background. That's BS.
It's Ryan Barneveld in the blue BS competition entry. Of course, they do have two different colors for us. And don't tell me he's just unsafely rejoined, because I think he got tangled up with Brandon Hawkin. We'll get a look at replays in a moment. Wide off the corner, Apex trying to bully Elvis Rankin, of course former Apex Racing Team driver, and guess who says let me join the party? Oscari Rene, 3 wide through the kink, no one willing to lift. Rene getting sent off into the grass, but he holds on and still has a chance to fight for the lead.
Oh, what a move. What an attempt. 3 wide through the kink. You don't see that too often. It will be Elvis Rankin taking over the top spot at the moment. But Oscari Rene almost dragging himself in there. Luke McEwen, bottom left of your shot, being as calm as ever. Sort of. I mean, he's still tonguing around a little bit. It's not quite as bad as again, I described it as dog on a hot day with Sebastian Jobe. But it's not quite in that vein. But the amount of concentration required, currently running in 2nd position behind the ex-Apex driver of Elvis Rankin.
That is a great line, by the way, about the dog's tongue during the summer, and I'm definitely going to steal that one in the future. Back down to, let me get this right, the Le Mans chicane. No.
Nah, that's no.
Too forced. Le Mans.
That's it.
Le Mans. Le Mans.
Like, is it halfway through, you don't really care about what you say.
You just stop saying it, basically.
Yeah.
No changes.
You're really committed. And then you just give up.
No changes into the chicane as they continue to die. So you can see more and more drivers that they need to be inside of the front of this group. 11th, 10th, and 9th positions. Look, 9th positions. Look at that separation. And Elliot Veyron could be the bridge to keep these drivers in contention.
Yeah, indeed. There needs to be a little bit of work, a little bit of bump drafting here. And, just rather than what we're seeing here, some side-by-side, there can't be any moves into T1. There needs to just be full-on working together for the next couple of minutes just to drag them up to the rear end of that group. If not, their chance of taking victory has absolutely evaporated. 3 wide down into T1, Redline hanging around the high side.
And I'm surprised that they're so willing to try and take a line that we would have thought wouldn't be the preferred option. Gives you the inside yes into the international horseshoe. Josh Thompson tucked up behind the BS Plus competition car. Gets some contact then as well with ATRS just midway through the corner. You can see how these cars get away with it. Not much drama for them as they cycle back up towards the kick. Not 3 wide this time. Instead, it's just McEwen and Elvis Rankin wheel to wheel. Rankin's going to slide his way on through as well. Slam the door shut potentially on McEwen as Oscari Rene goes the long way around in the fight for second.
Yeah, indeed. And might just about be able to finish it off. See if Luke McEwen can sneak one through, although I think McEwen will be able to settle for 3rd position. It immediately looks to the inside as we are about to depart the infield section, head back out towards NASCAR 1 and 2. Josh Thompson able to get past Beckham Jasir in the background, who have the inside line as they head out onto NASCAR 1 2. Bit of a big lead here from Elvis Rankin. Might actually be cost that coming down into the Le Mans chicane.
You can't afford to get too big a run out at the end of the day. And I go back to what you and I, Lewis, we've kind of seen on occasion in the BMW Sim GT and BMW M Cup at Daytona in particular, where realistically, you don't want to necessarily lead going into the Le Mans chicane for the final time. Instead, maybe second in these cars with how strong the double toe, triple toe might be, even maybe further back in the queue.
See, that's not going to get really annoying, is it?
No.
They're literally, I know there's a load of people watching that's been like, please just call it the bus stop.
It is the bus stop as well, at least in my heart.
It is indeed the bus stop. Yeah, I mean, you were saying about like too big of a lead. Do you remember back to IMSA Esports with Luke McEwen? I can't remember who he was against.
Wasn't it Redline?
I think it was Redline. Last lap of the race was a bit slow coming out of turn 7 at Road Atlanta. And it was intentional to make sure that the gap wasn't too large, so the Redline car didn't have enough space to work into to allow the move going down into the chicane.
The big
Might need the same thing here.
It's those big brain moves, right, that we sometimes talk about. Gustavo Ariel down in 7th, Josh Thompson up in 3rd. But again, just a reminder that if it sits as it is, there's really not too many changes inside of the top 10. In fact, look at that right now. No changes in the top 10 if they finish as they are.
No, exactly. We've seen a couple of position switches in there, but realistically, at the moment, that was mostly the Apex Racing team. If they win this race, then maybe there's a chance of them taking over a 6th position from the other Commander car that's currently running now in 8th spot. And to be fair, they might have a little bit of assistance from the teammate. I guarantee all of the drivers have absolutely no idea what's happening in the live standings, and to be honest, they don't care. And even if they did care, I tell them to stop caring right now. Focus on what you're doing. You can only get a position that's as good as you can get in this race. The more you start thinking about, if I'm in 7th position, and then you're not thinking about what you're doing enough. Focus on what you're doing right now.
The only time that would actually be important if there was actual stakes in the championship up for grab, if we were actually seeing drivers, battling for the positions. And I guess the other thing would be is, we have some prize money, but we straddle the line of competitive and community event here. It's $2,500 to our champion, $1,200 to 2nd place, and then for 4th on through 10th, effectively. And it's the same amount of money. There's not really too much to be fighting for, and that sort of sometimes does influence how hard you're going to end up pushing it. I'm trying to figure out how many laps we're going to get at the line, because I think that kind of dictates how aggressive you want to be. Whether you want to lead at the start-finish line or if you want to be tucked into 2nd.
I don't know what position I'd want to be in. I can pretty much tell you now I don't want to be the race leader going into the bus stop on that final lap. I don't want to be in that spot, because even look at the gap they've had. This enormous gap looking backwards from Elvis Rankin. The bump draft coming in. He's even got a little bit of a smile on his face because he knows exactly what's going to happen. Goodbye to the choo-choo train. Oh, and don't play the double yellow.
And he gets absolutely swarmed. There's a visual example of how important it is to not get too much of a lead and to give the drivers a slingshot behind you. Now, gridandgo.com tried to make it work on the inside, but Cody Deeth couldn't. Instead, Oskari Rene alongside with Luke McEwen for the lead. The BS competition car has the inside into the international horseshoe as they exit out of the kink. Watch, though, as Cody Deeth tries to place that car in uncomfortable places for the leaders. 3 wide behind them for 5th position as well.
Loads of wiggles going into that hairpin as well. That's a little bit concerning. 3 wide coming off of it. It'll be Coanda, ATRS, and the Williams Esports Academy car. They work their way back to just 2 wide up to the dog leg this time. No 3 wide like we saw earlier.
Cody Deeth looks pretty comfortable right now as he hugs the inside, gets the move done on Luke McEwen as well, has worked his way back up to the front of the field after qualifying 3rd and dropping back slightly initially. McEwen immediately tries to get the move back, though. Doesn't run a bit wide and leave the door open for a cutback. Instead, it's side by side behind them. Redline and Coanda. Elvis Rankin now caught up on the high line. Williams Esports Academy, a bit of a wiggle there.
Yeah, everyone just trying to drop back into the low line. ATRS might get hung out to dry. Ho ho! Talk about slotting the gap. Sebastian Hove there. Elliott Veyron. That was incredibly tight. That could have been a huge crash.
Into the chicane. 6.5 minutes to go. I think next time at the line, as that was Beckham Jasir, maybe a little bit wide, side by side with the ATRS car as they work their way back onto the power. I believe that we're going to get 3 laps to go this time by.
Cool. Your maths. We'll go with it. I'm fully trusting in what you're saying and picking up what you are putting down. As we're almost going to be 4 wide here, they decide that's a silly idea. Let's not try that one. As Cody Deeth is going to receive the bump draft from Elvis Rankin onto the start finish straight into the tri-oval.
Elvis Rankin does look very, very comfortable with this type of racing. He's done it a lot in the past before he joined up with Apex and Coanda, but since then we've seen him mostly in the bigger Formula and open wheel sort of cars. Clearly thinks that he can do something. Cody Deeth is going to slip wide, and as they exit in towards the flip-flop, almost 3 wide. I'm nervous right now. I get the sense the big one's brewing.
I wonder, there's a big look to the inside. So Luke McEwen had to basically hang Elvis Rankin out to dry because there was a big dive down the inside by Sebastian Hover. To be fair, I don't think Elvis Rankin would know that. For Elvis Rankin, do you think the only team that he's desperate not to be beaten by on this grid is surely Luke McEwen and the Apex Racing Team car?
Oh, probably, yes, of course. Left the Apex...
on bad terms?
Not really. Left the Apex Racing Team at the end of last year, though. Joined forces with Coanda Esports. Has been out in Germany, I'm sure, a little bit, getting to meet up with the team and take some pretty pictures as well. That's a send. Luke McEwen sets off some chaos. Williams Esports Academy hip checks Impulse, who have a half spin. And now as BS Competition, Grid and Go extend their margin up towards the front. Lewis, look at the gap that now Elliot Veyron's got in third.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, the bump draft to come in from Josh Thompson. Sebastian Hove will also give this one a good go. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this race. 2 to go at the line. Probably won't be too comfortable. They all just kind of tripped over each other a little bit coming into the International Horseshoe.
Remember, Elliot Veyron started down in 38th position, has gained 35 so far, and with that effort has jumped up in front of BS Competition's number 89 machine in the point standing. The BS Competition car that leads, that's the 90. It's not the one that Veyron's fighting for in terms of championship honors. Less than 4 minutes to go. 2 laps confirmed this time by, and McEwen and Ariel squabbling and working with Elvis Rankin to try and bridge that gap. They may still have a chance, but I don't know if they'll get a chance to fight for the lead. It may end up being between these drivers. Rene, Deeth, and Hove, the drivers fanning out 3 abreast. Off the banking, Rene on the inside, controlling the lead.
Oh, a bit of contact there. ATRS just making a little bit of contact with the rear end of the Grid and Go car in fourth place. Cody Deeth. Oh, there's big contact, and there's Cody Deeth going out wide.
Oh, that is a heartbreak. It was such a great effort as well. He'll bring it back under control. Down in 15th spot, but my goodness, we knew this would be wild. We're not getting the big one, though.
He's still not out of it. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry, but if you're in this train, I know right now it might feel like it's completely unlikely, considering how he's now what. We know how these final couple laps are going to go. There's going to be a lot of elbows in this. The Apex Racing Team and ATRS now going side by side. This is one big group, one big train once again. Yes, there's a bit of a gap off the rear of the Apex Racing Academy car in the top 3 back to Coanda. They need to start working together so they're in position on the final lap to go on the attack.
Yeah, but working together with emotions probably running high, easier said than done. I want to go back to what happened to McEwen and Rankin just for a second, Lewis, because that was a big turning point in who was up front and controlling this race.
Yeah, I don't fully know how this all kind of... yeah, see, this is the thing, is that Luke McEwen obviously is going out wide. He has to go out wide because if you watch from up above, the ATRS car absolutely launched one down the inside of McEwen, even though McEwen probably could have covered that off a little bit better, fair enough. Elvis Rankin doesn't really know about that, and they just get glue. It's just the iRacing glue coming out of the hairpin there. And
as they're 2x2 almost in the second grouping, I think it is now down to the 3 at the front with 1.3 seconds to Elvis Rankin to try and build their momentum up. 1 more lap to go at the line. Oscar Rene, Josh Thompson, and Patrick Thompson, the 3 drivers with a chance of winning the final of our races in the 3rd VCO Infinity event.
It depends how hard they fight, right? It depends how hard they decide to wrestle this one coming up towards the line. The more they do, the more it's likely that potentially Elvis Rankin will close, and he's getting a triple slipstream from behind and is not being held up by losing momentum by bump drafting anyone. This will be a full send lap from Elvis Rankin. He's the only one that can maybe sneak one. Luke McEwen a further second and a bit back from Elvis Rankin. A little bit too far back. Elvis Rankin could sneak one. And do you remember who picked Elvis Rankin before this race?
It was you indeed. Although we did kind of also say that you could throw a coin in the air and you'd be as accurate with your picks. So,
yeah,
pinch of salt.
Science. I calculated it.
Gustavo Ariel's dropped to 13th. They're fighting in that second grouping, but it's not really important. Again, just a reminder, championship's basically done and dusted. It's all just now down to who wins this final race with this MX-5s. Elvis Rankin now down to 8/10, but that gap, if he's going to make it happen, it's going to end up being the slingshot out of the bus stop chicane. He's got to make sure he times his run. I wouldn't want to be getting too close right now.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see this battle kind of unfold within a second now as Elvis Rankin. You can see as we ride on board, kicks of oversteer. He's got to go full send into the bus stop.
Come on. I'll give you one chance to pick between the 3 drivers at the front or Elvis Rankin. Still think Rankin can make it happen?
Elvis Rankin, we're going for it. I'm committing.
Right. Who's going to work together here as well? Oscar Arine, Josh Thompson, Patrick Thompson. You see the drivers after 24 hours of racing. There's no win on the line in terms of the overall event, but one final checkered flag to fly here at the World Center of Racing. Look at how Thompson backs out on the run into the corner. Let's see the reaction. Josh Thompson looks pretty happy. Oscar Arine, not really much to see there. What's happened to Patrick Thompson? Looked like he maybe went high for a slowdown. This is all them trying to break the toe. I'm surprised that Oscar Arine is, well, looking so calm right now. Josh Thompson's in the driver's seat in some ways, but Elvis Rankin's got the overspeed, and with the momentum will bring this car down low, below the yellow line. Banging wheels and crashing. Oscar Arine is going to take the final win in VCO Infinity. What a way to finish. And Lewis, this is an event we need a lot more of.
Yeah, everyone's going to keep it pinned all the way to the line. In fact, I think Elvis Rankin dropped back to, 13th position and all of that. Luke McEwen was able to sneak through and only missed out on getting second spot by 0.005 of a second.
Craziness at the end, and well, sometimes we talk about what is acceptable going below the yellow line. I'm sure drivers will have their own opinions there. Oscar Arine looked pretty happy with himself as he grabbed a swig of the water. Final drivers just crossing the line, all in their own little battle packs as well. That's the great thing about Mazdas, great thing about Daytona. You end up clustered with others. Look at this photo finish. Precision Racing Esports on the inside, just a nose in front.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, going to get a lot of drag races up towards the line in this one. For sure is another one. Little cheeky with a 3 wide, including a pink Symphony of Pistons car. So at least they've got it right on one of their cars.
Good to have Symphony of Pistons along with us as well. Not traditionally used to seeing them on iRacing. German sim racing just fend off the advances of the race clutch entry with Jari Lehtinen behind the wheel. And this is another example of what you should do when you're trying to defend. Jari Lehtinen crossed the line just behind 61,000. Now, what does Tom Hooper have in his back pocket? He's got Blue Rose Team behind him as well. S&P Racing, a bit of a sitting duck on the run to the line.
Yeah, indeed. Whoop. See ya. Nearly turned him, wrecked him. Said see ya as they work their way up. Going to be plenty of a little bits of side by side. Let's see what's going to be on the drag race. Oh, not much between them.
Not much at all, but interesting to see that the car that led out of the chicane doesn't finish at the back of the pack. Blue Rose Team getting the double draft and taking full advantage of it. But that's 24 races done in 24 hours. Some very, very worthy winners. And we'll take a look at our race results, confirm our champions in Team Redline, but for the final of our races, winning in VCO Infinity, it's PS Plus competition in their big red machine. Really fascinating way to close out the day's proceedings as well. We knew this was maybe going to be the most unpredictable race in many ways, and that margin of victory at the line, slightly disappointing if you expected the photo finish. 1 second between Rene and Thompson. Luke McEwen, third on the board and just in front of the Apex Racing Academy car with Patrick Thompson. Beckham Desir for the Williams Esports Academy down in 5th with Falcon Sim Racing, Commander Esports driver of Elliot Veyron, and then Lewis Woods for Team PGZ and GridandGo.com and Shera Esports, the rest of the top 10. We'll keep scrolling through these names. We'll talk about some of them, but mostly we're looking forward, Lewis, to chatting with Team Redline. 3-time champions in VCO Infinity. We didn't get the chance to talk to many of the drivers over the course of the day.
Yeah, we didn't. Obviously, it was very busy. We didn't have much time between the races, which, to be fair, means that we're going through thick and fast. No one wants to hear us waffling. And to be fair, most people don't want to hear the drivers talking. They want to jump straight into the next race. And the drivers don't want to talk. They want to jump straight into the next race themselves. By the way, a number of race winners over VCO Infinity. 42 after that victory, which, according to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, isn't that the answer to everything? Right?
It is.
42?
Yeah, we've answered a lot of questions today. That is for sure as well. Now, I want to ask a more interesting question. Team Redline had what? How many race wins was it? 13 of the 24? How many different drivers got wins for them as well on their way to this third consecutive crown?
You have to make me 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is it 5?
5. 6, because Pinto as well.
Ooh, okay, so it was 6, not 5.
7 because of Benito.
Oh, no. Oh, you're including previous events as well.
Oh, no, I'm including this one. Benito won one of the Xfinity cars.
Oh, Pinto did win as well. I was there for that race. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
My memory,
yeah, I
man.
think it's 7. I think it is 7, my good sir.
I think you are correct. That's interesting as well. 7 different drivers, 13 wins. Crazy, crazy stuff. And Lewis, I mean, I was really, really hoping we get the chance to chat with our winners at Team Redline, but unfortunately I don't think we're going to get that chance. I'm sure they're pretty drained after what has been a very long VCO Infinity.
They're drained. We're drained. We're going to go off and watch Birmingham versus Man United because apparently it's 3-3 in extra time. It's fine. You know, it's been a good day. And also we've got IndyCar on later on today, so that's fine. Everyone's exhausted. Everyone's tired. It has been a long but excellent day. I can't wait to do this again because honestly, it's like one of my favourite things to do.
And before we say goodbye, right, let's maybe give Redline a few moments and just quickly recap what we have seen, right? Starting with the 5 different cars. The 296 GT3, the IR18, the MX5, not MX3, and then Super Formula Lights and the Xfinity Series machines. Really interesting cars, of course. Only one of these carried forward from previous VCO Infinity events. Same thing to be said, Lewis, for the tracks, where Daytona rejoins us. The rest, new for us for this year.
Did they win in all 5 of the cars?
That's possible too, yeah.
They won at IndyCar, MX5, Super Formula, the GT3. I don't think they won in the GT3.
Okay, so there's one.
There's at least one. What was the other one? IndyCar. Oh, the Xfinity. Yeah, they definitely won the Xfinity. That's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. So they only didn't win in the GT3.
And that's a fun stat to think about as well, right? Because they are so dominant in many ways in the GT3 cars. Winners of the IMSA Esports Global Championship in the GTD class last year. Maybe a bit of surprise in some ways. Let's see if we can catch up with one of the Redline drivers, though. Gustavo Ariel joins us in the commentary booth. Gustavo, how are you feeling right now? 24 races, 24 hours, a 3rd VCO Infinity win for Team Redline. What's it been like for the team behind the scenes?
Well, it's been amazing because, of course, we maximize, I think, the result for both cars, so that's very nice. Of course, we have a lot of points on the table, so results can change a lot, like one race after the other. So, yeah, I'm very happy to deliver. I think my best out there on the IndyCar races. Of course, we had to do one race after, and I choose the MX5 at Daytona. Of course, I was focusing more on the IndyCar, so yeah, you can still be like 7/10 off at Daytona and win the race because it's very chaotic. So yeah, I'm very happy to represent Team Redline. It's my first VCO Infinity with them. It's my 2nd VCO Infinity participation. So yeah, I'm very happy to deliver, and the team also. It's very nice, and yeah, the support was amazing. We prepare a lot. And yeah, we're happy on the 1-2 again.
What's the hardest thing? Is it the jumping between the different tracks, or is it jumping between the different cars? Because it's a slightly different dynamic in that.
Well, I think in the case of Redline, we had some drivers doing one main car and then one race at the other. So I think, of course, jumping to a car different to the other, it's more difficult. Like if you're driving NASCAR and if you're driving Super Formula Lights, it's not comparable. So I think that's the most difficult thing. You saw some things doing that. So yeah, but I think I did 4 IndyCar races and 1 Mazda race, so it was very nice, and I could rest in the middle of it. So I think that's the secret as well, because you end the day, in the end of the day, you're very tired. So yeah, it's amazing. We had a broadcast 24 hours. Equal as the VCO, so we talking a lot with the chat during the night. So yeah, it's a really nice communication with the chat, and I like it. I like this energy of these events.
Yeah, and you mentioned this is your 2nd VCO Infinity as well. Gustavo, tell me, if you had a dream, you were allowed to pick one car and one track that we add to the list for next year. What would you want to bring? Because a lot of people have opinions, and your teammate Gianni Vecchio has the worst opinion in the entire world because he wanted the Charlotte Roval. No, we don't want that. What do you want to see instead?
Well, Interlagos, maybe. The next year, please, guys, put Interlagos. No, I'm kidding. I think Super Formula, it's a really nice car. The Super Formula, the fastest one. I think, of course, it's a different dynamic from IndyCar, but it's a bit close as well. I think Super Formula, it's a nice car. We have push to passes as well. So yeah, maybe at Interlagos. It's one of my favorite combos, and New Zandvoort is very nice as well with this kind of cars.
To be fair, Super Formula at Interlagos does sound pretty good, so maybe we'll have to sneak our Juno to get that one into the next VCO Infinity. What was your highlight from the days? I mean, obviously you had so many great races, as did the team, but what stands out to you?
Well, I think the Phillip Island race, because of course I was managing the fuel and fuel saving a lot, and I never raced on Phillip Island or IndyCar competitively, so I was not sure what's going to happen in the Phillip Island race, but went well, and I was feel very comfortable with the car. I think the consistency, it's everything. Of course, we're doing PESC in the beginning of the year, so we a lot used to it with the pressure, of one lap quali, so this change a lot the game, because if you do a mistake, you start on the bottom and it's impossible to gain some positions. It's very dangerous. And yeah, I think the one lap quali of course changed a lot the game, the drivers doing PESC or other big events, they used to do the pressure. But I think the Phillip Island race was very nice to drive, and the IndyCar was really nice combo.
Well, Gustavo, congratulations on the victory. Can't wait to see what you've got in store for the rest of the year. Congratulations as a VCO Infinity winner.
Thank you.
Always great to be able to catch up with the drivers. Thanks to Gustavo for coming and joining us. Team Redline had a full 24-hour stream as well. Sounds like the drivers had their fun there. And Lewis, we do now have the official final points tallied up and totted up. So here's how, after 24 races, they stand. Redline, the best of them all, 1 and 2, and then Kawanda, Drago, and Kawanda, the rest of your top 5.
Yeah, obviously I think Apex Racing would be well disappointed to not be inside the top 5, considering some of the pace and performance they've had. But alas, I think their final few races, like the final third of this event, the final 7/24ths, you might say, as well. They kind of fell apart a little bit. They didn't have quite the luck, the consistency, the pace, however you want to put it. They weren't quite there. That said, decent result to finish on with McEwen there sneaking across the line to grab themselves a podium. But Team Redline, let's be honest, they were the form team coming into it, and they showed exactly why they are the form team coming into it. They have the largest rostrum of quality drivers. They have the most consistency going car to car, track to track. They've got all the data, and they didn't even need to use Dog on a Hot Day Boy.
Oh, and what an event it was. Hopefully it's not another year and a half before we're back for our 4th edition of VCO Infinity, but Redline reigns supreme once more. Thank you so much for being along with us for the ride. Everyone behind the scenes at VCO, at RaceBot, that have made this possible cannot do it without the support of the community that wants us to make this happen. So make sure you join us on the VCO social media channels, on our Twitch and YouTube, for everything still to come ahead of us. Still plenty more racing through the summer. Can't wait to tell you what's in store behind the scenes in the world of VCO Esports. But for Lewis and myself, signing off after 24 hours of racing, it's time to go sleep with Team Redline on top in VCO Infinity once again.